It made me emotional up here today.
What's wrong?
I don't even trust God. Why am I being targeted?
I said
Yeah,
who?
I did that. I did
Yeah,
that.
I
I did
said
that.
it.
I did that. I dropped you, Duber. I don't like the sound of your voice.
I
Oh.
don't know who this fat, overweight lady is. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh.
I do appreciate that.
I haven't heard that one before. Anyway,
Way more
Duber,
than you know.
I don't like the sound of your voice. It sounds like your balls haven't dropped yet,
Nobody-
so that's
nobody
why I don't
has.
like you.
you're putting the entire lot to
Oh.
sleep.
I'm literally trying
You
to
just
make
insulted
it
your
sound
manlyhood
deeper.
there.
Wait, can I,
Do you like my voice?
I appreciate
I
it.
do.
I really
One
do.
second.
Wait, do you like my? Oh, please no.
Hold on, wait, no, I do
Just
like
leave me
all of
alone.
your voices. Just
the
one
reason
second.
you're being
One
targeted,
second.
by the way.
No.
You didn't have
we're
to
not
come in and
doing-
do all that.
The
No.
reason you're being targeted, by the way, is because you're
We're not doing this on panel. No.
They argue like this every
Bro, I'm
group
not
chats and calls and servers. They just start arguing.
I'm going through and
randomly.
collect myself now.
Girl.
Is anyone interested in defending the pro-choice position?
Much love, Sarah. Much love.
I don't know why gay guy 11 is piping up in the
Okay.
chorus.
Who is gay guy 11? Oh.
Is that Kim Kardashian?
Shut. Why am I being targeted?
Wait,
How's it going, Laurie? Welcome in, welcome in.
No,
Top
no,
baby,
sorry, that
welcome
wasn't
in,
too
guys. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in.
Is everyone here basically pro-choice, or what is the?
That's
No,
essentially,
Mel, what would you like your
Oh,
video
okay.
on? What do you want yours to-
All right. So, why is it
Okay.
acceptable to take
Dude, I
the
missed
life
it.
of a
So
living
here's the
human
argument.
fetus?
Wow.
Yeah.
So here's the argument. So it's if the greatest way to reasons favors an action and that action is morally good, then the second premise forms the antecedent for abortions.
Wait, sorry. I might need to slow that down. I didn't quite understand
So,
that.
so you asked for an argument, just not the track.
I'm
it
doing
down.
good, Top baby. I'm doing
No, I'm
good.
trying to track. It was just really quick what you said. So,
All right, so
Mostly
what
in
is
my
the
feels
good?
right now.
How do you
I'm
define
doing
it?
good.
paper handy.
I got one. Yeah, I got a whiteboard.
All right. Oh, it's on a
Overall,
whiteboard.
doing
Okay,
great.
Wait, is that Reese?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh no, who's the other one? Duber.
How
Are
are
you
you doing
ready?
so far?
I'm ready when
How's
you
your
are.
day
Yeah.
been?
All right. So premise one: if the greatest way to reasons favors an action, then that action is morally good.
The greatest way to reason favors an action.
We were just
If-
talking
yeah.
about.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, apparently we need to age
Hey, we were
check
literally
the
just
guy.
talking
Reese,
about-
what's your age?
Oh, I'm 26. I was born in
live
'99.
stream, you
It
know,
has better rhetoric
popping off
than
and doing
Skunk
well.
Guy. That's right.
Who
you know,
is
trying to help
Skunk
my
Guy?
fiance get out of her job and this and that.
I don't know.
Keep on
Zany
going.
just who has guy in their
And then-
name?
How old are you, Zane?
Not even
Okay.
5 minutes
Sorry?
later, they pop in.
How old are you?
Angel, do you know where you're at right now?
30.
Oh.
I am not. Anyways.
Okay, so if the
Mysterious
greatest
synchronicities, guys.
reason
Synchronicities in life.
to act.
Greatest. This is bad. If the greatest weight of reasons favors
Oh,
an
weight
action,
of reasons. I understand. Okay, got you.
Where
Okay,
your life
okay. So
going
then, what are those reasons, or
The
what's
way
premise
it's
two?
supposed to be going.
yeah, premise two just affirms the antecedent for most abortions, and the conclusion is going to be most abortions are
It
morally
is
good.
absolutely.
Okay, because the greatest weight of reason supports the good of the action of abortion.
in
Okay.
elective cases, yep.
All right. So then, is there a premise three, or?
Nope.
I've
Just
pulled
modus
away
ponens
some-
it out from there.
Okay. So what are the
Backwards.
reasons then
We're gonna
that
go
give
with
it this
anyway.
weight?
We're gonna run with
The
it.
financial reasons, bodily
Guys, thanks
autonomy,
for
restriction.
Sugar Cream.
Gotcha.
Yours
And then, so
next.
how do you decide that those
I'm still looking for
reasons
high spaces. I haven't seen them.
are weighted towards the good? How do you decide that those are good?
Restroom.
What do you mean?
Well, you just gave a bunch of reasons, but I could give you other reasons and just
How
say.
do I do it like you do right now? I take out a whiteboard, then a marker, and then I just like write stuff down.
Right, but I could write down a bunch of reasons, but
I'll take
what's
that.
I don't think
A
you
little
have
bit
the,
there. I'll
the
put
faculties
I'll put
to
that
do all
towards my
that.
okay?
computer.
So
Put that
you don't
towards
have an
my
argument, or
computer.
you don't have reasons, or
But you told me how I conduct the process, and I explained it to you. I just invoke my phonetic coherence, and boom.
okay? So you invoke your own introspection, your phonetic coherence. You use a bunch of words,
Alright,
but
so-
phonetically
No,
cohere
no,
all
this
over
one
the
is
screen,
going to
yeah.
start out.
I got you. You
with the
phonetically
flavor
cohere
of
all over the
Phoenix
screen,
Rising.
and then that
Yeah.
equals abortion is good.
Is that the picture?
And that
Great
just
argument,
like I do,
bro.
just the things.
Can you explain this?
Well,
So
you
what?
asked me a dumb
How to
question,
go
and you
backwards?
asked
It
me
just
how.
became that way.
Yeah. So okay, so
If
let's
we
take a
were
couple
trying to
reasons.
run
This one is
Court's
titled Phoenix
argument,
Rising. In
no,
life, here for
I'm
you.
not doing that.
You know,
That's true.
just kind of like that, the
Oh,
Phoenix, you know?
damn.
It goes
Can we
through
take a
and
couple
dies-
reasons,
dies
like, for
off,
instance,
has
like
its own
the-
skin, and then
Yeah,
becomes
Yeah.
born
So
back
let's
to
take
life.
one and get into it.
That young
Autonomy,
little
restriction,
vibrant
and you
little
have to, like,
Phoenix
push out
there,
a
and
watermelon
growing
out
up
your
stronger in
asshole.
this space
That's
here.
a reason.
if you have to
sometimes in
put,
life
well,
we
your
do gotta
ass
go
wasn't
through and
designed to
kinda
push
hit
out
that
a
You've
reset
watermelon.
button so we can actually have
Do you think you're
the
justified
life
in
we
talking
truly
about abortions?
want to
Yes,
have.
definitely.
It's time to just kind of
You've been pregnant before?
let ourselves.
No, I haven't
just
been pregnant, but I'm
die
still
off,
justified in
and
talking
then
about
be reborn
abortions, just like
again.
you are.
When I'm talking about that
So, okay,
reborn
those are some of
again
the
in the
reasons.
space here, you're letting go.
Okay,
of
so
everything.
so obviously we're
Letting go
both
of feeling
justified to
when
talk
you
about
finally
abortion,
be
so that's not a
reborn, you're
reason
going
that I
through picking
can't
and
talk
choosing the
about it.
things you want your life
In the
here, so you
term
don't
in
have to
terms
go through
of
and, you know,
you said financially,
not
like if
in a
you're too
space of-
poor, then you should be able to have an abortion. Is that right?
you know,
No. You asked me for a reason.
it's picking
That's
a
one of the
better
reasons
path,
that's in
picking better
consideration.
people, picking
Okay,
better.
but so you
know,
realize that just
everything's different.
shotgunning
Something
out
that is
reasons doesn't
giving you
show
the
how
edge
anything
that
is
you
good.
need
In
in
other
your
words,
life.
an is doesn't
For
equal an
some
ought.
of the reasons that I provided you
So-
for some of those reasons, now you're telling me I'm shotgunning off reasons.
Going through and
Yeah, I asked you for
cutting
reasons.
off, like,
I asked you how
everything.
stating a bunch
Because
of reasons equals
sometimes it
anything
takes to
with
go through
moral
the
weight.
drastic
In other words,
measures
how do you
of
get an ought
everything
from an
in life to
is,
go through and
given your
realize
paradigm?
what you truly are needing
Are you asking me for
needing in
my
your life and what you're
ethical
not
background?
needing.
Sure, yeah.
Recognizing that and
Yeah, I'm a
discerning in your life
constructivist.
the
Okay, I don't know what
aspects
that
that
means.
are holding
Constructivist, so you
back
construct
from
your
growth.
meta
Just
ethics
kinda
based
like in a
on.
garden,
Listen,
you know,
do you
you
think
have
you're
these,
equipped to have
you
this
have all these
conversation?
vegetables that
Are
are
you
in there
ready
and growing
to
this and that,
do
but
the
if you have all
dance?
these weeds,
Yeah,
in
let's
the
do
way,
it, man. I'm down.
sucking
You know how
away
to
all the
salsa?
nutrients and holding
I know how to
you back.
salsa. Well, I don't know how to
Right.
salsa, but
So
I
it's
think I
time
know how
for
to
you to
salsa
weed
in
your
this
own
regard.
garden here so you can actually have that growth
So,
that you truly are supposed to have.
alright, you don't know what
Things
constructivism
cannot grow
is.
as
No, I
big
don't.
and strong as they want
Just
to
give you
be
an
when they
argument
have
for
so much
constructivism.
taking
So
all the
if 2
energy
plus
from
2
them.
equals 4, then
So your space here, if you start to see anything that's coming into your life that's just
If
taking
2
all the
plus
energy
2
and
equals
sucking
4,
it all
then
out of you,
Core's guardian
time to cut those
constructivism is true.
cords,
Okay.
cut them
That's
all
right,
off
yeah.
because it's not they're not needed anymore. So you
What?
can
What?
have all the energy you
How does
need
that show
in
us
your life
anything?
to
I don't. I
grow.
still don't understand what you just said. If
It's a
2 plus
People
2
will
equals
give back
4.
for the
Recycle
proposition
it.
that, Core's
It's
guardian
great, but not all will.
constructivism is true.
So what is Core's guardian constructivism? Because you haven't explained
Then
that.
in the main read in this
Yeah, I think
space
that,
here, as far as you know,
Morality is constitutive of rational agency. That's the position.
life in
Morality is
itself,
constituent
what
of
you-
rational agency.
that's
Okay,
great.
Yep.
gotcha.
So
Yeah.
within this one here,
Okay, so
within this card
constituent agency
I think,
meaning just
like,
like if you can make decisions, then you
that kind of
can
answers
make
that,
moral
here, like
claims.
question in a sense of saying
If
no,
you can make,
there
if you
is a
partake in
better
rational
way
agency.
to go and do life.
And so then how do you
know,
how do you
you might
arbitrate
be
between
on the
two
right path,
different agents that
but
make opposite claims?
you are there are some things in your life you're doing that don't necessarily need to be
Dude,
done.
she's so annoying, dude. Wait, stop.
So
stop
cutting those
bothering
things
me. Oh
out.
my God, what are you doing? Like, you're
Um,
pushing 40. Get off TikTok. What are you
It
doing?
is really the main three cards here are kind of good in that space at the same time. You know, going through trying to put your puzzle pieces together and really create that wholeness and that fulfillment that you want in your life here. But there are still some things that you need to go through and get rid of. I think you still have some puzzle pieces that are in your puzzle that are not meant for you. So you're within the right path. You're going in the right direction, but like
Do we
it's
lose
just
Dubert?
You're a
not
troll. This bitch is lying.
going
on
as
my name.
smoothly as
Go
you
find it right now, by the way.
as it
Go
should
find
go.
it.
Like you need to be going a lot smoother. But you can
Okay,
do
well, my
some
position is
changes,
that
make some
abortion
shifts
is
in the
murder.
space
Does
here,
anyone disagree with
going
that?
through, looking at your entire life.
I'm sorry,
puzzle,
Schmurder. I'm sorry, I
realizing
forgot.
what
Yeah,
Schmurder.
parts of your puzzle are.
Yeah, he
not
was,
your
but he kind of
pieces.
left. I don't.
Even though you try to put him in there and try to have that fulfillment in your life, there is it there just to create that temporary fulfillment, and then it's just not gonna be for you.
I'm gonna give
You're
you
gonna have
some
to go
life
through and
advice for you
find
to
those
get off of
permanent
TikTok and
fulfillment
hit the gym,
pieces.
okay? 30 minutes of incline treadmill.
I think
So-
you have to have a life to give life advice.
There's some tweaks that can be happening so that
Hello, everyone.
life in
How are you
itself
today?
can start to
Hello,
I'm
silly.
have more of that
London. How are you
prosperous life
I'm
for you.
good, thank you. Thank you.
If you
for
don't
saying
make these
Yeah,
tweaks, I
it
don't
is
think
2
that
days.
you will see much of
Rye,
a
how do you
change.
define
But if you
Schmurder?
start
Oh,
making some of
Duber's
these tweaks,
back.
you'll
Oh, I
see
would
some
def-
changes
That was
within
a
the
good
energy
question.
field
Oh
here
God,
around
that was
you.
so quick.
But
No, I don't want to.
at this point here,
Can we stop? Can we
He
stop?
spawned
I
in
don't
and
think it's
then left.
completely going the way it's supposed to be going.
Can we stop
Hey.
that, Duber?
Yeah, so to Schmurder is to take the
fuck
life.
is happening?
I don't
To Schmurder is to
think
take the life of an
it's going
innocent
completely
human
the way it's
being.
supposed to be going.
Hey guys, what's
Oh
going
my
on?
god, bro. I don't want to do that shit, bro.
Reporting for duty.
I don't want to do that.
Can y'all stop, please? Can y'all please stop?
Yeah,
Please, Tiff said stop, and Tiff's the host. and
What's
then
going
she's
on, guys? I
another.
hope everyone's having a really good day.
And then I know we have Ash as well for an oracle. You're welcome, Nomeo.
Please tell them
You're
to
welcome.
stop jumping.
Yes, tell them to just keep the panel how it is. Oh my goodness.
have mod powers.
What's going on?
Is
Guy,
High
let him
Priestess back yet?
because he's the one that was debating.
Yeah, Doober was debating. Let him back up. Let's see what
So, hey, how are you guys?
Ash,
Looks like my
this
colleague
one
got dispatched.
here.
Let's get him back up here.
Sorry, Uber. I'm
This one is going to be revolving around that.
Okay,
soul
Dubert.
chakra
So you
for
said
sure.
that. Okay,
And
so
this phrase is, say what you mean.
I'm really
No
lonely.
longer, biting your tongue. Sometimes it is best to just get it out there and just say exactly what you mean in life. If you're not, speaking your mind,
Gargantuan giant.
it
Stop
is.
saying
It is bold.
more likely they're not going to be heard.
gargoyle.
You're sitting there, saying this and saying that, but then there's the spaces of,
Because I'm not broke.
Pay attention.
not. There's certain things that are not being
Listen.
said in this area
Defending
here.
women's
So
rights right
speak
now.
up so you can be heard, so people can understand what
did you hear me?
what you're talking
You're
about in
defending
this space here.
women's rights.
Because
no more fat talk.
if you're saying
Considering this guy on
this
the
and
person.
not
Okay.
saying this, there's missing pieces in the communication, so that other person here that you're talking to, this and that, aren't going to get the full picture of everything. They're not going to get the
What's up,
full
cool guy?
emotions of what you're really feeling in this space here.
nice,
So allow
cool guy.
yourself to just
Are you?
open up and say exactly what you mean. It's not a
Are
matter
you
of
pro-choice,
going to
cool
just
guy?
being mean to somebody and saying, you know what,
Uh-oh.
you're terrible, you're
All
terrible,
right.
you're terrible. Just being
Um,
outright mean, but it's just
Yeah,
opening
you go
up
ahead and
more.
give
You
your
don't have to
pro-life
worry
position.
about.
Yeah,
what
so
you're
my
saying.
basic
If you say
position is that
something
abortion is
that is,
schmurder. Schmurder
the
is
way
to
you
take the
feel,
life
and
of an
someone
innocent
takes
human
it,
being.
they're
Innocence and
offended
guilt
by it
is
or
a
they're
true
upset about it,
dichotomy.
well,
So
that's
if a
gonna
human
be
is
something
not
they gotta
guilty, then
deal
they
with,
are
not
innocent.
you.
So
You're just expressing
any
how
problems?
you feel. Just because you express how you
I
feel
just
does not
wanna
mean
read
you're
out pictures
attacking
of
someone. It's just
philosophical
literally
argument. What we call
your
hate
feelings
is
in this
often two
space here.
people
So
in pain.
start saying what you mean and not hold
Fair.
on
Shit
back.
is so tough, bro.
That shit was
Wow,
that's
beautiful.
beautiful. I can imagine you would be in pain after eating all that fucking food. You put
Hilarious.
down the Thanksgiving dinner by yourself. Good
What's up,
job.
Sammy Doll? Welcome in, welcome in.
Who, me?
Welcome.
And
Hey, give me one definitive
welcome,
argument
Ash.
that
You're
you
welcome.
know for sure that I'm
There's some
fat.
things
Yeah.
you're like,
Start the
but I don't want to upset this person. Well, if
Women's rights.
it upsets
Absolute
them, that's
TikTok
on them.
slop
you
that we're
share
experiencing
the way
right
you
here.
feel. If I come up here and be like, you know what?
You said if you if you kill an innocent human being,
I
that's
am-
murder.
Yeah,
Set
normatively,
this
but
bulb here just
as you know,
hanging in the middle of the
exceptions
ceiling.
don't disprove a rule.
terrible.
So the
I
rule
just-
is to
it
take an innocent
throws
life of
me
a human
off. It's
being
just,
is to
ugh,
murder.
like,
If you can
if that
come up with
upsets
some
somebody else,
hypothetical
like,
that where there's an exception that might be posited,
that's on-
well, you can do that. I can
like,
just
straight-
respond to that.
You know what a partial
That's
pregnancy
then to
is?
deal with.
I do,
They
yeah.
got to. That's
Okay,
just
do
me
you
to
think
express my
it's
feelings. I
wrong
didn't go
to
through and be like, you know what? I hate you
I would say
because
that in
that's
that
okay.
case, the child
Like,
is
no,
already
like,
dead,
that
so
right
you
there,
haven't killed them.
obviously,
Nature has
that's
taken
not
its
true.
course.
That's
not true.
that's a whole different
Yeah, it's
situation.
just normatively
If
true.
you're
I mean,
expressing
so
how you're
yes,
feeling,
technically
it's affecting
there's like
someone else,
some
that's on
lump
them.
of flesh,
And
right,
don't allow
that's
them to
kind of
It's
growing
just-
or not really
it's
growing.
the way
If you're,
that you are
if you're
speaking,
using like a
this is that.
non-idiosyncratic
Allow yourself to speak
definition of
your
human
mind.
being, it's a human being.
Yep, sure is a human being.
Okay, so we shake hands on that, and you said
So you've
if
had to
it's
learn the
innocent
hard way.
human being,
Don't be
then you
like
shouldn't
me.
kill it, or that you're
Yeah,
obligated
I think
to just
a lot of people
That
learn that the hard way.
normatively, yeah.
Mad at people.
Okay, so do you think women are obligated to partial molar
And
pregnancies?
then Ash within
No,
that
like I
age,
said, I
yes,
think that
no, or
human
no,
being
question.
You're
is
contradicting yourself.
inviable. I think that human being's
And your practice
inviable.
is gonna
Okay,
be the way-
fetuses before 24 weeks
Not
are
arrive
not
tomorrow.
viable, but you're not okay with them dying. So
No,
that's
because they have the potential to be viable. They are viable because they will be born and grow
Speaking
into
of packages,
what
I got
is
one coming
the
today.
made in the image of God.
I
But
might
a
have to
partial
check
molar
my-
pregnancy is already
my front
an
door
abhorrent
says
act
zero.
of nature that is not made in the image of God.
So,
Because it very well
is
might
it
be
is
here
it being
today.
it? So the partial molar pregnancy isn't made in the image of God?
That's a good question. I don't think so, but it also doesn't really fully matter. But yeah, I don't think it
No,
is.
It does matter. What do you mean? It's a human being. You don't think all human beings are made in the image of God? Some are.
I do think all human beings are made in the image of God.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
the partial molar pregnancy a human being?
Okay, so yes, I think the partial molar pregnancy
might
is a
be
human
delayed.
being, but I think
Okay,
it's
we're getting
one
so
that's
much
already
better.
died.
Might
The
be
PMP is made in the image of
shortly
God.
delayed.
It's one that's already died. It has no nous. It has.
Shortly
It can
delayed.
never ever have any consciousness or experience or anything else that also constitutes.
Trees are never
Let me
going to
go
be
see if my
conscious and
package
they're
is
alive,
here.
so I don't know.
If it
But
is
trees
here,
aren't
it's gonna be
human, so
outside my door.
what does that have to do
We've
with
almost reached
I know,
42,000
you said
followers,
it's not
guys.
alive because it's never going to be conscious.
42,000 followers.
it? Right. Well, I said it's never going to be a human because it's never going to be conscious, or like it's never going to be.
What?
Ooh,
Uh,
it has been delivered.
it's never going to be
It's
made in the image
outside
of
my
God
door.
because we
Do
know
you
what the
think-
image of
do you
God
think
looks like.
babies
Is
that are
a
miscarried before they become
I get
conscious
yours.
are humans?
Sound
no,
good?
they are
No, I
certainly.
haven't got to send out today.
Okay,
I'm gonna
so
do it
then
tomorrow,
being
and I'm just
conscious
gonna
in the future
express
isn't
ship it.
gonna- That's
I'm
not
just
going
gonna
to be what
express
makes you
ship
human.
it.
No, I agree with
One
that.
second,
I
Sammy
think,
Doll.
yeah, I
One
think
second.
your inherent dignity is
Anybody
what
wants to
makes you
explain
human. The
Sammy
fact that
Doll
you're
one
born
time?
as a human. But like I said before, this is all
Why is it
irrelevant
born as
because
human? So before you're born, you don't have inherent dignity.
no, of course you do.
Okay. And that's just because you're a human being, right? Was the
Yeah,
PMP
yeah,
is-
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Okay, so why is the mother not obligated to the PMP?
Well, there might be an argument that the mother is obligated to the PMP. I'm not really sure. I'm saying that's irrelevant because that's an extreme exception to the
think
rule.
I'm not asking you if it's logically possible if there's an argument out there that renders you obligated to a PMP. I'm asking you, do you think you are?
Instinctually, no.
It's like
I
someone
mean,
trying to
it's
get into it.
it's an abhorrent act of
It's
nature.
an innocent human being, so why not?
But I got one.
Because like I said, I think effectively it's already dead.
Okay, it's not effectively already dead.
Okay, and what do you mean by that? Like, in what case is it? How?
It's exhibiting the 7 characteristics of life the same way that the normal fetus does.
But am I wrong that it doesn't grow? Doesn't it not
No,
grow
it does-
anymore?
It does grow.
It does grow.
Same
Okay,
thing,
fair,
unless
fine.
it's an overgrowth,
6-pound
is what-
bag of.
All right, then fair enough. Yeah, I think you're
magnesium
obligated to it.
flakes.
Okay, well, I think that's crazy.
Well,
soaks, full
just because you
baths.
think it's crazy doesn't make the position wrong. So, like I said, the normative rule is that taking the life of an innocent human being is murder. Now, there are these strange exceptions,
Paying is
whatever,
one way.
but
Another
you have
way
to
is
show that
socializing.
taking the life of an innocent human being is not normatively murder.
Okay,
Or you have to
think
show
you're
that the
wrong.
fetus is
taking
not innocent or a
magnesium
human life, but I
flakes.
think you agree that it is.
Do you know what the violinist case is?
No,
Yeah,
I
Ash,
don't
I've
think I've
been,
heard that one.
looking for your.
Yeah, imagine you wake up and
Question
you're hooked
up here.
to like
So it's a yes, no,
random
we're opening the
person.
question.
You have to stay hooked up to them for 9 months,
been looking for
or
that
you
there.
cause their demise if you like wake up and unattach yourself.
Hmm.
Do you think you should stay hooked up to them?
Yeah, definitely.
I would take them back
Okay,
to
so
that
you
tonight,
would
that's
stay
for
hooked
sure.
up to a completely
100%.
random
So they-
person.
okay,
Let's say it just detriments your
Message
life.
me
greatly,
and hop
you're
back
fired
in
from
because it
your
didn't
job and your
pop up
family
in my
suffers.
comments here.
Yeah,
Unless you got
I
figured
would
out.
stay hooked up.
Okay, could I do this to you infinitely? Like,
I suppose so, but I mean, of course, I have a
Jesus.
salvation view of history. So I mean, I believe that we'll all die, that we'll all be
that's-
redeemed in
that's-
heaven.
You're like one of these like crazy Christians that
What's-
thinks you should be Superman.
Well, yeah, absolutely, you should be Superman. I mean,
Yeah,
what's
yeah,
crazy
you're-
about
you're-
what's
you're
crazy about
insane
being
in the
spiritually
membrane.
optimistic?
Sometimes
You're
it filters
insane in
them
the
out. I don't know
membrane.
why.
And is that your argument? That's a fallacy.
No.
Well,
you're insane.
you
think-
just
you
your
think ad
subjective.
infinitum you should stay hooked up to a completely random person even if it ruins your life.
Well, I don't think infinitely that's even possible. Because,
Well, let's just say it is. It's logically possible.
but not within my paradigm. Well, I'd have to take on your paradigm, which would
Yeah.
be to concede the whole
Private
argument to
message
you.
it to me.
I
there it is.
didn't say take any paradigm. It's a hypothetical. You're taking the paradigms of the hypothetical.
Yeah, but it's I mean, it's irrelevant to the real life, and to the real world, but it's also
Hypotheticals
contradictory.
Are relevant to the real world.
This one is, yeah.
Okay, what's so special about
So
this
the
one that makes
I
it
see
relevant
the
to
gift
real
you
world?
sent, but
The fact that it's
that was
completely
your
impossible.
question.
You can't. You
And
can't
what's the-
add
what's- okay, so
infinitum.
Do you know what it means to say something's impossible?
I was using the word in the normal sense. If you want to talk logically, I guess it's not a contradiction. But again, I would just say, if you can create an insane hypothetical, like you're casting the reductio spell on me, the Harry Potter reductio, that doesn't prove anything about the
Okay, yeah,
normative
my,
rule that to take the life of an innocent
Those
human
were my
being
mini
is murder
reads and
and
my full
wrong.
reads. My tiny read is a
Well,
yes,
I don't
no,
think
or
you've
open
demonstrated
question.
why it's wrong in the first place.
Oh, it's wrong because through divine revelation we're told that it's wrong.
Do you have an argument for God?
Yes. Do you want to hear
Let's
it?
do it. Yeah.
If morality exists at all, it must exist objectively. Do you agree with that?
If morality exists,
If it's-
then,
yeah.
like,
So we got-
scrap that,
so we got-
I'm a realist.
You're a moral realist. Okay, great. So objective morality really exists.
Okay.
So it must exist universally, time independently, but it's also conceptual, no?
Sure.
So what could possibly ground things that are universal and conceptual?
Why do I need to have an answer to that?
Well, I can just tell
So
you.
when you say like ground, what do you mean?
Give a sufficient reason to explain.
What's up, Karen? Welcome in. Welcome in.
Give a sufficient reason to explain.
Yeah, provide a sufficient reason to explain. A paradigm has to provide a sufficient reason to explain
This card's been
universal
popping up
conceptual
lots
objects.
out of this deck here.
So any paradigm which does not include a universal mind cannot
It's like
explain,
burned
cannot
into my
ground
brain
that.
At this point.
Cannot under what modality?
Well, I don't know what you mean by modality and stuff. I'm not like a logician. I'm not.
Possibility,
As far as having a
necessity,
family on
and
your own in this space here,
possibility,
yes, I do
contingency.
think so.
Oh, okay. Because if there
Um,
is no universality, then
I'm
we're not
asking
talking
you,
about
like,
objectivity.
Are you saying
might
it's impossible
take some
metaphysically,
time
logically,
before having that there.
nomologically?
Which one is nomologically again? That's when it can exist in
Given
any
the laws
possible
of,
world,
like natural laws.
given natural laws and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Making some more of the
I'm
right
gonna say
decisions
it
on
leads
who
to
you
a
end up
contradiction in
deciding
a
to have
paradigm
that
if you
family with.
reject a
Paradigm?
universal mind. Yeah, I'm making sort of a
Like,
paradigmatic
yes.
level argument here.
This space here,
That
I think
only the
Like,
Orthodox
like,
Christian
what do you mean
worldview
by
can.
paradigm?
A family.
A paradigm is a worldview, a collection of beliefs that make up your worldview.
There's a contradiction in my worldview if I can't ground moral realism
Free Ragnar.
through an objective
campaign.
mind.
If you can't ground moral realism with all the other transcendental categories that you must be able to ground, that
Transcendental
have
categories meaning what?
all the transcendental,
I know how
so
stressful
laws
it
of
is, that's where I
logic,
came from.
induction. Let's see
welcome,
what
Ash.
else have we
Very,
got
very
here.
Kinda tiny.
The-
No, I'm not asking you
Yeah,
what's
yes.
like the
Tiny
subsets
cards for
of.
tiny
I'm asking you
readings.
for a definition.
Absolutely.
Uh,
Absolutely.
That's a good question. I don't have the definition off the top of my
Okay,
head,
so
but
a little
it's
bit of flair that I
You're
add
just,
with my
you're just
live
saying,
streams.
like you're just saying stuff.
Today, just doing some readings.
okay.
Chilling,
And what are
having
you
a
doing?
good time.
I can define the words I'm using
Okay.
And enlarge.
So go ahead and define schmurder for me then.
on
You should
justified killing.
tell them that.
Oh, okay. So what is justified
to
of
make
the
it
killing of a
smaller
fetus, or how is it
and
not
then
Are
you
unjust?
we on? Well, I'm not even pro-choice, by the way. I was just
Only kidding.
larping.
Only kidding.
Okay, so you're a sophist. I mean, what are you doing? And I'm the one that's just talking. Okay, fair enough. Does anyone that actually has a worldview and isn't trolling want
This is
to
how
have a
my brain
discussion, or?
works.
Sorry, that doesn't mean I don't have a work. It just means I was larping a position.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think. Do you think you responded
Those
adequately
thoughts
to the
just couldn't,
argument?
fall out.
I think you're trying to take the argument into a sophistic territory
yeah.
where you just kind of
Yeah.
equivocate over
trying to get
definitions and
myself
things
to
like
sound
that when we
good.
all know what
I
we're
gave you a
talking about
full,
normatively.
valid argument.
Trying to
You
find a
contend with
decent
single
one.
premise.
Playing
Because
devil's advocate doesn't make you a sophist.
I would do it.
There was nobody else here who was
I
interested
would
in
do
engaging
it.
with you. Dubert was.
Okay, fair enough.
mean-
Milk thistle. What is?
Fair. I think it makes you. I think it makes you a sophist to argue positions that you don't hold. I think, but I mean that can
I
just.
think it makes you a sophist when you talk about positions, which like the basic, like at the level one step of
mean-
the argument, you can't define the words of. I think that would make you a sophist.
Which
Oh, for the
words did I
level-
not
okay,
define?
okay.
Can you stop
gotcha,
pretending you're
gotcha.
not
The
fucking soft, bro? I've
transcendental.
had enough of this shit,
Ray
bro. You're
Ray's
trying to
recommending
gaslight this guy
milk
and think you're not
thistle
fucking soft.
Yeah,
Every-
listen, we know I'm a bad faith guy. This is not new news.
Okay, so why would I want to have an argument with a bad faith debater? I don't
Wait,
understand.
I'm
he
goofy.
wasn't.
There
But
are
he
some
wasn't
goofy
being bad
aspects
faith
to
with
this.
you. He was actually being rather good faith with you.
Yeah.
Like better faith than he has with anybody else. Unironically.
Well, I appreciate that.
I took a hiatus and I came back a better
I'm
man.
trying to find.
Wait, but seriously, can we stop the
I know I got
constant
someone on
using
here
is
that
actually like, just
I
does
actually
build
came up here
computers.
to talk to Zany.
He comes in here. He hasn't been coming in here as often. He's doing his own gaming live streams now, but
Were
Thought
you
about talking
rage
to him
baiting
about
so that I
the
would
new,
start something
supercomputer like he
so that I'd
has.
like press it on it, or
you don't need like a super computer. I just need something that
Actually,
just
Ford,
runs
Rich said that he would
quickly.
keep the brakes off
All
on
the
any
things I
topic.
do.
no, you didn't,
He's
because he
gonna
doesn't debate my
run
best topic.
My
But he still said it, I don't know.
graphics, like
Rich, did you?
Adobe. Need to be able to run
Rich, holy shit, bro. Holy cell.
music, stream.
You're the dumbest person I know in the
If
world.
it could stream, if I could do streaming on it,
So.
I could do a lot more if I had a streaming computer.
And she has a dot on her head.
I'm not even Indian, buddy. That's
You
correct.
can't add
The
more
way that he
graphics
had
cards.
that
She came up to
Yo,
me.
why
Like,
is
it's
it
not
so
real
hard?
enough.
Why do you
It's
go
not
so like-
real
Have
enough.
it, let me
Listen, the way
Use
that he
more
had that in his
graphics.
back pocket is
Why did
actually
he,
pretty
wait
impressive.
for that moment?
Okay, I haven't been
Like, at that point,
retired
go
for
outside.
like a month. I retired temporarily during my wedding.
Who is this guy, bro?
Not real enough now.
Someone ban this guy, bro. Someone ban this guy.
Oh,
Thank you,
sweet.
thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard me,
I don't
but
know
I
who the
was
fuck
saying.
Playing
Bagel
Destiny
is, bro.
2.
I said
I've
you
never
look on
played
Bagel.
Destiny.
I think that one's by McTaggart.
I've seen him play, but I've never played it
the link,
myself.
but that one should be by McTaggart. It's his interpretation.
What
of
about Nick Swagger?
Alien,
What?
has an Alienware.
Wow, see,
Did
since
you
I
interrupt
don't
me
even know
seriously
about
to
it.
make some unfunny
I've heard of
fucking
Alienware.
jokes? Shut up.
So
I'm gonna
goddamn
go back.
fucking.
Do real
By
go back
J.M.E.
in.
McTaggart, who's a British idealist. He's a Neo-Hegelian, so, and it's
That
way,
would be
way
it.
easier to read.
Oh,
That's not what I need to see today. Nah, I'm going back. Going back.
Chris, do you want to debate anyone else on the
Better
panel?
pure, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I also have a problem with the first premise of Dubert's.
This one was free.
Hey guys.
So I don't have too much complaints with it. I do like that my computer
Well,
though.
Dubert said that he's a
It's
moral
computer,
realist,
like,
but then he
what-
also said the
whole
greatest weight
monitor
of
I showed you guys,
reason
like,
makes
the whole
the
thing
action
is like the
good.
computer monitor is all one thing.
Hey,
So it doesn't take up a whole lot of
particularists can
space.
be
I like that
particularists
about
can be
it.
moral realists. Actually,
I love
particularists
that.
are primarily moral realists. Yeah.
Freezing up.
Yeah, but you realize that the greatest weight of
What's
reason is a
everybody's
subjective
step, actually,
statement. I mean, that
before we
that
make
comes
it?
up to someone's subjective
No, if it
view
is
of
freezing
what's
on your end.
what
No,
reason
it could be
adds
the
up to
case
weight.
That it could be the case that the greatest
Might
weight
build
of
one,
reasons
but
is a
you're
natural
telling me
fact.
then?
Like there's some natural fact about the reasons, and that's what
No,
determines the
I
weight
have
of those
I have
reasons.
learned that.
Okay, but okay, wait. So how does that
Computer-
determine? Like, doesn't that have to
computer
be
people-
determined by an
computer
individual or
experts,
no?
it's geeks, I don't know which one feels.
Sorry, I
I'll say
couldn't
what-
hear you over everybody else. What did you ask?
They
I
have
said,
a
doesn't
mind
that
of their-
require an individual to determine
anything?
or
Just gotta let them do
So
it.
does math.
No,
but
if-
it's subjective. Just
Right,
because
if-
yeah, I agree. I agree that math isn't subjective,
If
but
the weight of the reasons is determined by some like natural fact, then
I was like, I don't know
I
which
mean,
one. Which
yeah,
one
there
sounds
needs
better.
to be a person to speak
Which one they
those
prefer.
reasons, but it doesn't need to be the case, or that doesn't indicate that.
No, I'm
subjective.
saying
Simply math is subjective.
no, I agree that the person has to speak the reasons, but they also have to decide that the reasons have
Snowed over
weight,
there. I
that
still
they have
haven't
weight
got
towards
any-
the argument of
No
it being
snow, no
good.
rain, no nothing like
That
everybody else is
doesn't then
getting.
say that there
None of
isn't
it.
some natural fact that
None.
grounds the
Just
weight
cold
of those
weather is all I got.
reasons.
Okay, so
You
I'm
could be
asking
wrong,
how you
but it's
access
not
that.
like
How, then how?
It's like an internalist perspective. So like the phrase
most
weight of reasons is
inconsistent
meaningless
wins.
without interpreting.
No, look, I understand that. I'm just
Yeah.
saying you
I
can
used to
still
have a
like
ton.
you
I
could
don't have any. I
misinterpret
don't have a
the
whole lot
natural
anymore,
facts
but I
and
used
be
to have
wrong.
a ton
That's
of them.
fine. But it still
I had
could be the
everything
case that
from
there is
Game Boy
an
Advance,
actual answer, that there
the
is
Sega
a legitimate,
handheld, Sega,
objective
Genesis,
response or answer regarding the
the
weight of reasons.
Xbox.
Right, and
And
so
it
how-
could still be the case that the
PlayStation 1, 2, 3,
particularist
4.
takes the
We had
greatest weight of reasons, given the natural facts of those reasons,
5 was
and determines
afterwards.
what's the right or wrong action in a given case.
Right, and so how do they know which of their
Nintendo
reasons
64.
add up to these natural facts? Like, how do they have
Game Boy
access to
Color.
the natural facts?
That's an
Game Boy
epistemic
Color.
Exactly.
question.
Yeah, exactly. So
Right.
how do they
So
do that?
how do
You've
they
got
know
so
those
many.
things? I mean, it depends on their view, right? If they hold like a
No, high priests, you have
intuitionist view or
not.
an
We've been
intuition-
waiting.
holy
We've been
shit.
waiting for
If
you.
they hold to intuitionism,
Whoa.
or however the fuck
Oh.
you pronounce that,
Oh.
then they
I
would say
thought it
that
was
they
gonna
just
get me.
intuit those moral
That
facts.
was gonna get
So
or
someone's
they intuit the
intuition?
natural facts.
But that would
I
mean that your
appreciate it.
intuition equals to
But
objective
no,
facts, but
we
that
have
can't be
given
the
this-
case. Obviously,
No,
intuition
that's
is
not what's,
subjective.
no, that's not what's being said. What's
What
being
did you
said
want
is
to do that
that
mini read on?
if you're an intuitionist or
Hold on a second,
intuitionalist,
guys. We're gonna
whatever,
go ahead and do high
then
pieces.
you
We're waiting for 'em.
intuit the natural facts, and the natural facts
Seems
are
like
what
you had
ground the weight of the
snowstorm
reasons.
2
So
years ago now.
it's the case
this
that
past
there
week,
is an
weekend?
objective response,
need
there is an
some.
objective
I need
answer,
some of that.
there's something objective
Sup,
about
Jackalope?
the
Welcome
weight
in, welcome in.
of those reasons,
And then
Mhm.
I'm
and
gonna
you
add you guys both
intuit
down here for
those facts, and then
um,
from intuiting those facts,
yes, no
you're
question. You
able
guys
to
both
justify
want one.
what the greatest weight of reasons
No.
is, and determine what
Karen
the
and
right thing to
Sammy
do
doll.
in a
I
particular
want you
case
both
is.
on here.
But you keep saying you determine, you determine, you determine. This is all subjective,
Yes,
no?
mini read
By
first.
intuiting the natural facts.
All right.
Okay, but how do you know that the facts that you're intuiting are natural facts and not your subjective
Let's
sort of
do-
view or
Look,
opinion
that's-
of the fact?
I agree with you that the view fails, but that's
Hey,
that's
Sammy
not
doll,
to say that
normally
it
we
can't
tell
be done.
people to socialize. and
Okay,
then they run
so,
away.
well-
I'm saying that most
So then what is a-
particularists are
Pays
going to
off.
hold to some objectivist thesis regarding metaethics.
Right.
And that's one of the ones they could hold to.
Right, and that's why I had a problem
It's
with the
nice to
premise
have you,
because
like,
it's not an
come
objectivist premise,
Socialize,
like you
yeah.
said.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a realist, so if you want to talk about realism, then you're better continuing your discussion with Duber. But
Well, I'm happy to
that's
continue it
a
with you.
legitimate,
Yeah.
That's a legitimate
That's totally fine
method
here.
that any
don't mind
particularist
it at
could
all.
take, and they could answer the epistemic part
No,
of
but
those
you just
problems
said
much
it's not
easier.
legitimate. You just said it's not legitimate. You said it's.
No, I didn't say it's not legitimate. I said,
said
that
it
I
fails.
think the view fails. Yeah, I said I
Okay,
think
fine.
the view.
Okay, fine. So, all right. So it's legitimate, but it fails. All right, fair enough. So what is a view that
always
doesn't
encouraged
fail
to
in this
become a
regard?
super fan
I don't think that there are realist
because
views
super
that don't
fans
fail.
in my live
I'm
streams,
an
especially if you're in here a
anti-realist.
lot.
Okay, cool. So you're an
you get
anti-realist.
unlimited yes, no questions.
So for this discussion,
Thanks,
you're an
Carol.
anti-moral realist.
Carol.
So morals
Wow,
are
words
subjective
not
to the
working
individual.
today. Carl, I think you
Yeah, I'm a
appreciate that.
relativist.
Much
Or
appreciated.
you're a relativist. Got you.
Words are not
So
working today.
why does your position have
I
any
need to get a
weight
dictionary
over
and start learning how
over
to
someone
read.
else's who has the opposite view of you?
Most of my moral beliefs cohere with one another.
But I'll explain the
Capable
super
of
fans to
giving
you guys here
good
in a little bit, so
argumentation
anybody
for my
doesn't
moral
know.
beliefs. The argumentation is typically
Alright, hi,
persuasive.
so this one here
I can
starts off with the added flavor.
show
This one
other
is titled
people why,
Unleash Your
say they have
Creativity.
a belief in something
And this
like
space
rape
here
is,
is
you know,
talking
okay.
about
Mhm.
getting yourself
Then they have
out of
other
the box
beliefs
you
like
put yourself
doing
in
harm is wrong.
and limiting your
Then, I
creativity.
can show
You know,
them
there's so many
why
different
their
things that you
beliefs
can go
don't
through and
cohere-
do.
Okay,
So it's
cool.
in a space of
together very
testing
well.
out
Cool.
different
And from there,
creative
I can
aspects
show
in your
them
life
that
here to find
it's
what
actually
really
the
fits
case that
best
they
for
should
you.
believe
But
that
if you're
rape is
sitting there in
wrong,
the same
I mean,
space,
I can just
looking at
give
the same box
sound or
with the
not sound,
same
but
piece of
valid
like
argumentation
literally like an
for my
artist, like
beliefs.
they just go through and have a pencil and they're just drawing this and that. And they're
Okay,
like,
fair enough. So
"Where'd
why
you go?
would
Where'd
so
you
how
go?"
would you
And
go
they,
about
like, they
showing
never
that the Orthodox
explore,
Christian worldview is incoherent
hints. They never explore
when it comes to the case of abortion?
Markers
By getting an
or
argument for the
crayons
Orthodox
or
Christian
just
worldview, and then
abstract,
showing why
whatever
that's
it may be.
incoherent.
Maybe
What
they're
about
not
just on the
finding
moral
that
plane?
right
Like,
views
just if you
themselves
grant
for
my
themselves
paradigm
there,
for the
and they're just
argument,
focusing on
and maybe you
just
can't
gonna
do
get
this,
better
but
this one, this
but
one,
if you
master
grant my
this space
paradigm
here.
for the argument,
No,
and
but
I
if
say
you
there
allow
is a
yourself to go
God,
through and
there
open
is
yourself up to your
objective,
own
real
creativity and your own mind
morality,
here, you might find
and
that
we're
something else works
we're
better.
meant to,
You
or
might
we
be a little bit
should,
more
as a moral ought, we
attuned
should
to
adhere to
mastering
that,
another skill
those laws
a
that he
lot
set forth,
faster
and so on
by
and so
opening your
forth. One of
mind
which
and
not
getting
to
outside the
schmurder.
box there. So starting out with
Yeah, I wouldn't
unleashing your
concede to all
creativity.
of the foundations of your argument.
Okay, so you would just say
And
there
then,
isn't a God.
as we get down into
No, I wouldn't say that there isn't a
space
God because
here,
I don't
the
hold a
main
belief
part
on
of the
that
read,
proposition. I would just ask
this
for the
one
argument and then point out problems within the argument, certain presuppositions. If there's question begging, point out the question begging. If the argument doesn't lead to the
a little bit in
Orthodox
this
Christian
space here, and what's
God,
going on?
then
Okay,
point
so
that out. If it's only a deist, then
one
point
aspect of
that
this
out.
space here
I mean,
Okay.
there are
really
numerous
goes
ways that you could go
into,
about
you know,
showing that argument fails.
learning to
Okay,
be
fair enough.
more
So I'm
present
gonna
in your
try
life
that.
here,
I'm just gonna try to
being
say
more
this. So,
patient and
if
not really
anything at all
worrying
is
about
wrong,
anything
then
that is
schmurder
about
is
to
wrong.
happen,
Would
you know?
you agree with that, or would
we
you
don't
call
know
out
what's going to
some
happen until it
inconsistency there?
happens. I mean, obviously, some people have that power.
I
but,
mean,
you know,
I don't think that
in
the
this space here,
antecedent entails the conclusion.
if we are sitting
or, I'm
in
sorry,
that
the,
future space
the
of
consequent.
worrying about
However,
this, worrying about that, and everything else,
I mean, I would agree
we
that
are
murder
putting
is
up
always wrong,
blockages
just
in our
given the way
life,
that it's
causing
defined.
things to be
It's analytically
in just
wrong.
utter shambles and chaos
Analytically
in
wrong.
life.
Okay.
Creates more
So,
stress.
okay, so you would
to
agree
come
that
back to
schmurder
that
is
present
wrong,
moment and be
at
more
least for this
grateful
argument.
what you have.
Yeah, that's an analytic
That
truth.
energy and
It's
that
true by
that
definition.
gratitude allows
schmurder
you
is
to
wrong.
just kind of
Okay, and so
sit
how do you
down
define
inside of
schmurder? Just so I'm clear on what you're saying is wrong.
It just goes nicely on the
The
flow, but as soon
unjustified
as you go
killing.
back in that space of,
Okay.
I wish I had this, I wish I had this,
And so
I wish I
it
had this,
seems to
you
me
start
that
to create a bunch of
to
waves in
abort
your-
a fetus
your,
is to
ocean here,
kill
and
it
starts to
without
knock the boat back
justification.
and
So
forth, and it's just
where do you?
You'd have to show
unstable.
that there's no
But
justified
in the
reason
space
to
of
kill the
gratitude brings you
fetus
back to
in
stability
order to say
and
that killing the
brings
fetus is
smooth
murder.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll just ask,
sailing
what is the
for you in this
justified
space here.
reason?
Well, that's
But the
burden
other
shifting,
space that I'm kind of
But you
sitting
can't
at
answer
on
it,
this
or-
area here, I
I
think
mean,
that
I
there's
could
a lot
answer
of
it,
things
but are
that
we
you
not
kind of
investigating your
um,
stance?
Well, I
carry
was
with
kind of
you
investigating
very
yours
heavy on the heart
before, I
in the
thought,
space
but
here that maybe
You
you
asked
should
me
not
how
be,
I would go about
you
showing
know,
your argument to be
holding
false,
on
and then
to.
you
There's
started giving me an argument.
sometimes
So my assumption
there
is
are
that
things that happen
if
in
you're
our life
asking me
that
how I'd show your argument to be false, and then you start
we
giving me an
tend to
argument that
just
I'm critiquing
bottle
the
up
argument.
and hold
okay,
on.
I guess the argument I'll
Am I,
give.
like,
We don't
really
really do
Okay.
anything with
wrong
it. It
in
just
my
kind of sits in that
assumption,
bottle.
or-
But
No, I
then
think you're right. I
what
think
just
you're right.
happened, we put it in the
So
bottle,
then I'll give you
and
the
then
argument that
there's that
to
bottle
take the
becomes
life
so
of an
full
innocent
and
human
this
fetus
and that, so
is
you can't really
always
shove much more in the
unjustified.
bottle, and it gets to a point where now
In
you have
every
now you're
case,
sitting
it's
there, you have to
unjustified.
be.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
facing that
normatively,
next
it's
situation that
unjustified.
happens in
My
your
bad.
life there,
Yeah.
but you
Well, yeah, in
you
every
can't really.
normative.
There's
What
just
do you
like
mean by normatively?
Just
you
like,
can't-
Typically, we're
it's just
talking
like
about
it's so
ethics.
overwhelming because you're going through dealing
Sure,
with
yeah.
this
Again,
one
like
parent,
I'm
you know
not
that
like
everybody
a
else is having this battle,
philosophy.
the
I
other
never
things
took
you
a
gotta go through and
class
deal
or
with,
anything like
and
that.
it just creates
I just have
this
this belief and this strong
it's this
feeling that to take the
frustration,
life
and it
of
just
human beings
explodes.
is murder
So in
and
this
is
space
therefore
here, it's
wrong.
about time for you to go through
So I'm
and
trying to get
empty
to
out
the
your
bottom of
mind,
that.
dealing with everything as it comes.
Right, but
So
when I asked you, do you think
instead of
that's
you
true
pushing
in every
things into a
case, you
bottle,
said normatively
in
it
that
is.
present
And
moment,
that's
Yeah.
what I'm
things
asking
are
you is
coming
what do
in,
you mean by
deal with that.
normatively?
If it
Oh, I
wasn't
just
kind
mean
of
you
pain
may
that
be
you were
able to
dealing with in
present
that
some
moment there, emotionally or
hypothetical or
physically,
some
deal with it at
situation
that
where it's not
moment
so
and don't
clear,
wait any longer.
like
Because the
I don't
longer
know,
you
some
wait, the more
terrorist
things pile
thing
up and
or
it becomes
whatever, you know,
a lot
the
more
partial molar
difficult for you to
pregnancy
deal
or
with
something
things
like that.
because,
But I'm just
you
saying,
know,
in
it's
most
easy to go
cases,
over
the way
here
we
and
should
deal with this one
organize our
situation
society and
versus
our
dealing with this one
our
situation
laws
and you have 7 or 8
and our
things waiting
rules
for you.
is
And you're
to
like,
confirm the
well,
moral
once I get done with
value
this,
that
I still have more
murder
stuff to
is
deal with.
wrong.
It's like,
Do you mean that it's prima facie
stop.
wrong?
You know?
What does that mean?
Allow yourself
You could
that
interpret it
freedom
as like at first
from that
glance or
bottle,
absent further
dealing with everything
justification.
now, so that you can use them back on that track to dealing with things as they come. So you don't have
Yeah, I
more
think there's gonna be
of
very
that stress
few
that comes into your life
justifications,
here.
but yeah, sure. Maybe
Okay,
none,
well,
but
if,
yeah.
if
Deal
what
with
you
it
mean is
now,
without
not
justification
later.
it's wrong, then that's just obviously true, right? Because if it's unjustified, then it would just turn out to be wrong. But if what you mean is that
Seen too
in
many
most
people crash
cases it's
out.
wrong and that there need to be overriding
I just
considerations,
crashed out.
then that
And
could
that's
still lead to
by
a
doing the same
pro-choice
thing.
conclusion, given that
Don't do it.
there
It's
could
not
be
fun.
overriding considerations for the mother to attain an abortion that would render the action not unjustified. And if the action's rendered not unjustified, then it would just turn out to be permissible.
Okay, so I can't think of any of those examples. I can't think of any occasions where it would be right, say, to commit an abortion.
I'm
So
not even saying that it would be right,
Alright.
like it would be a morally good
You're
thing
wrong.
to do. I'm
Very,
saying
very
that
wrong.
it could be permissible, just
And
given
then
some level of
next up we have
justification.
Karen and
And
Sandra
somebody
Dahl
could
for
just
your
say that
guys' yes
pregnancy
no
needs that
question. You
level
guys
of
want to go ahead and put them up here?
justification.
You guys can.
Right, but regardless, you can't think of a singular case, like not even one case of abortion, where it turns out that abortion would be
Sandra
permissible.
Dahl, did you say you're a stay-at-home mom?
no, not
Is that what you said?
really.
What if we just had? What if
I
we
read
had
that right.
knowledge that
There
the
we go.
fetus in utero was going to be the next Schmittler, and he was going to commit a G-side?
Oh
Would it
no.
be permissible then?
No, yeah, we're not allowed to. We're not. It's not permissible to do evil to justify some future
You and
good.
Morgan start doing
That's part of
Wait,
the
I'm
Christian
sorry.
faith.
So, if
Mommy
we have
advice live
knowledge
streams.
that my fetus in utero, and there's nothing that we could do to stop it outside of killing them.
There you go.
If we have knowledge that my fetus is going to commit a genocide,
I know that's what
it
Morgan
would
said that
be
she was going
wrong
to start
for
doing.
me to kill it in order to stop the genocide from ever occurring.
Yeah, it's a little bit malformed because we believe genuinely in free will as well, so there couldn't be nothing that prevents it. But yeah, I mean, regardless, there's no evil that we are permitted to do, even if it justifies some future good or quote unquote justifies, because we don't know the weight of human life. We can't make that determination.
Yeah, to be clear, I do have some contentions with that free will stuff, but just make the assumption that I'm like a psychic, I have a crystal ball, and I'm aware of all of the things that the fetus is going to do in its future. And in every single case, in every case of what it could do in its future, it ends with it committing genocide, right? Not that it doesn't have free will.
So within
it's
within
just
the free
that
one,
it uses
Sandra Dahl
its
be
free
a
will
yes, no,
to commit
or no,
genocide.
Yeah, gotcha.
That would be more of like
Okay,
my mini.
do you still think
Put
that
that
it
one
would be
there. So
wrong
more like general
for
type
me
read.
to kill the fetus in advance?
Yes.
Karen, unfortunately, that one there was
Okay,
for you.
that's the reductio to the view.
That's not a
That's
That's
certainly a reductio. Almost
No.
everybody would say, nearly everybody would say,
No, I
yeah,
told
well,
that
there are
friend of
strong
mine,
utility reasons
Yeah,
in
but
favor
like,
of killing
they
the
game all the
fetus.
time.
Did you just hear what you just said?
when they're off work.
You said
Like,
you said nearly everybody would
stream
say
it. Yeah,
X,
no, it never
that there are
knows what
reasons,
happened.
et cetera. That's an appeal to the masses. That's not a reductive.
do
No,
it
that's
anyway,
not an
might as
appeal
well.
to the masses.
Stream
It's
it
Yes,
saying
it
to make
that
out of it.
what you said is incredibly unintuitive and it points out
Okay.
an
Kind
Kind
absurdity.
of one of the
The
Right,
ways
no-
I started doing what I was doing.
Well, what's logically
absurdity-
inconsistent
the
about
making,
it?
it's not that it's
bracelets on
illogical.
here.
It's not that it's a
I was
reductio
like,
because it
I'm
proves
already
a
making them anyway.
contradiction.
Might as well.
The reason
Uh-huh.
it's a reductio
When
is
the
because
camera
it points
towards
out
me,
an
press the button,
absurdity.
make 'em and
The absurdity being
start.
that you don't weigh into consideration all of the utility factors in the given
Look
case.
at my live
Yeah, of
stream.
course I
So
don't,
Nearly
because I'm not a
every single
utilitarian.
thing
Started out with
here,
me making
you don't
bracelets.
have to be a utilitarian to consider utility.
Yeah, but when it comes to
You're
taking the
welcome.
life of
You're
a
welcome.
human being, you would have to be a utilitarian to say it's good to take the life of a human being to provide some utility to others or myself later down the line.
It's not,
Look, just
Johnny,
take a
it is
case
not.
where if I don't kill
It is the
like
souls
the
of
fetus, then the
those
entire
that are
world is going to
disrespectful
implode.
Yeah.
Give
Do you think it would be
anything.
wrong for me to not kill the, or I'm sorry, do you think it would be wrong for me to kill the
Yeah,
fetus?
Yes.
So many.
Okay, yes. Like that's a clear reduction.
But you
It's
it's
an
not a
absurd-
clear
I used to
you
make them
you
all the
realize
time.
that just
I still
something being
have,
absurd in your opinion or the opinions of many people in a
Subway.
mass
Yeah,
doesn't
back there I
prove
have a bunch of,
incoherence
like,
in the
beads
worldview,
and stuff like that,
and it's not a
Actually,
reductio.
I
I
would like
think
to
that
get
I can
more and start
point
making
out.
more.
I think I can point
'Cause I
out
think
why
that'd
it's
be kinda cool.
incoherent.
Go for it.
Do you think that inaction? Yeah.
I miss
do you
making my
think
bracelets.
that you think one via
Let me
inaction?
see if I have.
I'm sorry, you kind of cut out. What was it? You can you do what?
I have some in here.
Do you think
There's
you
a
can kill
couple of
people
them that
via
I made.
via inaction? Not inaction, but inaction.
In action. Do you think
It's
you
got
can
fire
kill people
quartz,
via inaction? No.
bloodstone.
I mean, I might need some clarification on what exactly that would look like, but
Garnet as well.
Yeah. So like, if I make a choice to not
And
feed my
sunstone.
infant, and
Oh,
my
yeah.
infant starves to death.
yeah.
Okay, I haven't
this
done
one?
anything.
Another one I
I've
had?
failed to act.
Yes,
Do you
yes,
think
yes,
that you
yes.
can,
Diamond painting sometimes?
kill somebody
Nice.
due to a
Cynthia
failure to
does,
act?
Yeah,
some
So
definitely.
you agree with that, and
diamond
you think that it's
work as
wrong
well.
to kill
Like,
innocent
she does
human
things
beings?
where like
Yes.
you can send her
Okay,
a
in the
picture
given case that I've given
and
you, or in the
she
case
can go
that I've
through
given
and
you,
Uh-huh.
do a
it's
whole make a diamond
true
art
that
out of all that. There.
not only am I failing to act
Did you put
in
your question
saving
up
every single
here?
person on the
Where
world,
if it went?
but I'm failing to save hundreds of thousands, probably millions
You
of
might have to private
innocent
message it to me and
humans.
hop back in because I think I got
By,
filtered
I
out.
mean, like innocent humans, like newborns and
I got
fetuses.
filtered
Yeah.
And if it's the case that I'm failing to act and I'm killing, millions of fetuses and millions of innocent
I got
newborns,
one
Mhm.
coming.
then it
for
seems
her.
like it is an inconsistency in your worldview.
No.
Because what you're
I
telling
think
me
they are
is that
going
stop.
to
Because
Okay.
what you're
hand
telling
deliver
me
it
is
to
that
me. So
by me
the
not
first time
killing
actually
this
meeting
one
somebody
fetus,
from my
it's better for me to not kill this one
so it'd be
fetus.
cool.
Mhm.
And by doing that, through inaction of killing that
Those
one
later
fetus,
sometimes definitely will
I
get
am, in virtue of
scary
not
splits in
doing
half.
that, then I am
I feel
killing
like I would do the
millions
same
and
thing.
millions
Like,
and millions
well,
Yep.
of
this
innocent
was fun.
humans, as well as millions
this
of
is fun.
non-innocent
Dude,
humans.
my
Like I'm
day's
killing
going
8 billion
good.
people.
Going
Sure,
really
sure.
good. How's your
So,
day going?
I think that does
How
point
about
out an
you?
inconsistency. I think that does show.
Can I
that
show
your
you why it's
worldview
not?
is flawed. Yeah, I mean, you can try.
Yeah. So what the first example you said, you think I don't think in every case where there's an inaction, where you don't take an action, it is necessarily evil, right? So like for instance,
I agree.
the example you gave me
Okay.
was that
Alright.
to not feed
Wait,
your
say we can
child
come back. Okay, alright,
so that it would die
Let's
would
do
be
it, let's
doing
do it.
some evil by inaction. But to feed the child is good. That's not evil at all. Then the second thing you gave me is to commit an evil, as in kill a child, for the purpose of some good later.
Alright, Moonstar. Good afternoon as well.
Do you think
That's completely different. So it's
Sorry, I just want to clarify real quick. Do you think that I'm responsible for the death of every single person on the planet when I choose not to have the abortion?
no.
Okay, who do you think is responsible for the death of every single person on the planet?
Whatever evil actor created this scenario where you'd have to kill the child to save everyone else, like the devil or something like that.
Let's just assume that there's no evil actor, that I just spontaneously pop into a room, and in the room there are 2 buttons.
I
There's
don't
a button
think so.
that, well, actually,
feel
there's
like-
1 button and a timer.
Mhm.
There's a button that says kill the fetus, and the fetus dies when I press that button.
This space here.
And underneath it,
started
it
to
says
make some
killing the fetus is
changes,
the only way to save the entire
and
planet.
it's like to
And then
really
the
bring
timer
things
is set for 3
back.
hours. And I'm given 3 hours to make a decision
Well,
But I
between
don't
killing the
think so.
fetus and killing the entire world. Okay, now who is responsible for the entire world
Hey,
imploding?
T, I don't think
I
you
mean,
are
whoever
either.
made the button,
11
whoever's
followers.
actually gonna kill
There's
all the
nobody
whole
who made
world.
the
I-
button. It just spontaneously pops into existence.
Well,
Softer, please. Yeah, I know. She's
then this
loud.
is I mean this
She's
is obviously
loud.
so insane, but fair enough. I mean yeah, I
She
still
likes
think
it.
you wouldn't
She
be
loves it.
justified in pressing that button.
Okay, yeah, look,
So
then,
or what was the
then I
exact
think
question?
that-
Like who is responsible for the death of all the
think
people?
most of it's 'cause
Well,
our floors.
then nobody.
Yeah, the
in
reason
your
that
in
I
your
asked-
strange hypothetical, nobody is, but that doesn't mean
Yeah, we
you
don't-
should be the one that's responsible.
You don't think that
We
through
are
my
so
inaction,
talented.
I'm responsible for the death of the entire planet?
No.
Love you.
What's the distinction between me being
Sorry.
responsible for the death of the entire planet in
Thank
this
you.
case, where I have ample opportunity to save the entire planet,
She's really
and
down
me
to
being
looking at
responsible
me. She's
for the
like,
death of the fetus through,
really?
or I'm sorry, the newborn through inaction,
Mhm.
in the other case I gave you, where I just failed to feed the fetus, or the newborn.
Because you couldn't be held responsible for refusing to do an evil
I
act.
love you, Miss Go. I love
Okay,
you.
but look, I mean,
cute.
you're assuming that it's evil, but I'm
You're
not quite
cute.
sure why it's evil.
Well,
given
aren't
the
you asking?
stipulations in the
Aren't you trying to show a contradiction or an incoherence in my worldview? So this is
and
my
I think
worldview.
I do think I showed the incoherence. I'm asking
What
you
is
why
this?
it's evil. Right? Why is it evil in this particular case for me to press the button?
Oh, because you'd be murdering the child. So.
Right, but in virtue of me not murdering the child, I'm killing 8
Another
billion
package was
humans.
delivered.
Well, you're not the one
That was
killing
one of
8 billion
I'm
humans.
about
You've been
to hit-
put into this room with these
I'm about to hit.
buttons.
I'm about to hit that spot. Hold on a minute.
What's that?
Yeah, that was in my mailbox. I gotta go check the mail.
My service is gonna go out for a minute.
Oh, okay.
On my break. Ha! It's 4 o'clock. It is. My
Yeah, I
break
mean,
time.
I just don't think you're ever justified to do. But again, I'm not a utilitarian, so you're asking me this
is my break
hypothetical and
time.
saying it's absurd
As I
in
was looking
your or someone else's utilitarian
So I do need
worldview.
to
But
go
I'm not a
ahead and take
utilitarian,
my
so I don't see how
little
this is
bit of
relevant
break
or a
here.
reductio to
Go to the
my view.
post office. Go get my.
You don't have to be.
milk
You
and
don't
everything
have
else.
to be a utilitarian to take utility into
Go get
consideration.
all of my.
No, but
In
you
fact,
do.
most ethical positions do take utility into
So,
consideration.
guys, I'm gonna take my
The-
first break. I will come back in about an hour.
Utility into
And
consideration.
then.
Right, but I'm
The
not a
particular
threshold.
utility
I'm not
into
any of these things.
consideration.
I'm not any of
But
these
even
things.
virtue
Showing you love and
ethicists.
support. You guys have been amazing.
So you're providing
What
reductios
else?
to other
Fucking
worldviews.
service.
From my
I
I'm
know.
heart
saying
to yours.
no, that's not what I'm
Love
doing.
you
No,
guys.
I'm not providing reductios
Stay
to other
safe.
worldviews.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing then?
Or worldviews.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hold on a second.
What are
It's
you
like
doing
going
then?
in and out.
Yeah.
It'll just be a minute. I
Oh.
need this light to turn green.
All right.
Hold on a second, because my start keep going in and out. It'll just be a minute.
Yeah.
I need this light to turn green.
All right. All right.
Okay, it should be better now. Is it better?
It sounds good. Yeah.
Hold
All
on.
right.
Okay. The reason why I'm not applying, look, it's not a reductio to other worldviews, it's a reductio to yours. And
Okay,
the
it
reason
should
it's a
be better
reductio
now.
to
Is it
yours
better?
Because your
It sounds
worldview
good, yeah.
fails to account for common intuitions regarding
The
how
reason why I'm
strong
not
of
applying,
utility
look,
reason
it's not a
it
reductio
is when we're talking about saving the entirety of the planet
to
Earth.
account
Wait,
for
so you
common
just said
intuitions
common
regarding
intuitions?
how strong of utility reason
Yeah.
it is
Yeah,
when we're
not
talking
only,
about
like,
saving the
not just
entirety of the
common
planet
intuitions,
Earth.
but like
Now-
nearly everybody.
Wait, so you
reason
just
why
said
that's
right to
common
appeal to the
intuitions-
masses.
Hold on.
Points out an absurdity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not
No,
only
that's
like
not an
not
appeal to
just
the masses.
common
How is it
intuitions,
not?
but
Points
like
out to
nearly
an
everybody's
I'm
intuitions.
explaining that.
It
Right,
points
so-
Not an appeal to the masses because it points out an
Everybody's
absurdity.
intuitions.
And
It
the
Right,
points
so
reason
out
why
appeal
it's
to the
absurd
masses.
out an absurdity.
is because
No, that's
the
not an
vast
appeal to the
majority of
masses.
ethical frameworks
It
How is
points
it
out
not?
an
disagree with you
absurd.
in this case.
I'm
Actually,
explaining that.
nearly
Okay.
every
The
single
vast
ethical
majority.
framework
Wait, I
points
just
out
want to
an
get what you're
absurdity.
saying. I want to make sure
And
I
the
get the
reason
vast
why it's
majority of
absurd
ethical frameworks
is
would
because
disagree
the vast
with my
majority of
decision
ethical
or
frameworks
my
would
ethic
disagree
in
with
this
you in this
position.
case.
Okay,
Actually,
that's an appeal to the
nearly
masses.
every
How do you not see
single
that?
ethical framework-
Wait, I just want to get what you're saying. I want to make sure what I is get the the
showing
vast
you that
majority
if
of
every
ethical
single-
frameworks would
if every
disagree
other
with my
framework
decision
would refer
or
to
my
this as
ethic
being
in this
absurd
position.
except for yours,
Okay, that's an
then
appeal
it's
to the
valid for
masses.
you to
How do you not
reject,
see that?
at least whatever intuition brought you to
Make sure I
this.
get- what is it?
showing
It's
me
not an
that
intuition.
every
To
single
adopt another
if
one
every
of
other
whatever
framework
brought you to this
would refer to
conclusion
this
and
as being
adopt
absurd except
another
for yours,
conclusion.
then it's
Now-
reason for you
Wait,
to
so
reject,
wait, sorry. Can I stop? Because
at
you're
least
you're saying a
whatever
lot of stuff, so I
intuition
need to
brought you to
respond to
this,
things as you bring
and
them up. So
to adopt-
you're saying if my
you to this
framework
conclusion and
doesn't
adopt
lead me
another
to a
conclusion.
conclusion that
Not
the
who
things
muted
as
you,
you
but
bring them
somebody
up.
did.
So okay, you're saying
Sorry.
if my framework doesn't lead to a conclusion
I don't know who muted
that
you, but somebody
a
did.
bunch of other people's or
Sorry.
everyone
So,
else's
if my
leads
framework
them to,
doesn't lead to a conclusion,
then my framework is wrong.
that a bunch of other people's or
No,
everyone
that's not what I'm
else's
saying. I'm not saying that
framework
you're
leads
necessarily
them
wrong.
to,
I'm saying that it's
then my framework is wrong?
raising that your framework is wrong.
No,
Okay,
that's
so it's an
not what
appeal
I'm
to the
saying. I'm not
masses. I
saying
mean,
that
how
you're
are you?
necessarily
Are you
wrong.
serious?
I'm saying that it's probability
Making a
raising
claim about the
that your framework
probability
is
of your
wrong.
worldview
Okay, so
being
it's an
wrong
appeal to the masses.
says
I mean,
nothing
how
about
are you?
Probability
your
is not an
worldview
appeal to the
correct.
masses.
Well, wouldn't that
Making
imply
a
that
claim about the
Okay.
probability of your worldview being wrong
Sorry, go ahead.
says nothing about
Okay,
whose
it doesn't
worldview is
then
correct.
state
Well,
that your
wouldn't that
worldview is
imply-
wrong because of
Your
everybody
worldview
else.
is correct.
It's saying
Well, wouldn't
that
that imply
your
that
worldview
Okay.
fails to account for common
Sorry, go
ahead.
intuitions, and
Okay.
given
It
its
doesn't
failure to
then
account
state that
for
your worldview is
common
wrong
intuitions,
because of
that's
everybody
what
else.
renders it less
It's saying that
Your
Okay.
worldview,
Okay.
philosophers will accept that
fails
intuitions
to account for common intuitions. That's what renders it less probable. Most
ethical
philosophers will accept
Okay, I
that
mean, I could bring up
intuitions,
now that there are obviously
count in
millions and
favor,
millions of Orthodox Christians, and then we could add in Catholics and
count in
other.
favor,
But I'm not even gonna. I don't even have to
regarding
do
the
that.
probability of some
I don't
Bring
have
up
to do
now
that.
that there are obviously millions and millions of Orthodox Christians, and then we could add in
You could,
Catholics
and I would,
and other.
yeah,
But
you
I'm not
could,
even
and then
gonna. I don't even have to do
I would
that.
remind,
No, absolutely not.
I'm not even
and then
gonna.
I
I don't
would,
even have
Why
to
do-
do
why
that.
do you say
what I
that?
was trying to say before, which is that most Orthodox Christians would disagree with you on this.
No, absolutely not.
Probably,
Yes,
Why do you say that?
Mm-hmm.
there are like
not a single one that I can think of would
like,
agree with you on this
there are
case.
like
Well, then they're misreading the
hundreds
fathers.
of them
I
on
mean,
this
it's
app.
very clear. That
And I've
it's
spoken with
it's in the New
probably,
Testament
I don't know,
itself.
20
I mean,
of
it doesn't
them.
get more clear than
And
that. That you
not a
can't
single
perform
one
some
that I can
evil
think
for
of would
the
agree
sake
with
of
you on
some
this
perceived
case.
good.
Well, then
So,
they're misreading the
on what
fathers.
basis
I mean,
are
it's
they
very
disagreeing?
clear.
So
It's in the New Testament itself. I mean, it doesn't get more clear than that. That
I
you
can
can't
find it.
perform some evil
I
for
don't
the
think-
sake of some perceived
I have
good.
it written down
So,
somewhere.
on what basis are they disagreeing with me?
But regardless,
Yeah,
so
well-
okay, here it is.
In the New Testament.
okay, I don't know what
Romans
verse.
3:8,
I have it written down
and I'll
somewhere.
go there.
Okay, but regardless, so okay, here it is. Romans 3:8.
But regardless of that,
Sorry, I just want to get clear on the verse first.
Sure. Yeah, no.
Either way.
Okay, Romans. I'm ready.
But regardless of that,
I just want to make sure that.
Sorry, I
Either
just want
way,
to
I
get
don't
clear
think
on
that
the verse
appealing back to
first.
the
Sure.
framework
Yeah,
that
no.
to an
Either
absurdity
way,
is going
I
to
don't
Okay,
think
Romans.
that this-
I'm
Well,
ready.
I'm
Either
saying
way, I don't
it's
think-
not
hold
an
on, real quick, I just
absurdity.
wanna
It's
make
just
sure that-
it's
Either
an
way, I don't
appeal
think that
to
appealing
your
back to the
intuition and a
framework
bunch
that
of
led
other
you to an
people's,
absurdity
but it has
is
nothing
going
to do
to
with
phase
my
you in this
worldview.
case.
Well, I'm saying it's not an absurdity. It's just
It is an
an
absurdity,
appeal to
and I
your
that it doesn't account for intuition, for common
That's what I'm
intuition.
saying.
your
Explain for
intuition
you-
and a bunch of other people's, but it has
No,
nothing to
I
do with my
explained
world.
is because of the fact that it doesn't account for
Yep.
intuition, for common intuitions, for the intuitions of the vast majority of people, right? Like the trolley problem, for example,
Yep,
the vast
right.
majority
So,
of people agree that you
utilitarianism.
should pull the lever.
No, that's not utilitarianism.
That people
What
agree
is-
that you should pull the lever, and the reason why, and
Uh-huh.
the reason why is because of the good.
Okay,
that pulling the
so
lever
if I
does.
got you right, then you said
Consistent with
the
threshold
fact that my
deontology
conclusion
and
doesn't
virtue
align
ethics.
with common intuition means that my
You
view
said
leads
the
to an
fact that
absurdity.
my conclusion doesn't align
I'm saying
with
that the reason
common
it's absurd
intuition
is because it goes
means
against
that
Yup.
my
the vast
view.
majority of people's intuitions. Yes.
Okay, and you don't see that that's an appeal to the masses. I mean, that's
That's
like the
not an appeal to
definition
the
of it.
masses.
That's the definition of it. I mean, should I bring it
No,
up?
if I was making an argument and I said your worldview is false because most people disagree,
That's what
that
you
would
just
be an
said.
appeal to the masses.
That's what you just
That's
said.
not what I'm saying. Nope. I'm saying it's absurd, not that it's false.
Okay. So, absurdity in like logically or in this argument is defined by what doesn't conform with a bunch of people's intuitions. Is that essentially it?
Okay. It's not a bunch of people, right? A bunch of people could even be the minority. It's the vast majority of people.
Okay, so because the vast majority of people don't agree with my conclusion, then my conclusion is absurd.
Yeah, well, yeah, kind of. If the vast majority of people think that your conclusion or the way that you answer a given case is incredibly unintuitive, then yeah, that would render it absurd.
Okay, and I'm saying that's like I don't know how else to really say it. That's just that's just their opinion. I mean, that's a fallacy. That has nothing to do with
Well, that's
whether
not
something.
a fallacy, right? Fallacies are something that's present in flawed argumentation. I'm not giving an argument.
Well, you're giving me the argument that my conclusion is absurd, that my worldview is absurd. You're trying to use a reductio to show the whole worldview is absurd because this one conclusion is absurd.
I'm giving you a reductio as a form of argumentation, to be clear.
Oh, what is it then?
I'm giving you a hypothetical, right?
Yeah.
And you're answering the hypothetical in a way that's so unintuitive to the masses.
Yeah.
And given that hypothetical being so unintuitive to the masses, I'm telling you that it's absurd. Now, I'm not giving that to you in an argument. I'm not saying your worldview is false. Therefore, the quote-unquote fallacy doesn't apply here.
Well, just because you say you're not giving an argument doesn't mean you're not giving an argument. You realize that, right?
Like, what do you think it means to give an argument?
Just the simplest, I don't know, you know, to make a claim, you know, to some end. You're making a claim that my worldview
that's not what
is absurd.
An argument is. This is why you're confused about.
Okay, so tell me what an argument is. Yeah, tell me what an argument is.
Yeah, I'm going to. An argument is where you have a list of premises, and those premises necessarily entail the conclusion. I'm not giving you an argument.
Okay, and so your reductio, it's not argumentative. It's just, what is it? It's for the sake of talking, or?
Yeah, it's not meant to be argumentative. It's meant to show you why your worldview is absurd.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's the claim you're making. My worldview is absurd. That's your claim. So I don't know if you're making an argument. Maybe you're not making an argument. You're making a claim, though.
No, it's a part of an internal critique.
Yeah, right. And I'm saying, but internally, you've showed no absurdity. You've just said a bunch of other people think it's absurd, therefore it's absurd. But internally, you've shown no contradictions.
No, you don't have to show a contradiction to show that there's a reductio. There are different types of reductios, right? There's the type of reductio ad absurdum, which is the kind that I'm giving you.
Yep, exactly, yeah.
Right? Which just shows that something within your worldview is absurd. There are reductios where you prove a contradiction. And then there are reductios in the form of an argument, right? I'm giving you a reductio ad absurdum. I'm telling you that the fact that your view fails to account for common intuitions of the vast majority of people. In fact, I don't think that there's anybody who would agree with you, but we'll just say that, you know, there are, and we're talking about the vast majority. That shows some absurdity in your view, and that absurdity in your view serves as enough reason for nearly anyone with like more than 2 brain cells to reject your view.
Right. So you're saying if a bunch of other people, even if the majority of other people reject my view, then the view is false. That's what you're saying, right?
No,
or
I'm
no?
not telling you that the view is false.
So then you're making a statement that's saying my view is neither true nor false. So why are you even?
No, I'm telling you that the view is absurd.
Okay. And what does absurd mean? What does it mean for a view to be absurd?
Means that it doesn't account for common intuitions or for the intuitions of the vast majority of people.
Oh, okay. Well, I agree with you that my view, actually, in terms of the whole world, I'd say most people, their intuition is that abortion is wrong, but fair enough. I mean, that's we could just go back and forth on that, but
it's about this particular question. The vast majority of people, if asked, you know, if in order to save the entire world, we had to sacrifice one human.
Yep.
Would that be permissible? The vast majority of people would say yes.
Okay. I mean, fair enough. I still don't see how that proves anything about my stance on abortion being wrong.
In fact, I have still yet to meet a theist that would agree with you, like a singular theist.
I know. I think most theists don't take their theism to the natural conclusions, and they don't follow the law really that well. So if they're saying that, they're conceding something which they absolutely should not be. So then how does this apply to my view of abortion?
By the way.
Sorry?
And the reason it applies is because I had asked you if there's any cases in which it would be permissible to kill an innocent human.
Yeah.
And you said no.
Okay.
And I gave you a case where it seems obvious that it would be permissible to kill an innocent human. And you said no, it's still not permissible in this case. And if it's not permissible in this case, then, I mean, I just have reason to not, continue engaging. It seems like if this incredibly obvious case where it would be okay to kill one innocent human isn't okay under your worldview, then the worldview is going to be so absurd that it's impossible for you to convince me of that worldview. And I don't have conversations with people. I don't feel incredibly inclined to have conversations with people who I don't think could possibly convince me of their worldview. I think that that's fruitless, and it gets boring.
Okay, well, I mean, I would love to convince you of my worldview, but I don't have any preconceived notion that
hypothetical, it's quite literally impossible for you to do so.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's totally fair. That doesn't say anything about the worldview being false, though. You do admit that.
I've never said that the worldview.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So can we go back to abortion then? So where do you disagree?
This is where we got from talking about abortion. Right?
Well,
And
but you just
presumably
admitted that
your
that says
worldview-
nothing about my abortion view being false.
No, I didn't say your abortion view. I said your worldview. And
Okay, fine. So you didn't say my. So why is my abortion view false then? Especially if my worldview can't even be shown to be
Your
false.
abortion view led us to this conclusion.
Well, no, you
That's
led
why
us to this
I would never
conclusion
be convinced. That's why I would never be convinced of your position on abortion.
because my worldview hasn't been proven false.
No, because your abortion view led us to the conclusion that it wouldn't be okay to sacrifice one human in order to save the entire world.
Okay, so but you, like you said, that doesn't show anything about my worldview being false, right? I'm not being unfair, right?
I didn't say that your worldview is false.
Exactly.
What I
So
said was that, look, what I said was that there is no possible way of you convincing me of the view. And given the fact that there's no possible way of you convincing me of the view, and I'm only an open-minded person, I don't have conversations where I think it's impossible for someone to convince me, then I don't see reason to continue the conversation.
and so on what basis have you decided that it's impossible to convince you of this worldview? Just because you find it personally absurd that I would answer the question a certain way?
Yeah, if I find it incredibly absurd, then I'm not going to be convinced of it.
So you don't have conversations with people if you think that their conclusions or worldviews are absurd, and yet you claim to be an open-minded person.
No, I am an open-minded person. In fact, my mind has been
But
changed
only
on numerous occasions.
And
by pro-lifers and pro-choicers alike.
And has your mind ever been changed where you previously thought the position was absurd, but then you changed your mind and now you believe that it's not absurd? Like, for instance, maybe you were pro-life before and come to...
No, not when it doesn't account for, like, any common intuitions. Not even just common intuitions. Not when it doesn't account for the intuitions of the vast majority of people.
Gotcha. So you base your worldview based on what everyone else believes.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
There are certainly aspects that I hold to that most philosophers don't hold to. Like, I hold to certain views about mereology that most philosophers would disagree with. But that doesn't say anything about why it's absurd. Nobody's been able to point out why the worldview is absurd.
Sorry,
right?
which one? Yours?
Your worldview is absurd because not only does it not account for my intuitions, it doesn't account for anyone's intuitions. That's why I'm saying it's absurd. And that's why I'm not, inclined to further the conversation. Because you could change, my intuitions could change, but that doesn't account for anyone's. That what you had previously said was so crazy that anybody who has any sort of framework is going to reject.
Did you want to hear Romans 3:8? I mean, it's really not crazy. I think everyone, all Christians should affirm this view that you can't.
Sorry, Christian Talker, do you agree that in a case where killing one innocent human would save the entirety of the world?
And before you answer, can I read Romans 3:8 to you? And why not say, "Let us do evil that good may come"?
I'm sure he knows Romans 3:8, but let me finish my question.
Clearly they don't.
Let me
okay.
finish my question before you cut me off.
Yeah.
Right. Christian, if killing one innocent human would save the entire world, do you think that it would be permissible to kill that one human?
Yeah, I think that's what God literally did with Jesus. So I think what God did was a good thing.
No, but she didn't say God. She said you.
Yeah, but presumably we should act in accordance with God's nature under your worldview?
No, how could we do that?
I'm sorry, what do you think that...
How could we God is omniscient, omnipotent. He's the creator of the universe. How could we make decisions like he makes when it comes to sacrificing one for the good of the other?
Do you think that we should just not ever make decisions because we couldn't ever live up to God's nature?
No, we should make decisions as best we can according to God's nature. But when it comes to, like, doing something evil, we can't presume to know what God would do in that position.
No, I'm not saying you would know what God would do. I'm saying... shouldn't we try to act in accordance with God's nature?
I'd say we should try to act in accordance with his law, but yeah, sure. I mean, nature that's strange to talk about how we could act in accordance to his nature when his nature is completely different than ours.
And if God has previously killed people in order to save others, then doesn't it seem as though we should kill the one person in order to save the 8 billion?
No, that doesn't follow because God commanded us not to murder.
Murder just means that it's unjustified.
Yeah.
Presumably, in this case, it's justified.
Well, presumably, according to whom?
According to the stipulations of the hypothetical.
According to
all of
yourself
the
in the
compounding
hypothetical.
Factors, right,
According
that
to the individual
in
who's
virtue
in
of
the
not-
hypothetical.
In virtue of not doing this thing, you, by inaction, kill billions of people.
But again, you're just saying, my opinion is this. My opinion is this. The individual
No, I'm
in the
not saying
hypothetical
my
is
opinion
this.
is this. I'm telling you what the factors in the case are.
Yeah, and I'm saying you're applying your subjective standard to those factors in that case to say, I know what I should do.
No, I'm not applying a subjective standard. I'm saying that there are compounding factors in the hypothetical that seems like even under God's law, it would be permissible to take this action.
No, God's law is very clear. We're to love our neighbors as ourselves and not to murder. So, you know.
And when in virtue of me not pressing the button, I murder 8 billion people.
Again, I wouldn't consider that murder. I don't think you did that.
Okay, I did. In virtue of me not pressing the button, I have killed 8 billion people.
Okay.
Right, like that's the stipulation in the hypothetical. It just magically appeared, and I am poofed into this room, and here's the button.
Who poofed you there? Who magically put the button there? I mean, you see how the hypothetical is malformed, right? It's completely impossible.
I don't see why that's impossible. What law of logic does it break?
Well, okay, maybe it's not logically impossible or something like that, but
so it's
it would be.
Under what modality?
It's impossible under maybe. What was that fancy word you used before? Numerologically or something like that. The laws of nature. There has to be someone to put the button there.
Nature does it break?
There would have to be someone to put the button there.
But what law of nature does it break?
Causality.
Okay, you think causality is a law of nature?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Okay, and do you have any reason that I should believe that causality is a law of nature?
Well, if you deny causality, then we're not even having a conversation. I mean, there's no meaning to anything.
No, it could be true that most things are caused, or that all things that we know of are caused, but that there could be something uncaused. That doesn't say that because for all we know, everything has been caused, that it's determinate that everything must be caused.
Okay, so so in this hypothetical, the button and the room and the thing that kills all the other people, if you don't press the button, is uncaused.
Yeah, I'm saying that it just poofs into existence and I get poofed into the room.
Well, that doesn't answer whether it's uncaused or not, because the poofing has to happen, right?
Yeah, it's uncaused.
Okay. Yeah, maybe in your insane, impossible, numerologically, whatever the word is.
You still haven't told me why it's impossible.
I mean, I think it's just kind of obvious, honestly. I think this hypothetical is an absurd way to get around the fact that abortion is wrong.
It might be. No, and look, the point isn't even to show that abortion is okay, right? The point is to show that it's not always wrong to kill innocent humans.
Right, and so this is just an exception to a rule, but exceptions don't disprove rules. Do you agree with that?
This wasn't to disprove the rule that abortion is
Then
wrong.
what was the point of it?
I already explained it. This was to disprove that it's always wrong to kill innocent humans. That in all cases where killing an innocent human is on the table, that would be wrong.
Yeah, but I never said that. So why are you arguing against something I never said? No, I said the rule is normatively it is wrong to take the life of an innocent human. You said, how about this crazy exception, this hypothetical?
No, I said, and I quote, I asked you, and I quote, do you think that in all cases it is wrong to kill innocent humans? And you said yes. You died on the hill of the hypothetical to say yes.
Yeah.
As Evil Kant said in the comments, exceptions can certainly disprove rules. But I'm not saying this particular exception disproves the rule that abortion is wrong. I'm saying this particular case disproves that it is always wrong to kill innocent humans, which you have previously agreed to.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I do think it's completely different than the topic of abortion. If you're saying this hypothetical has nothing to do with abortion, then why did you bring it to the abortion debate? I don't understand.
I brought it up because you said, and I quote, it is always wrong to kill innocent humans.
Which I agree with, and then you've shown that you think it...
This is a clear example of a case where it's not wrong to kill humans.
Yeah, I agree that it's wrong. It's always wrong to do evil, which to kill an innocent human would be, even if it's for the sake of some greater good. that is and you said that's an absurdity because the majority of people would find it personally absurd. Fine, I still think that's a fallacy, whatever. What does this have to do with abortion, though? Because that's what we were actually supposed to be debating.
Look, you laid out a principle during your debate. The principle being that in all cases, it is wrong to kill an innocent human. I'm disproving that principle. And then, look,
But you haven't.
I can walk you down. I think that for everybody in the audience, I have now. I can just walk you down the rest of the dialogue tree to show you why. And look, I don't want you to respond. I'm just going to explain to you what the next moves would have been. Okay, so you were going to, or, any rational agent would say, yes, court, in this particular case, it would be okay to kill the human. Okay, so that disproves the claim that in all cases, it's wrong to kill innocent humans. So then we would go through other cases in which you think it would be okay to kill innocent humans. Then we would apply a case to abortion, where it seems like it would be
Let's do that.
Okay. No, we're not going to do that because you still hold the principle.
Well, who cares? I mean, I'm still interested in talking about abortion and in what cases
And
those are
as I
right.
told you,
Like you said,
now this will be the third time that I've told you this, and I'm hoping that this time you're going to put on your tracking goggles and your listening ears. I don't feel inclined to have conversations with people who I think are incapable of swaying my opinion or changing my mind. When I step into a dialectic with somebody, the point of the dialectic is to have a good faith conversation and to keep an open mind regarding their position.
But you haven't kept an open mind at court.
Stop. There have been pro-lifers who have changed my mind on certain cases, and there have been pro-choicers who have changed my mind on certain cases. I keep my mind open. Now, your position leads to such an absurd entailment that you changing my mind regarding abortion, regarding this conversation, is now not possible.
And who decided that? But by your decision?
Given the fact that it is impossible for you to change my mind, then I don't feel like it's important to continue engaging with you on this topic.
But because you already admitted, right, that when you showed the supposed absurdity of my answer to your first hypothetical, that has nothing to do with whether or not abortion is right or wrong. So why have you closed off your mind to whether I could convince you of that when you said that this is a non sequitur?
Because it's not a non sequitur to your worldview.
So I won't convince you of my worldview. Who cares?
It's just the case that your abortion position led us to this absurd entailment, and given the fact that your abortion position has led us to this insane entailment, I feel what's the word that I'm looking for? Uninterested in continuing with you, given that there is no way that you would ever be capable of convincing me of your position, knowing its entailment.
Okay, and you realize that that's just an assertion on your part, right? That my position is absurd.
An assertion about my mental states that that you would be incapable of, convincing me of your position.
Right. Even though you haven't shown anything to be contradictory about the answer that I gave to you, you said wait. Can I say one sentence? You've talked a lot. Can I say one?
I don't think there's a single person within the audience who agrees that your position is not absurd.
Okay, and that would be
an absurd entailment within your position.
Got you. And that's called an appeal to the masses. So that's all I'm saying.
That was a rhetorical appeal to the audience.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so it proves nothing. It shows nothing. So why is your mind closed?
That's not to say that I've given you any sort of fallacious argumentation.
I'm not saying you've given me fallacious argumentation. I'm saying that's not a valid reason to deny anything I might say further, other than some kind of emotional, personal block that you have towards me.
No, look, I don't have personal blocks towards you. In fact, I don't have any sort of personal problem with you.
Yeah.
And it seems like you're just not tracking, so I'm going to explain it one more time.
Okay.
And if you don't track it this time,
then you can kick me. That's fair. Yeah.
So, again, knowing the absurd entailments of the position that you've laid out, I am not going to be convinced of the position. And given that I am incredibly confident that it is nearly impossible for you to convince me of this position, I am not inclined to engage any further.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. If you don't want to engage,
You
that's.
understand now.
I mean, I understand you don't want to engage. I've understood that the whole time. I've just been trying to defend my position because you haven't shown anything contradictory or incoherent about it. You've just said, I think it's absurd. Wait, can I please finish? Can I please finish?
I've given you
Please.
reasons why I think it's incoherent. I
Yeah,
think it's
and you
incoherent for you to say that.
and the reasons you've given, please,
think
please,
it's-
please.
Yeah, let me explain. Again, it's incoherent for you to say that through my inaction, it would be permissible for me to kill 8 billion people in order to avoid killing 1 human.
Yes.
That is incoherent.
Yes, because you personally believe it is, right?
No, not because I personally believe it is.
Because a bunch of people
You've
personally
laid a
believe it is?
principle- Because you've laid a principle out, and that principle seems obvious.
Seems?
It seems obvious that within that principle, you are now showing.
Oh, you got
Sorry,
muted.
my alarm went off.
Okay,
It
got it.
seems like, it seems to me like the principle you've laid out about it being wrong to kill innocent humans is being violated in this case, where not only is it's not okay for me to kill 1 innocent human in order to save billions of innocent humans.
Okay, so the sentence you just said, I'm trying to quote you verbatim. It seems to me the principle you laid out is, et cetera, absurd, ridiculous, whatever you want to say. Seems to me.
I think it's incoherent.
Okay, incoherent. Seems to me the principle that I've laid out leads to incoherence in my worldview, or is incoherent itself. Okay, so that's your opinion. That's what your opinion is.
Do you know what an intellectual seeming is?
Not exactly. No, you could enlighten me.
Okay, it's a form of justification, right? It says that essentially it's an intellectual intuition.
So intuition, that's another.
Yeah, it's a type of intuition.
Intuitions are subjective as well.
Yeah, intuitions are certainly dependent on minds. That's true.
Yeah.
Right, but there's this concept called intersubjective.
Yep. Gotcha.
Subjective truths, right?
Gotcha.
And it seems like most people think that that's incoherent. Therefore, it would be like an intersubjective type of subjective truth. Now, regardless, what seemings do is they provide justification for our beliefs. If it seems to me that P, absent defeaters, then I'm justified in believing that P. Now, I don't have defeaters for the seeming here. So it seems as though, well, it doesn't seem as though, it just happens to be the case that now I am justified in this defeater, or I'm sorry, in this seeming, in this belief. And the belief
And what is the justification? Sorry.
The justification is the seeming, dumbass. Did you not track it?
Wait, so the seeming is the justification, and the justification is the seeming?
Seemings justify beliefs.
I feel like
And
it's inappropriate to call him a dumbass while he's talking.
well, and I just
I'm
asked a
sorry, are
simple
you new to
question.
debate
I just asked a
topics
simple
before?
question, and it was completely circular what you
Very
said.
childish, but okay.
You said my
Are you new to
seeming is
debate
justified by the
topics
fact that it is a seeming.
You to being
No. What I'm saying is that I have a belief regarding the next, regarding your ability to convince. Xtina, keep your microphone muted, my love. Thank you.
No, I'm not your love.
Okay, well, you are going to keep your microphone muted.
Okay, but I'm not your love.
Okay, well, you are going to keep the microphone muted.
Okay, but don't call me your love.
Okay, you are going to keep your microphone muted.
Okay, but don't call me that.
Cat fight. We got a cat fight.
She's gone. Anyways, look, I have a belief regarding the rest of this conversation. I have a belief that this conversation is not going to be fruitful. It's
Right.
not going to be convincing, that no competent person would be convinced of your worldview. And that belief is justified by the seeming being that your worldview is incoherent. Now, you have yet to provide a defeater for the seeming, thus the belief is justified.
Well, the defeater for the seeming is that, according to your worldview, or this paradigm you're putting forth right now, is that anybody else's seeming would just cancel out your seeming.
No, that's not the case.
Well,
have
if you
to
just
give they'd have to give a defeater for my seeming.
well, you haven't given a defeater for mine. You've just said it seems like a bunch of people would disagree with you.
I've shown your view to be incoherent.
No, you
and
haven't.
untenable.
You asserted it to be absurd based on the fact that a
Can
bunch of
I-
other people would think it's absurd, and you think it's absurd.
No,
That's not a
it's
defeater.
absurd given the fact that it doesn't account for intuitions, which are typically believed to be probability raising.
Okay, I don't believe that those are probability raising.
Okay, do you even know anything? Do you know anything about probability before we have this conversation? Like
I took
can
stats
genuinely-
in 10th grade.
Yeah, we're talking about about like Bayesian probability.
Sure, go for it. Still.
No, look, I'm not going to sit up here and continue to teach you things. Do you know anything about probability?
Does that matter for you, for whether or not your belief is justified that my position is absurd?
No, it matters for whether or not I continue having a conversation with you.
Yeah, it kind of seems like you just have an opinion that my worldview is absurd, and you're appealing to the majority of other people's opinions.
It's not that I have an opinion that your worldview is absurd. It's that I've quite literally shown that your worldview is absurd. And I've shown that the absurdity of your worldview lowers the probability of it being true by the fact that the vast majority of intuitions your worldview doesn't account for the vast majority of people's intuitions, and intuitions are typically thought to be probability raising. And for you to tell me that they're not probability raising, you'd have to give me an argument for that. But for you to give me an argument for that I'm even interested in hearing, you would have to be able to tell me just a little bit about what probability is.
Well, I can give you a reductio.
You'd have to be able to explain what probability is, and you're incapable of doing that. And for the last 15 to 20 minutes, I've been teaching you about philosophy, which, as you've already mentioned, you have never been interested in taking a class on. You've never read anything about. You've been up here spouting different philosophy words that you don't know when you don't know what they mean.
I've been using words in the normative way. I believe that anybody can have conversation using words that they understand. I came up here because
normative means. What do you think normative?
I don't know. Whatever, normal. It doesn't matter. I'm using words the way I'm using words. If you have a problem with it. Okay, wait. Can I give you a reductio to your view that everybody's seeming?
No, like I've said,
Oh, so you're not open to me? You're not open to hearing?
I'm quite literally uninterested in continuing to engage with you, given the amount of dumbass shit you've said on the panel so far.
Okay, because I've said dumb things in the past, that makes me wrong.
No, it's not that you said dumb things in the past and that makes you wrong. It's that you've said so many dumb things that it raises the probability of other things you say being
Okay,
wrong.
what are some of those dumb
Given that
things?
being the case,
What are some of those dumb things?
Okay,
my
things
God,
like
bruh.
using the word normative in the incorrect way, talking about utility and calculating utility within your ethical system, making you a utilitarian, talking about probability, and how things like intuitions don't account for any sort of probability without having any sort of valid argument against that.
Okay, can I...
Attempting to give arguments, and those arguments failing to be both valid or sound. Sound or valid.
Can I give you a dumb thing that I think you said?
Continuously good faith, and
I've been good faith.
And I've tried to disengage with you about 30 times now, and you just continue. You just keep going.
Well, you can kick me whenever you want, but...
Despite my odd... Okay, great.
Well, but wait, can I point out one dumb thing that I think you said?
Well, you can kick me whenever you want.
Despite my odd... Okay, great.
Well, but wait, can I point out?
Take the poll up in the left-hand corner about whether his worldview is absurd based on his answer. Up in the upper left-hand corner, mods aren't able to take it.
His position was that in all cases it's wrong to kill an innocent human, and I just gave him a case where you killing one innocent fetus would save the entire world from imploding. And he said that it would be better for you to kill the 8 billion people through your inaction than it would be for you to kill the one
Complete projection. Classic.
Yeah.
That's obviously an absurdity. I mean, no intuitions account for that. There isn't a single person who believes that. And if you do believe that, then you're a fucking moron.
Right. So that's what she said.
Just your opinion, you know? It's so stupid. Yeah, you're just saying it's absurd. You're not telling me why it's absurd.
100%. Yes.
Reductio is the absurdity. What are you talking about?
It's just her opinion.
These people don't know what reductio means. It is kind of fascinating. They think that if you get someone to say something that you personally disagree with, or even that a bunch of people personally disagree with, that they've provided an absurdity to your worldview that tears apart the worldview. They haven't at all. And I can lay out exactly how. But they don't let you talk. They just project and they project and they project. And they keep saying the same thing over and over and over again and never respond to what you said. So when I asked if I could point out one thing that I think is stupid, that I think a lot of people would think is stupid with her intuitions, is that she said, oh, if the majority of people have an intuition and your worldview goes against that intuition, the probability is that your worldview is wrong. It raises the probability that your worldview is wrong. Oh, interesting. Oh, is that the case? Oh, so in Nazi Germany, when 98% of the people were in favor of Hitler, literally voting for him, I know he took power by force and stuff like that, but it's a common misconception. He had vast support in the German populace. And of course, you had German citizens turning in their Jewish neighbors. And there's a few of them that are hiding them and doing the good thing and hiding their Jewish neighbors. But most of them went along with the Nazi regime. Okay, so if the majority of people are Nazis and you believe that it's wrong to be a Nazi, well, actually, you're probabilistically wrong. Actually, the Nazis are right because the majority of them have this intuition that to kill Jews is a good thing. You guys see how absurd and lame it is? It's the opposite of Phil-broing, you know? I try not to Phil-bro. I'm going to call it Phil-sissing or Phil-she-herring or something like that. Where you talk in circles and circles and circles and you just assert that you're smarter than the other person and therefore you're right. And maybe you do know more words than the other person. Maybe you have studied philosophy or philosophical words more than the other person. But that doesn't make you right. That's another fallacy. So appeal to the masses fallacy, appeal to my own seemings, appeal to my own opinion, appeal to the majority, appeal to a poll in the chat where everyone in the chat is pro-choice already off the bat. It's completely absurd. Just to show you like what I could have done to her, it's like I could have provided a reductio, say the Nazi one, and she says something that I disagree with, and then I just call it absurd. Oop, your worldview. You'll never convince me of your worldview, therefore it's unfruitful to have a conversation. And yet you're the open-minded one. Sounds kind of closed-minded, because when I go into these debates, I have no preconception, no preconceived notion that I will ever convince anybody on the panel of my position. That's not how debates work. You literally can't. Like, if you're in a debate and you flip your position in the middle of the debate, I mean, that's fine. Maybe it's honorable, but you lost the debate. So I don't expect these people to flip their positions. We're presenting each other arguments. Now, her final argument was, you're not going to convince me. Therefore, debate over? I mean, you guys tell me who won that one. I think it was pretty obvious. Subjective. Momo the Como slept with a child. It was their intuition. That means it's more likely to be true, obviously. Yeah. I mean, that's her logic. That's her argument. She's just projecting and willingly ignoring your rhetorical goals when you use those terms. Exactly. They do this things like, can you define that word? Can you define that word? Can you define that word? It's like, no, you know what they mean. Also, what if I just Googled the definition of every word? Would that make my argument better? Dummies. Of, relating to, or describing a norm or standard. Oh, interesting. It's almost like when I'm using the word normatively, I'm using it exactly right. As in, normatively, don't kill babies. Normatively, don't do evil things. As in, relating to a norm or standard. So these dummies, they project whatever. I shouldn't get worked up because I know that's the name of their game. Sometimes I've had a decent faith argument with that specific person with court. But tonight she must be on her period or something. She was on one. She must be bleeding down there. That was crazy. Well, my opinion is that you're wrong, so you must be wrong. Well, my opinion is that it's absurd, so it must be absurd. My opinion, everyone else's opinion, well, the chat agrees with me. Oh, does the chat agree with you? Maybe because the chat's retarded. And you're retarded too. And then let's say it's hot, and I'm ready to switch it to do it. Well, I'm actually interrogating your worldview right now. Oh, so you're immune to questions? So you get to dodge every question because you're interrogating my worldview? Sure.
It's not about the action.
Right.
What's going on in this one? This could be
I
crazy.
don't. He wasn't tracking.
Welcome, guys. Thank
Hey,
you for
Cosmic,
joining the
what's your
chat,
age?
by the
How do
way. I
you
really
pronounce?
appreciate it.
29.
We got
and my
Yeah
noun is
Same
male,
5280
and pronouns
and
are he, him.
Carlos Diaz. For some reason, it's showing people's ats in my chat and not their like name on YouTube. So if you guys are from here, let me know who you are. If you're new to the channel, welcome. We have a Discord which you can happily join. Let's see. I'll send that over. Let's copy that over. Feel free to go ahead and join that Discord. Announcements and memes and just general stuff going on in here. Okay, where were we at? This could be interesting.
Well, depending on usage, right?
That would be incomplete. You're a male what? Strawberry? Tree? Human? Giraffe?
Ah, here we go. A male, right? Man, right?
You're a mailman.
Man and male are not the same.
Not a
thing.
There
mailman.
we go.
You're a mailman.
Look at this one. Men and fathers are not needed. What kind? This is a cesspool of degeneracy. Truly, I don't even know if I want to engage with this. The petty, pretty pagan. Oh wow, she's so petty. Ooh, she's badass. She worships Satan. She's cool.
Mailman.
I'm trying to figure out what you mean by trans women or biologically women.
Yeah, what?
So do you know what
How did you
biological
come up
means?
with that?
Yeah, like if you have an understanding of what biological means and you're not transphobic, you wouldn't know that trans women are biological women.
How?
I'm going to stand on, you know,
I'll be right back. Gotta take a piss real bad, but
the correct terminology, right?
Of what?
Well, biological women aren't trans women.
What does the word biological mean, Bestie?
Was that the
That's
was
a
that the fact
fallacy.
you were gonna? Jesus Christ, you are
No, see,
underwhelming.
Fuck
Underwhelming.
up,
How is
Cosmic.
there-
That's a fallacy. You're changing the entities. Oh my god. You're
How
literally
is there a
changing.
fact
Cosmic,
you say
Cosmic,
that?
You're
Cosmic,
changing
I
the
asked you a
entities.
very
Women-
direct question. I asked you
Trans
a very
women are
direct
men.
question. I expect an answer. What does the word biological mean?
Oh,
Like for male? Biological
No.
for male, as in the organism
What
that
is the
produces small.
definition of the word biological, you absolute fucking sardine?
For just in general, what is the definition of
So,
biological?
let's
That's
just
what
shout,
fascinating.
right?
What is the definition for the word biological?
You can also say you don't know. That's an option too.
I absolutely know. I just don't understand the random.
Okay, then define it.
The
Why is there a
definition.
10-second pause before every answer? I
No,
genuinely, I came up
literally.
here to see if it was just
'Cause I'm waiting for the screaming to
it's
stop.
not. Nobody's screaming. Let's not be hyperbolic now.
Screaming to stop.
Well, you really sound.
Second was
To stop.
Well, you really sound like.
nobody's pause in between each answer because I thought it was an issue with TikTok. But it's not. It just sounds like you're taking a moment to answer. And that's all I was asking. You don't have to be rude or disrespectful. You haven't spoken to me yet. But we can get there if you'd like. It would be great if you could answer Petty's question.
oh, we can get there. Go off, Queen. Ooh. Should I join this one? This could be so. This is gonna get my
Jesus
heart rate up.
goddamn fucking Christ! I'm
If
gonna
you
lose
don't
my
know it.
shit.
It's not
I'm about
hard.
to start screaming. I'm about to start screaming.
She's about to.
You
Start
need to
screaming.
fucking,
Have you
like-
noticed that these people are always like on the edge of a mental breakdown? The more like feminist the prompt, the more like trans women are. These people are like on the verge of collapsing internally, which is not surprising. And we should pray for them. Pray that the Lord has mercy on them. But they're always so like pent up. There's so much pent up like aggression. and, like,
We're not even
anger.
You know what the definition of biological is? Bestie, do you need a dictionary for you?
Wild. He waited all that time to just say that he didn't understand.
Okay, what?
Oh, he's a lib. That makes sense. Yeah.
What?
A lib.
What in the weaponized incompetence was
Oh, I
that?
hate that term. Weaponized incompetence. So annoying.
Well, it was interesting because he also said in the comments we were not tracking. Let me see specifically what he said we were tracking. Like, we don't understand what was being asked because it was like too complicated. It was something along those lines. Obviously, I'm summarizing. And it was related to the previous guest asking that disgusting question. And I responded saying, why are you conflating a non-consensual rights violation with a self-identity that doesn't affect anybody else?
Wait, his response was literally to Gwen. Philosophy requires answers that do not contradict reality, so no wonder you dislike it.
What? Okay. Okay, buddy.
It's a good
That'll
response.
show you nerdy. He sure showed me, guys. Oh no.
Hey, Heart, what's your age and your pronouns?
My age. Oh, sorry. My age is 25, and my pronouns is he, him.
Okay, what's your contention?
Men ruin gaming. I
Okay,
just want. Sorry.
that's your contention?
Yeah.
Okay, so so when I'm talking about ruining gaming, and in gaming specifically, I'm talking about all aspects of gaming, such as sports, video games, non-video games, online gaming communities.
They ruined all gaming.
Men ruining gaming, because we can see when men are largely the one that are perpetuating the rampant amount of harm towards non-men, we can see that this results in non-men, specifically women and femme-presenting people, leaving the gaming like as a whole. And there's research on this. There's even statistics that shows 31% of women lied about their gender to remain anonymous and avoid harassment. 40% felt personally threatened by abuse, and 27% worried about being attacked in real life following gaming threats. And then 11% of women felt suicidal due to the online abuse, and 25% felt depressed. So these are all actions. This is from a 2019 narrative 9 peer-reviewed studies found that women also required coping strategies to handle online harassment, even when they're equally skilled to men. So this is happening to women more.
Right. I would say to that that I am sorry for all that. But there's a subsection of people it's like not conservatives, but it's like far left type people that just don't like any type of change going on into the community of gaming. But I do see it, like majority of the people who do game that I've hanged around. I know can't give obviously my own experience where.
Then provide.
Did he say far left?
Data. He said not conservative, but far left. Like
far left. What?
Yeah.
He meant far right. I mean, these people are so. It's all nitpicking.
It would be great if you could engage with what Star said and discuss it from a study or statistical standpoint, because that's what Star provided. Like, we can all provide our own anecdotal experiences, right? There's several people up on panel who game regularly, and some even may professionally game, but I could tell you about all the horrible things that have happened to me in gaming, and it doesn't mean anything because it's not provable. So you have to provide studies or stats or objective truths to what Star said.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was on mute, but you won. I mean, I don't got nothing else to, if you feel like those are the correct numbers and correct outcomes that are happening from all men, then
I like that strategy. Just concede.
It's men.
Yeah, men does not mean all men.
Then what's the group in?
Can I put something on the screen? I'm not a gamer, so I don't really understand it. Star, can you make me the big screen?
Can you elaborate what you mean by men?
No, hold on, for real. So I'm gonna. All right, hold on. Give me a second, because I'm a boomer. Yeah. So you have this series of like posts. This is a video. So there's this.
Wait, I have to show this.
And then this.
Hello?
And
She's
then this.
doxing
So
this
can
guy's,
someone
like,
explain to me what this is? Because this feels odd to me. What am I looking at?
Why is she asking him about his personal?
Hello?
Yeah, what am I? I'm being for real. I don't know what I'm looking at.
That's
but
the one I was looking at.
something about
is like-
genitalia.
Yeah.
I
I'm
mean,
being for real.
obviously,
I don't
this
know
guy's
what I'm
on their
looking-
team. He's clearly LGBT anime or whatever. Like the A in LGBTQIA stands for anime now. That's my new take. I don't know if I can handle the TikTok slop anymore. I don't think you guys are really having fun with it. These people are too insane. Maybe we'll take a look at one more. I wonder what they're talking about in here. Just checking on them.
Right?
I don't give a
If-
wait,
if
sorry.
if somebody's bringing absolute disgrace to their family name,
Yeah.
they're doing heinous, evil things.
Yeah, like talking back to
under
their
their
parents?
family. No, I think it's much more than
Like
that.
wearing mixed
That's not-
fabrics, like
yeah.
doing work on Sundays.
What do you take
Yeah,
cursing?
so we do something, and it's natural to our biases where we misread and misinterpret scripture based on a Western lens.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so we
Oh.
fail to put 3,500 years of culture in its context, and that's fine,
What do you-
right? Like
what do
that's
you-
our
what do you-
job as
what-
readers.
I don't
to
really.
plot.
That didn't seem to be relevant to me. So like, what do you think? In the
It's
current
hold
time-
on, pause. You just blew that off. It's
I
absolutely
did blow it
relevant.
off. It's not relevant to me. How is that relevant to the question that
Wait,
I'm asking you?
Because I'm telling you that there's a context, and like how we do heuristics is important
No,
for
how's
understanding scripture.
that relevant to the question that I asked you then?
Which one?
What? I only asked you
The
one
first question I answered it, that the principles of
Yeah, yeah,
scripture are transcend time
exactly.
and culture.
Exactly. So when you say these things, it doesn't seem that you're saying something that's relevant to me. That's why I was saying like you're kind of like adding filler and fluff. But just to be clear, now I'm going to ask you a question about the context because I actually do want to know. Do you think? What do you take with your knowledge? Your knowledge about the situation. What do you take cursing parents to be?
I would say it's something more than just back mouthing your parents.
All right, I like that guy. At least someone's holding them to task over there. Okay. Arena debate. What's this?
Vamos em frente que...
It's like Israel-Palestine stuff. Discussing Satanism.
Please tap your screen. Tap. Hello.
Yeah, I found the verse, man. I just had some more questions.
All right, go ahead.
So when they say that Satan is the god of this world,
This is TikTok in a nutshell.
meaning
by
like
the
the
way.
physical world, right?
Sure.
Do you
Kingdoms
see?
of the world.
Well, do you see it also as like he's the god of the spiritual world, or just the physical world that we're in now?
That is there too. He's the prince of the power of the air, and so rulership tends. Well, I'd say
Is this guy appealing to the Bible to say
also
that
says
Satan is
Yahweh,
God?
The Lord Himself is deceiving others. People who are deceived wouldn't. That
Oh, it's too laggy.
Okay.
And then
I don't even want
Thanks
this
for
really
sharing.
on
I guess
my
that was
screen,
it.
to be
We're
honest.
taking up
But
calls. Let's try this gentleman next. The guy's just trying to understand. He went to his passage. Hello. Louis Luggage. Okay. Guess he's not recording. I had to reboot. At least we got a few mics. My other one, there was like 0 mics. So we were trying to see it. Sorry, guys. Let's try this one. Hello.
hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. What's up, man?
Good, man. Just have a few questions about Satanism. I know people have kind of different brands of it and ways they follow it, so I'm curious kind of where you're at. Are you a theistic Satanist? Like, you believe that
Yes.
Satan is real? Yeah, cool. So, and I'm just curious where you take that from the Bible or from other sources, or where do you get that?
For the Bible, actually, the Baphomet, which is a pantheistic theology.
Okay, pantheistic theology. So, basically,
So it's more pagan.
okay, so it's a pagan theology. So do you believe that there...
Satan is a fallen angel, like the Christians teach. I believe he's a god, and there's contradiction passages cluing at this, but the earlier we go back, the more we see it.
Oh, so you believe Satan is a fallen angel. So, like, God, the biblical God does exist, or
No,
no?
no, they teach that.
Oh, they teach that. I see, I see.
Example of something they teach, we reject.
Gotcha. And so do the pagan gods, have they always existed, or did they come into existence at some point?
Yeah, that has to do with Ouroboros cosmology, that nature is infinite in the elements.
Nature is infinite in the elements. So do you kind of deny, like the Big Bang and stuff like that, or no?
Well, some Big Bang adherents identify the singularity as a predecessor adaptation of something infinite, and in that regard, I wouldn't say it's mutually exclusive. But mine is more consistent with Orphism's ideas of the cosmic egg, so to speak, or the Orphic egg. So this is depicted with the Ouroboros, the Orphic egg, symbols of cyclicity. You could also see it in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, this kind of cosmology.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and what about reading these books, the Tibetan Book of the Dead and the or what do you call it, Orabolic theology, or what makes you believe that those things are true rather than sort of other books or other Bibles?
Just like any math textbook, you put it to the demonstration. I mean, it's like Pythagorean theorem. We could use it. As far as measurements, the numbers are consistent, even prime numbers in comparison. We can make some distinctions. I would say in that kind of way, we could demonstrate it. Christian ideas is more about blind faith. And so you can't demonstrate it because after all, it's something that's not seen. It's something based on faith. When you identify nature as God encompassingly, it's a little bit of a different understanding of an emanation.
Well, we all, but to be clear, I'd just be upfront about what I'm an Orthodox Christian, so a catechumen. I'm entering the faith right now. But we have visible things that we look at and see too, like the Bible, but most importantly, the tradition and the church. And I think there's good historical evidence to believe that Jesus Christ was a real living human person historically.
That I will disagree with, but you could, about the cosmology, if you want to make a point, absolutely.
Yeah, so I mean, we would agree that there is a, presiding personhood, a trinity that presides over all of nature and time and represents unity by itself. And so where do you get that sort of Satan is that unity, or something other than Satan is that unity? And then why would you worship Satan if he's just one of many pagan gods?
Yeah, that's what we are polytheist, actually. But the point is that is monotheism, what you describe, which identifies God as being distinct from the elements, distinct from the material world, and that the cosmos is 100% dualistically different to God. We're not saying that. We don't have evidence of that idea, but we have evidence of nature. And so I'd say the law of thermodynamics, that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, is going to be more consistent with my view, therefore.
Okay, the law of thermodynamics is more consistent with the pantheon?
Yeah, because I'm a pantheist. And so when you say Jesus is a historical figure, if that's based on the Gospels, I disagree. I'd say the Gospels is covered in riddles and mythological verbiage, and Dionysus was another virgin-born god-man who we have in earlier mythology, for instance, and we have that as well.
Sure, but Dionysus is not earlier than the ancient Israelite practice, which Christianity is essentially, which is its forefather, but it's what it comes from. So, like, we see the Old Testament as completely typological and describing the future coming of Jesus Christ. And there's plenty of prophecies that are fulfilled.
The Old Testament doesn't say virgin, though, in the Hebrew. It doesn't say Alma. I'm sorry, it doesn't say Alma. It doesn't say Betula, which is the word for virgin. So that was an anachronism. Well, if I could just finish.
Oh, sure.
So that was an anachronism, I would argue. In fact, most of the New Testament prophecies are highly anachronistic, such as saying, I called my son out of Egypt in Hosea 12:1 or 11:1. It says that's about Israel being called out of the Pharaoh's bondage. And so I'd say that they're anachronizing. My other assessment would be, is Dionysus before the earliest Old Testament scrolls in the 400 BCE Dead Sea Scrolls? Yes, it dates back, in fact, in traditions to the 8th century BCE. We could actually date it. In Hesiod's Theogony, we have a genealogical pattern of Dionysus. There's a virgin-born assessment. This is all pre-New Testament. Do you at least agree with that, sir?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, I would just say it's not pre-God, obviously. Yeah. And to the point of Alma meaning young woman, which I've heard before, that is the Masoretic, or actually, maybe the Talmudic reading of that. But Saint Simeon, when he was translating the ancient text into Greek, he had this this is the tradition of the church, which we lean on more heavily than sola scriptura. You know, I'm not a Protestant.
Septuagint?
Well, no, the Septuagint was the first Greek manuscript of the Bible, no?
Well, where are you saying that virgin is used? Because Betula is not there. Now, to be fair, the Septuagint does have Parthenos, but the Septuagint says a lot of vastly different things, like Jesus being an angel in Isaiah 9:6. Sorry about that. Isaiah 9:6 will call him an angel in the Septuagint.
Yeah, an angel of the Lord, which just means messenger.
Right, but there, God is distinguished from the angels in Revelation 22. He says, do not worship me, I am just a servant, worship God. And so that appears to be the contextual usage at that point. Now, there's a lot of vast distinctions in the Septuagint that I don't think are consistent with the New Testament. In fact, the Assyrians are placed in the Garden of Eden with Adam before they existed. In Genesis 1, Assyrion is used. And so that's quite anachronistic, I would say.
Well, I think that would be a word concept fallacy. Even if just the word Assyrian or Assyrios, as you said, is used, that doesn't mean the, you know, geopolitical state of the Assyrians per se. You know, I don't know exactly what it means.
It does, because syntactically it's a comparative attribution that all the others are in the singular as locations. And when you want to differentiate locations from the people, you would do this kind of pluralistic comparison. So it's found there, it's comparatively valid. And so I would say it's a blunder. I would say that bloopers are evidence of anachronism and later writers. An example, Muhammad being prophesied in John 14 as the comforter. I'm sure you've heard.
No. Muhammad is not the comforter, according to John 14.
Right. So they're reading it backwards. I'd say that Genesis is doing that with the Babylonian cuneiform text because we have a lot of parallelism that those existed first with the same kind of stories.
Okay, but I think, you know, if there were, just to take my paradigm for a second, if there were a real God who who sort of instantiated his nature and truths about reality and who he is and what the nature of reality is throughout the whole world, and in other words, wrote his law on the heart of all humans, then you would actually expect to see sort of shallow comparisons, shallow parallels between other world religions and Christianity. But the question is, which religion gets the whole truth accurately? And that's where we would go to the church.
Which ones come first is the polytheistic and pantheistic pagan elementalists is not really comparable in the sense of monotheism condemning people with hellfire. And so I would say there has been a demonization and a weaponization in the parallelism, vastly changing its meanings. But the skeleton of, say, the virgin birth concept and the demigod concept is there in Dionysus first, I would argue, as well as in the myth of Isis and Horus in Egypt. We see that in Revelation 12.
But being first doesn't mean it's correct. I mean, you see that.
Well, it is, I'm sorry, a half and half, actually, because you got to think of it in the perspective of the game of telephone. Is if there's an original message transmitted and tampered with, that the first one in that case would matter, would it not, sir?
No, because we don't believe in this game of telephone. We believe in a divinely revealed revelation that's upheld by the Holy Spirit, who is also God himself.
And you don't believe in Jeremiah 8:8. It says the false pen of the scribes worked falsehood in the law at that point in time. That would mean before that they have added to the law, and Deuteronomy warned people not to add or take away from the law. Could you at least admit that?
Sure, yeah, but we believe in the summation of the law, the two great commandments. Oh, sure.
Is that so? Say this text says don't add to it, don't have a false pen, and you do. Would not the first copy matter then?
Don't add to it, don't have a false text if you do. Well, which first copy? You mean like the Old Testament, like Jeremiah and all those?
Well, it says the false pen of the scribe worked falsehood in the law by that point. So yes, God in the text was mad that they changed the law, they added to it, the scribes made errors, they mishandled it. And so they would have to go back to the original commandment, right? And not change the words.
Yeah, I agree.
What I'm saying is that it's not to say just because you found something earlier necessitates it's the original copy. Is more so what I think you were aiming towards. That I could agree with, but this is more a case that we're looking for earlier sources. And so we can at least place the virgin birth notion in paganism before Christianity is all I'm saying.
Yeah, sure, but I would just say that doesn't stem from paganism itself. It stems from the nature of the world, the way it actually is.
If we have evidence of that, I'd love to see it. So far, the earliest sources we have as far as a prototype is the paganism.
Right, but like we said, like being early doesn't mean it's true, per se. I mean, I think you agree with that.
We just assess that, though, sir, that we do have the earliest assessment of Christianity in the Dead Sea Scrolls, at the very least 400 BCE at the earliest. Before that, the Hebrew language doesn't exist. It is the Canaanite dialect. It is the Moabite tablets. It is the Akkadian. And so that's where kind of like expired milk, you kind of run out of time to go, hey, just because it's earlier, when admittingly the Hebrews or ancestors are the Canaanites. So we have to fit that. We have to fit that in there too, since we have historical evidence of that, I would argue.
Okay, and so, but how does that exactly show that Christianity is false? I guess I'm just missing that point.
Well, it's more so about how things have been originated and demonized, and there has to be a look for this in papyrology, that we can't just say, hey, all writings ever found are just preserved perfectly, that many things have been copied, handled, transmitted differently, and in that regard, I think we see a decline from paganism to Christianity, that originally these are astrotheological in nature. And so I'd ask the question, if something was an astrotheology, a mythos, and we historicized it and demonized it, wouldn't that matter?
Sure, yeah, but it would matter regardless, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. Like, it could have been correct to demonize certain practices, which I think obviously that's true.
How is that? Can you give an example of that?
Oh, well, because if there is a moral law, like, for instance, not to sacrifice children or something like that, then it would be correct to demonize that, because that would be the right thing to do. I mean, it would be bad to sacrifice children.
Well, I don't know if you're defining demonize the same way as I am. I'm not just defining it as mere condemnation, but rather something that should not be condemned, being condemned. And so in that case, I would say that should just be condemned, period.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, we agree. I was using demonize just to mean condemn. So I think it's...
I would say that just like if a Native American makes a dream catcher and Christian Puritans come through and settle here and start calling it demonic, doesn't mean it was in a bad way. And so in that same kind of way, I think the first source does count in these instances, and we should be striving for that. Now, if someone could prove me wrong, go, you know what? I found a 9th century BCE before Hesiod's theogony of some Jesus evidence. I would be open to hear it. I'm not like writing it out. We're just saying so far the weighing of evidence is in the favor of my view.
Oh, well, you mean in terms of Jesus being a historical person, or just in terms of him being the Son of God?
Being a tampered with archetype that was fabricated rather than a historical event based on the archetypal parallelism. For instance, many scholars don't believe Moses was historical because there's a lot of lawgiver tablet mountain people in other mythology. So they find it more consistent that he was just made up.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a fallacy. Just because other stories have like elements of a story doesn't say anything's true or false about either of the stories. I mean, you see that.
It is partially important, though. You have to admit that if we are looking for plagiarizing, copyright violation, things being tampered with in a game of telephone, that it does matter where that comes from, and if it comes from something that's more archetypal and of a nature of nature's riddles, I wouldn't say it fits historical accounts, does it?
Well, I'm not really sure exactly. I think I need to understand what you mean by like more like archetypal and more natural.
Comparative theology exists. You at least admit that there are archetypal parallels amongst mythology.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that does matter. And so it's partially important to say, if that is the evidence, we should find it. We have found it. The other case would be additional evidence as to, like, was it demonized? Do we have later usages of it in a more vulgar manner than earlier ones? We do, especially with the word for Satan.
And I'm just curious, so, like, I agree, like, comparative theology exists, it's valid. I mean, there's archetypes and parallels that run throughout all world religions, but it's equally valid to, I mean, from my view, unless there's some contradiction here, to say that, well, there's parallels in all the religions because there's something true behind reality. But it doesn't follow that just because there are parallels that one plagiarized from the other or copied from the other.
I would say that's only true in the pagan cases of the parallels. I'll give an example. Mithraism, it comes from Persia, but the Romans accepted it widely and did not variate it, did not diverge from its original meaning. They applied the name Kronos and kept it as it was. That's a compatible sense of polytheism. monotheism condemning paganism is not very parallelistically valid in that regard to just say, hey, it's the same story true everywhere, because it's vastly different from a pagan perspective. How they're viewing it
Yeah,
is
yeah.
different than the
No,
Christian.
how
So
they
it's not the same in that sense.
no, how they view it is important, absolutely. But actually, in the monotheistic view, it actually gives, in the Christian view, it gives an account for why there would be all these different pagan beliefs. We believe there actually are principalities and powers that affect people's, belief structures and have instituted religions and stuff like that. But like I said, that doesn't disprove anything about Christianity to say that it has an explanation for other people's religions,
Well, yeah, in and of itself, it's an alternative perspective, so we'd have to be suspicious as to who is demonizing who. When they're saying, hey, idols and all this stuff is just some trick that's evil, you could just flip it backwards and say the people saying that are trying to trick you from Mother Nature.
Right.
So I think we have more evidence, because it's based on nature, which you can't just take the sun and do things with it, makes it difficult to maintain it in the reversal manner, that it's very easy to just come up to pagans and miss. I would ask this, if it's the case, did the writer of the Old Testament understand elementalism in pagan praxis? I would say no. Jeremiah 10 says, look, they decorated with silver and gold. They weren't decorations. Those were elemental attributions of the sun and moon, for instance. And so that shows me whoever wrote the Old Testament didn't understand paganism.
Oh, I think
Gives
they
more evidence,
did.
Gives more evidence that we come before them and they're demonizing it.
Well, again, remember the Christian paradigm is that nothing comes before Adam and Eve and comes before God and his creation. So that doesn't contradict anything about the Christian worldview, the fact that there would be paganism arising after God's creation.
That's my point, is both are making an opposite claim. So I was
Yeah.
just taking it to the third step where we see which one's weighing in which direction better.
Right.
I think it was that paganism exists first, and that's what my claim was, sir.
That's fair, and I don't need to say it again. I've said it before, but just coming first in a written way or something like that doesn't prove anything about it. So I'll just ask you, what is your...
It does when it's demonizing, because the first source is the original, and the later are the demonized opposite meanings that were perverted, and so it does sometimes, sir. And
Well,
what we need to
but
understand
if
is that
mine...
I did provide archaeological evidence that it was at least seen that by a long shot. I'm talking the Jurassic era, distinct from the other layers. That by a long shot, paganism is way more primitive, consistent with nature, and harder to tamper with.
Okay,
Since it's based on nature, that when you have Muslims and Christians and Jews all doing what you're doing, there's no way to tell who's right, because like you said, it doesn't matter who comes first or last.
Right.
It's just random claims of that's a
Yeah.
false god. No, it's the true one. Our view alleviates all that, because we can look just like math to nature.
Well, but your view is also mutually exclusive with our view, too, because you would say... Well, actually, I guess I need clarity, but you would say that either the Christian God isn't good, or he's not real, or there's something that contradicts our view. So you have to do the same thing that we're hypothetically doing in your paradigm.
Well, because you come after, I would be suspicious of that, just like if someone
Right.
perverted the meaning of a dream catcher, and I know Native Americans historically came first, I could say, well, that wasn't the original meaning.
Right, but so, like, for instance, and I'm not, please don't misunderstand me, I'm not comparing your worldview to anything like this, but for instance, the fact that, say, Adolf Hitler wrote Mein Kampf, and then someone later writes a critique about it, doesn't make the critique wrong of Mein Kampf.
Well, I'm not saying a critique, though. I'm saying someone's just trying to say that the exact copy of the story they're continuing. So that's different than making a commentary on a story. It's not the same as taking the story and being a scribe and making the same story again.
But I thought you said it was the demonization that makes you suspicious.
Well, yes, because they're taking the story of the virgin-born demigod, let's say, and perverting it. That's not the same as saying, hey, Dionysus was virgin-born, and some guy later gives his opinion on Dionysus, like, hi, I'm a commentator, I'm critiquing this. That they're saying, no, here's the true story, Jesus the virgin-born, in the face of Dionysus, makes it like, well, what about Dionysus? What about the original story, how it was understood? And it's like, no, it doesn't matter. We have a new perverted version of it now.
Well, yeah, I guess that would just come down to your heuristic of, like, what is perverted about the Christian story versus the Dionysian one. I mean, if anything, at least Jesus Christ is a historical figure, which I could provide evidence for, but Dionysus isn't.
Divinity. I would argue that it corrupts nature's divinity in the elements, which even parts of the Bible, contradictingly, I would argue, lend credence to. That although it keeps trying to separate God from nature, it keeps connecting him with it in other parts. And so in that regard, I'd say it perverts that concept.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood. So because God is separate from nature and yet creates it and dwellest within it and fillest all things, so to speak, how does that pervert the idea that nature has divinity within it?
Let me give an example that, for instance, the Bible condemns witchcraft but
Mhm.
promotes it and uses it elsewhere.
Okay, and what?
Joseph practiced divination. He told his brothers, Genesis 44. There's a proverb, I think it's 16:10, says divination is on the lips of a king, that he should not pervert justice.
Mhm.
The Magi brought frankincense to Jesus and followed the star, and that's exactly what the Dionysian worshippers did in the Orphic traditions. They offered frankincense as an elemental gift to the gods, and that made sense because it was elemental. Why would Jesus care about this? If his concern is, hey, don't look at these things as mattering, these are not true riches, don't go to the material world, forsake it and give to the poor, and I will give you a spiritual kingdom. And then in other passages be like, hey, I'm using a bunch of witchcraft and I have mansions that are ready for you.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, but that's just not really witchcraft, because to venerate the one true God, so to speak, even though I know you don't see it that way, is different than to venerate nature, right? So if there is one true God, then to venerate a bunch of things below him would be to worship something
Jesus is below
lower.
him. Jesus says the Father is greater than I, so that would be one contradictive aspect. The second is that Joseph is using the Hebrew word for witchcraft. Now, if you go to 1 Samuel 15:23 in the King James or other translations,
Yeah.
that word for divination means witchcraft. That's the word they use.
Yeah.
So he's saying, do you not know I practice witchcraft?
Yeah, these are manners of speech. Like, for instance, when Jesus says the Father is greater than I, there is a sense in which that's true, but that's not true in every sense. Do you see what I mean? Like, so Jesus is the only begotten Son of God the Father. So the Father had to beget Jesus. This is sort of within the doctrine of the Trinity. But that doesn't mean Jesus is eternal. Yeah, he's eternally begotten of the Father before all ages.
And then it doesn't count, because the only way that makes sense that you're lesser is if someone came before you and then you came after, so they have the higher say. I've been here more years than you. If that's not true with the Father and Son's birth, that he was always there and somehow birth, which doesn't make any sense, but just say it happened anyway and it's beyond our understanding, I would say that that doesn't really parallel that one's greater than the other. And so I'd ask you, in what sense is he greater?
Well, we believe in a monarchical Trinitarianism. So the fact that God the Father is the monarch of the Trinity, he begets the Son, and the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father. In this sort of linguistic sense, God is greater. God the Father is greater. But they all are equal in worth and glory, and everything that the Father has, he's given to the Son. So, you know, both things can be true.
Someone dying on the cross is doing more work, which makes God magnificent as his work, Psalm 104, and he is going through and dying and laying aside his glory, as you said. So I would say that would make the Son greater in that regard, comparatively, wouldn't it?
Sure. I mean, that would just be up to your subjective opinion. I'm just telling you what the position of the church, the tradition is.
I thought it was what you just listed as a standard, is what I'm saying.
Well, I was just trying to explain how someone could linguistically say, like, the Father is greater than me, or there's another verse that Muslims like to quote that says, only the Father knows the time and the place that the end times will happen, essentially like that. But these are just figures of speech for Jesus to get, almost like a parable in speech, to get across a concept. That God the
Father. In the book of Acts, he says that it is something the apostles can't know as an assessment of the calendar in regards to how he's actually dealing with them. So I would say it's not used as a figure of speech here. That Jesus also says the angels don't know it,
right?
Which makes sense.
Okay, so and then I'm just wondering where do you get your heuristic? Like, what is your interpretive lens for reading those verses, reading the Bible? Where does that come from?
I'm saying this. I'm just taking it for what it says, as any linguist would, as any papyrologist would, as an archaeologist wouldn't want to glue additional rocks onto what he finds. We're not going to add to it. We're not going to result to conjectural emendation where it's not necessitated, is how I'm reading it.
So it's how you read it.
It's not the right way to read it. What is what I would ask, but what my point is that to say, well, these are lesser things than God, they shouldn't be worshipped, it sounds like Jesus was lesser, is all I was saying, and the other things were elemental based and don't seem to make sense in the Christian worldview. For instance, what's the relevance of the gold streets in Revelation 21? I thought God is not for the material riches. Is this some mystical meaning, or because he appears to condemn the pagan usage of the gold in this way?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's plenty of possible answers. I wouldn't presume to know. I haven't read the Fathers about that verse specifically, the Golden Streets, so I don't know exactly. I could imagine what some of the spiritual implications of that would be. Obviously, there's not, well, we're told that there will be a new earth, a resurrected, perfect, a new Eden, essentially. So maybe gold is a good thing in this new Eden, but I'm not going to speak on what the Fathers say. But back to the original point of like your heuristic, it essentially comes down to your individual reading, right?
Well, the Bible itself says not to add to it. Proverbs 30 verse 6. So in my reading, I wasn't adding to it.
Yep. But even that way, that Bible verse you have to read, and you have to read that Bible verse as well. So I'm just curious. So if your reading says one thing,
so the syntax then. So I'll give an example.
Sure.
The Granville Sharp construction is the means by which scholars translate Titus 2:13 to identify Jesus as both God and a Savior, where some Unitarians say they're distinctively identified. I would say the syntax itself encapsulates that as a meaning itself by its pattern structure. And so in that kind of way, as I said, I referenced this earlier, but linguists and papyrologists would do the same method. Now, my point is Christians will agree with that. All the scholars say he's right. We should read it that way. So I don't see how I'm off in either view.
Well, because so you're either appealing to linguistics and scholars, or linguists and scholars, or you're appealing to your own reading, as you said, with the syntax. But I don't see how that could have priority over somebody else.
Syntax, because the Bible says not to be interpretational, 2 Peter 1:20, and I don't decide the syntax. The text does.
But you also had to interpret 2 Peter 1:20 that you just quoted. Do you see what I'm saying? You see the problem with you interpreting Scripture the way?
Well, no, I didn't, because I just took it for what it said. Now, what it says is to not
Right.
interpret it. Now, I show what the Bible means by these kind of things.
But that's an
Adding to it,
interpretation.
taking away from it.
Yeah.
Do you agree that adding or taking away from it is a way to interpret it?
Adding or taking, it kind of depends on what you mean by that, but yeah, I mean, pretty much any way that you're reading it or whatever you're doing to the text is an interpretation of it. And so we need an interpretive lens.
Everybody is doing what you're saying, by
Yeah.
the way. I'm agreeing with you. My point is I'm
Exactly.
showing how mine's more now down to a science. Now, is everybody interpreting mathematics?
That's a good question. I mean, I think mathematics is objective, and so, you can interpret it.
I disagree. Prime numbers. It's exceptional. Are prime numbers even or odd?
Are prime numbers even or odd? They're all odd, I believe.
No. 2 is inclusive.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay.
It's kind of just a paradigmal preference. And so,
Well-
yes, sir, we could say anything in our perception is interpretational because you always have to allow for the self-correcting system of science, but that's not the same thing as in that spectrum taking a text and then having further additions, which appears to be parallel with the way I was using it. If someone wants to disagree, I would do so by comparison. What are they doing versus what am I doing?
Right.
And which sounds more parallel to just taking the text for what it says. That's a start. If you have additional interpretation methods, I could look at those too.
Yeah, so I mean, the primary interpretational method that that Orthodox Christians, historical Christians will use is the Holy Spirit working through the councils and the fathers of the church to interpret properly the text. So anything that does not have the Holy Spirit, go for it.
The church fathers don't agree. None of the Orthodox churches agree. None of the
Yes, they
Catholics
do.
agree. And so it's a mere claim. It's just trying to cover it with a blanket, in my opinion, demonstrably. Now, let me compare that. If they said, hey, we have the Holy Spirit, and there was some expansive consistency between all these denominational divisions, and they were all consistent, I would say, wow, maybe something is behind this, because that's hard to get a bunch of people reading it the same way like that.
Yeah, well, we don't believe that all Protestant denominations and even the Catholic Church has this sort of Holy Spirit influence on them. We believe that those are schismatic sects.
The Orthodox ones.
But the Orthodox all agree on.
They all disagree.
The Orthodox all agree on major dogmatic points. Now, there might be small little things here and there, but we have ecumenical councils to lock in dogma and doctrine. So doctrinally, we do all agree over 2,000 years.
The church fathers didn't. The church fathers that you're claiming were true Christians didn't, sir.
Yeah, but they agreed on the dogma. They agree on all the dogmatic points.
The Bible says all the Bible's dogma. Man shall live by every word, not just bread. Matthew 4:4. So,
but man has to know how to interpret those words.
Well, what do you mean? The Bible says not to interpret it.
Again, even that is something that has to be interpreted when the Bible says that.
We just refuted that with math and science that what you're claiming is that math and science is interpretational. I didn't have a problem with that. I think there's a vast distinction between that and just coming up with random ideas that don't make any sense.
Right.
And so is that not the application even the church admits is happening here? For instance, Martin Luther, what he said opposed what the church previously said. How did they know that? Are you interpreting those church fathers, and how are you doing so?
Well, Martin Luther is a schism of a schism. So I mean, I really, it doesn't matter what he said. Yeah.
How do you know the Orthodox Church existed early on?
Historical evidence, eyewitness testimony passing
How did you
down.
interpret the historical evidence?
How did I interpret the historical evidence?
Yeah, you keep saying interpretation. You seem to be doing the same thing there.
Yeah, because I'm taking the church, its interpretation of history, but that's the heuristic that I'm using. That's what the
You are assuming the history you've read to get to that era of the church was true, sir. That you began with history in your own reading and ended up later seeing some church as the result.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
interpreted the history based on what?
we all have to appeal to some authority if we believe in history at all. So we all appeal to some authority about history. Now, whether you're appealing to the scholarly history or you're appealing to the church history, it's the same thing. No one gets away from that sort of epistemic circularity.
Is your standard, sir, man or the spirit as your ultimate goal of the standard?
Both working together in unison.
Okay, the Bible condemns trusting man. Jeremiah 17:5. It says not to trust man or you will be cursed. So when you say both, you're saying you trust in man?
Well, yeah, you trust in man and the spirit. I would think that Jeremiah is talking about not trusting man alone, which I wouldn't do either. But that's what you're doing.
Say that, though. You're adding to the text, and I find that interesting because the way the Bible, at least syntactically, consistent in the same way math is, syntactically he defines that is not to add to the text. And so, just in a plain reading, do you at least admit that it curses trust in man?
Well, no, because I don't know what a plain reading is. That just seems like that's your opinion of what the words say.
Well, I just defined it, sir. I told you how comparatively.
You
in
said
syntax, the same way that I gave
syntactically.
a scientific comparison.
But again, somebody has to make the determination that the syntax, for instance, says this, what we rely
know
on.
that because you've interpreted history on your own reading, not using the spirit. Later, when you found this out allegedly, you shifted gears to the spirit. So I would say you're not being consistent in your methodological approach of an authority, and I am, is all I'm saying. Now, at that point, I would ask you, who determines which church fathers are telling the truth?
Coming together, informed by the Spirit. So hundreds of bishops.
Don't mean just because people come together don't mean they're true. Churches were gathered together in the book of Revelation and Jesus condemned them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just that they come together, but it's that they're part of the body of Christ, which he handed down.
Yeah, but you could fall away from the body of Christ. John 15:1-6. If you don't remain in me, you are cast out
Exactly.
like a branch into the fire.
Exactly, and that's what happened to the Catholics.
How do you know they didn't fall away before the council?
How do I know that? Because Christ promised that the church would last throughout all of history. So if I basically, what it comes to, you're right. There is a level. I know there.
Trusted their interpretation, but at any point, if they could fall away, you cannot trust their interpretation.
Right.
At that point, but you just admitted since you trust them, you have no way of differentiating.
Well, all epistemology is circular at a meta of epistemology. There is a circularity that's necessary. Do you deny that you have a circularity in your epistemology?
Where?
Well, it's just I can just point out the same thing that you point out. So how do you know that your reading of history is the accurate one?
It's a self-correcting system. I agree with Bart Ehrman. History is based on probabilities and the weighing of esoteric sciences. If science wasn't based on that, Einstein could have never did what he did because Newton already had an idea. Einstein had to think outside the majority box to his idea. Now, is that subjective? Is that perceptive? Sure. But that's not circular in the same sense of I'm trusting man and now conveniently I'm switching to the spirit, even though the spirit appears to say not to trust in man, and I'm going back to man again. That appears to abandon what you said was valid is all I'm saying.
But aren't you saying that you're trusting man because you trust man? I mean,
I don't trust that. I critique man. You are not. You were saying these are infallible men speaking with
the Holy Spirit.
Givings of Jesus, right?
Yeah, through the Holy Spirit, who proceeds from the Father.
And so the Spirit thing's a claim because the Bible at least appears, let's just be extra fair to say, do not preach a different spirit, 2 Corinthians 11:4.
Absolutely.
The Bible even says the Spirit is 7 spirits, Revelation 1:4-5. And so that doesn't even fit the Trinity. And so I can say, which spirit do you have?
Well, I could just say, how are you? What interpretive lens do you have to read it that way that it could be more than 3 or 7 or whatever? You know, you don't know what those spirits are in reference to in Revelation.
The usage of hepta, syntactically in the Septuagint, in the New Testament itself, everywhere else, 7 means 7. Christians have no problem saying 7 angels, 7 stars, 7 churches. Why doesn't it mean 7 here?
Well, no, I'm saying it could mean 7, but why do you say that applies to the Trinity or the essence of God?
I was making an argument in favor of arguing that, is that when I asked them, okay, does 7 mean 7 every time in the book of Revelation? Everyone's going on either side.
Yeah.
I'm saying then it's inconsistent to out of nowhere for no reason say, this doesn't mean 7, because how do you take the 7 spirits?
No, I think that means 7. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying I don't think that means that the Trinity is somehow 7 spirits or 7 parts or something like that.
So when it says he's 7 spirits, he's not? Or
well, what verse is this? I don't actually know what verse you're talking about.
It's a few. It's in Revelation. There's a greeting from God, like in all these other epistles, and it says greeting from the Father, from the 7 spirits, and from the Son. And so it appears to understand these 7 spirits as part of God, as his eyes, as associated with his spirit, which is him himself, as you said. And so why wouldn't the 7 spirits be part of the Godhead is my question.
Well, why would they be? Essentially is my question. Like, how are you getting this, like, assertion that they are?
They're God's spirit, and Ephesians says God has a spirit, and so you say that spirit is God. So it's God's 7 spirits.
Well, just because God says he has 7 spirits or something like that, and that he has a spirit, that doesn't mean those things are talking about the exact same ontology, the same thing, you know?
Well, it says 7 spirits, so what does that mean?
Again, I have to... Okay, here it is. Grace to you and peace from him who is and who was and is to come, and from the 7 spirits who are before his throne. So this would actually imply that they're not him. They're before his throne.
Jesus is next to his throne. He's on the right.
And from Jesus Christ.
So you're not being consistent. Is Jesus God and on next to his throne? Yes or no?
No. Yeah, of course he is.
Okay, so then the argument doesn't work. You don't have to be on the throne to be God.
Before his throne is separate, is different than beside his throne. But regardless, I'm not trying to get.
Is on his throne different than beside his throne? So that was my point.
It's possible, but I'm not sure. Again, it comes down to how you're interpreting this. So if you're just interpreting this according to your own.
My point is you're assuming that if you're not on the throne, apparently, that somehow you're not God, but that's not consistent because Jesus isn't always on the throne.
I'm not saying that in all cases. I'm just saying in this case, it seems obvious that they're not talking about 7 Holy Spirits. I mean, that would be...
It says 7 spirits, and that's God's spirit, so why wouldn't it be? It's the same way you're taking the number 3 elsewhere.
Right, because you have to interpret that. So you're interpreting the 7 spirits and saying this must mean that God has 7 spirits. But just because you can read something out loud doesn't mean you have the right interpretation.
If we're defining the definition of interpretation as changing the wording, then I'm not interpreting it. I'm just saying what it says, pneumatos hepta in the Greek.
No, interpretation isn't changing the wording. It's what the meaning. It's determining what the meaning of the words is. So the way you're interpreting what the meaning.
That's what you say, but the Bible doesn't define it that way. It keeps saying not to add or take away from it in Proverbs 36 and Proverbs chapter Deuteronomy 12,
again,
Revelation 22, it says not to add or take away to the text. And when we compare how the syntax is used everywhere else, it does have harmony. And so we can say that. And at that point, I would ask you, why does 7 spirits not mean 7 spirits?
That's something I have to read the Fathers about. I don't know. I hadn't read this verse before, or I've read it, but I hadn't.
That's something I have to read the Fathers about. I don't know. I hadn't read this verse.
Fair enough. We had a great conversation with the gentleman, guys. Could we please get some hand hearts in that pile? I will be back later tonight.
Crazy Satanists. But anyway, that's fun. I mean, they do this. It's like word games. They interpret it syntactically, man. I'm telling you what Bart Ehrman thinks.
Oh, God, stop.
Haven't you ever heard of hermeneutics?
It's
realms of how... It took 2,000 years, but...
Hermeneutics. The word that atheists and... Actually, atheists usually have a decent hermeneutic. At least it makes sense. It's like the biblical scholarship. Satanists, I think their hermeneutic is just kind of singular to them. It's usually completely subjective to them. Let's read Sean's comment here. I don't need to. What did I say? Yeah, because it means my morality isn't circular. We know that God is good. That we know what is good because God instantiates that good and reveals it to us. You, on the other hand, know what is good because you decide what is good. So how do you decide? Or are you going to keep dodging? I was getting a little cheeky with Sean. I don't need to. Oh, you don't need to stop dodging. Okay. As I've already said, either here or in another comment, you can only find objectivity within a subjective framework, and the same rules apply to you, whether you agree or not. Well, if you agree that there's an objective reality, and especially in this context, an objective reality to morality, like morality actually exists, we also agree that we as human beings are subjects that have to work with subjectivity to come to that. And I'm saying if there weren't divine revelation, in other words, a bridge between the objective and the subjective, then we would have no possible way of determining what's objectively real. So unless you're prepared to abandon free will, you decided what was good when you decided to follow God. Yeah, I think that's fair, because I didn't abandon free will, so I decided to follow God, which is good. Also, God didn't reveal anything, so an assertion. Eve supposedly did when she ate the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. That's just false. Such an obvious oversight by so many Christians, it's embarrassing. Whoa, roasted, man. Boom, roasted. No, I mean, God reveals everything that's good. If Eve also learned of some good and evil by eating the fruit, that doesn't discount the fact that divine revelation is the only way. Again, who gave the fruit? The only way to bridge the objectively real with what we can subjectively experience is divine revelation for the objective to come into the subjective. What's this guy Sean bitching about in this thread anyway? Yeah, we can read. I wish I could make it bigger for you guys. I guess I can like zoom in. So what did I say? Your morality falls under the same subjective framework as hers. Inside that framework, you can ascertain objectivity, but only within a subjective framework. Well, that's false, because we'll see how I responded. Maybe I didn't respond well, but her framework is very different than mine. Her framework, and I guess yours, is that you can't ascertain any objectivity because epistemology is fundamentally subjective. It's only subjective. So let's see. I did call you a dummy, so I kind of brought this on myself. I apologize for that. I was probably worked up or something. I said no one disagrees with that. Dummy. Their morality is purely subjective with no acknowledgement that objectivity even exists. What I just said. My framework allows for the possibility of objectivity and therefore morality. That's the key difference. Would you like to ground the good subjectively for us or just a hater troll? So I really was in a mood when I responded to this, clearly. 2 instances of name calling. Up your game a bit. Fair enough. I probably deserve that one. Your framework is reliant upon the whims of a supposed supernatural agency whom, if the Bible is to believe, contradicts itself continually with what is good or evil. That's something you'd have to prove or show. I think I know where you're going to go to show that, but you'd still have to do it. You have zero consistency in your framework, yet assert objectivity. And yet you assert that I have zero consistency. So, also you misuse the Euthyphro dilemma, not understanding that it's been defeated for like hundreds of years by the fact, maybe more than hundreds of years, by the possible situation that God is the good, that it's inseparable from him, that he is perfectly good, and therefore the good simply flows from him. It's not an arbitrary choice on his part. He's not a subject like we are, because he has all knowledge and all power. Anyway, so I go, no whims, as God's goodness is one of his energies and not arbitrary. Your morality, however, is based on your own goodness and therefore is arbitrary, right? Because anybody else can have a different idea of what goodness is. What an edgelord way to say someone's name calling. Yeah, it's a bit sassy. I'll give him a break because I was rude. You know, I think his other comments were a little rude. That's why I did that. But I'll give him a break on that. But yeah, it's a little edgelord. If the good is not arbitrary, I say, in your view, please explain how it's grounded. Saying survival, etc., which he said in another comment, doesn't ground anything because it's still just you saying that survival is good. Quote, or like I'm paraphrasing him, survival is good because I say it's good. Oh, are you here? Where are you at, Sean? By right here, do you mean in the Discord or just in my comments? So if you want to respond to any of these points or clarify, go ahead in the comments, or you can join the link. So then I say that's totally circular, which it is. Survival is good because it's good because I say it's good. And then you say God is good because God is good, totally circular. Well, actually, I never said that. I just said God is good, and because God is good, then we can have objective morality. See what happens when you straw man the argument? Try again, and drop the smugness. I think, to be fair, that's a little bit of projection on your part. That's a pretty smug way to tell me that you don't like my argument, even though you haven't provided a response to it. And I say, no, God is good because he has revealed himself to be good. Everyone deals with some level of circularity in the paradigms. That's true. Everyone's paradigm in the meta level is circular. You know, we have base assumptions and things like that. And the question is which assumptions and beliefs cohere with each other in a way that makes sense, or in a way that's justified and grounded. So if you just say things are good, oh yeah, are you not in it? Do I have to accept you or something? I thought you were already in the Discord, Sean. Oh, you have to go to something. You have to go to, I think, general and accept like the rules if you haven't done that. And then you can just join this live tab and I should be able to bring you up. Oh, I'm not showing you. Right, sorry. Okay. So there should be like a rules tab or something. I don't know. I didn't set this up, so. Oh yeah, here you go. Rules. So yeah, you have to press accept the rules here if you haven't done that. And then you can just join the live and I'll bring you up on the stage. And then I said, also, you still never answered the questions from before. Oh, okay, the problem is that your paradigm is circular when it comes to morality itself, whereas mine is only circular at that meta level, at that epistemic level. But so is yours. So we're on the same page in that front. Now the question is, whose is circular down the line when we get to things like morality? Well, if you say the good is the good because I say so, well, that's arbitrary. If I say the good is the good because it's God, it's God's nature is what's good, that's not circular. That's appealing to something else to explain morality. Okay. The revelation of his good is what makes him good. That clears up everything and clearly wins the argument for you. What a joke. Another edgelord comment, not answering any of the objections. Then I just say the same thing again. We know what is good because God instantiates the good and reveals it to us. You, on the other hand, know what is good because you decide what is good. So how do you decide? We're going to keep dodging. And that's what we got to. Phobic doesn't mean fear of. It can also mean having an aversion to. That's true. That sounds true. I don't know what that's in reference to exactly, but yeah, let's get you in the Discord whenever you're ready. No rush. Not trying to be rude, Sean. I mean, you kind of came with a bit of an edge here, but their philosophy is bullshit. And upon further critique, you could have had them unraveled. But this insecure desire to hide behind objective morality has handicapped you to meaningfully engage. Well, that's your problem. You think that proving or showing that someone's morality is subjective isn't self-defeating, when obviously it is. Your interlocutor has a shit take on morality, granted, but yours is just as shit. This insistence that objective morality can be established through supernatural agency is absurd. An assertion by Sean. What's absurd about it? And I asked him to go for it. You can ground it by how it relates to outcomes, right? This is where he said that suffering or survival is the basis for morality. But again, that's just saying survival is good because, why? Because I say it's good. That doesn't ground the good. That just is that's an anecdote or a non sequitur. How did you decide those things are good and not other things? So, interesting stuff, Sean. Welcome.
Apparently,
breaking process.
Keep an eye on the Discord.
I hope he kept it up to this day. He told me, he said, I've been to 5 meetings about you.
What?
I couldn't help but laugh, you know what I mean? At this time, Bishop had to come and sit. I'm sure it was.
He's got these kind of weird tips he's making.
So let's listen to what his response is to your translation of the word Christ.
Hold on 1 second. So this is so Inception. I'm reacting
Now I'm reacting
to Wes Huff reacting.
To you reacting. To
Wes
this
Huff guy reacting.
To this guy
now
reacting.
To Wes Huff
now
reacting.
To Wes
now
Huff
we're caught in
reacting.
an Ouroboros. Do I have that right then?
Yeah, and then we're all watching it.
And you're reacting to me.
Yep, exactly.
You're in the Ouroboros too. Okay, keep going.
Here we go.
Eternal throne as the second person of the Trinity stepping into humanity. But if you were to say to someone after this, if someone said like, hey, you met Wes Huff, how was he? And you went, he's a little bit condescending. You wouldn't be talking about my humility.
No.
Right? Because that...
Got you. Classic Jin. A fellow League enjoyer. A fellow sadomasochist. I take it. Unless that has some other meaning. We'll be welcoming you. No problem. No problem. Unfortunately, we can probably only talk for about a half hour or so, but we'll get the best we can out of this. For sure. We'll do the best we can.
Word has a different meaning in its different context. And part of the problem with something like what Ammon says is that he's taking terminology that exists within the parameters of a specific field, and then he's applying them in areas where there's an entirely different contextual meaning and spectrum of understanding.
It's a big turd.
Part
Pinch
of
it
what he
off.
said that some people jumped on was that he says that the word Christ comes from the Greek word chrio, which it does, right? To anoint. And in ancient Greek medical texts, there is a usage of that which he has capitalized on with applying drugs to your eyes. Now, more broadly, chrio does mean to rub, particularly a liquid ointment or substance, on your body. There's two sort of terms that are used specifically within biblical studies, but this applies to anything within the ancient world where we're trying to come up with translations in deriving meaning. The first is there's a discipline called hermeneutics, and hermeneutics is this interpretation.
It's so funny about hermeneutics.
Methodology of interpretation that we use on a particular text. Before hermeneutics is exegesis, and exegesis is a Greek word that literally means to bring out. Right, the opposite would be eisegesis, to read into. So when
fingering
you're
me.
something and you're looking at an ancient language, you're trying to get at the author's intention by different levels of contextual application.
He's
So
pulling the
there's
demon out of you.
Stop.
contextualization,
Stop.
there's
You're trying to.
document
No,
contextualization,
stop.
there's
I can't take it. I can't take it. I can't take
You
it.
look
Please,
like you're
thank you.
going through an exorcism
Steve,
right now.
Steve,
Is
stop.
Wes Huff pulling the devil out of you right now?
God.
He's
Oh, God,
confusing
stop.
and
It's so
conflating
Haven't you ever heard of
whole
hermeneutics?
It's
realms of how we
Stop.
do.
You're trying to get to the intention of the author. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
You're reading an ancient language.
Amen. You're pulling out a specific context in Galen's medical text and trying to apply it to everything across the board, which is intellectually dishonest.
Here's the problem. I'm not pulling it out of Galen. Does Galen have it? Yes. Euripides has it.
And?
He gets a sex drug that is a Christ. One of the characters asks, is it a Christ? This is not from the medical. This is from everything. Everything, Wes Huff, you fake. Well, it's what the devil gives you, man. It's what the devil gives you. Look, he's been pumped up in his pride. He thinks he's something now because he's slaughtered.
Okay. You accepted the rules thing twice and you've tried to join the live, Sean? Try this. Try that link there. Let me know how that works. Should work. I haven't done this in a while, I guess, but it should be fine. Maybe there's some... I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Keep trying. Or type to me what exactly is the problem. You're in Discord, you've accepted the rules, and you click on the live stage time, like you're in the whole channel and stuff, and it doesn't work. Maybe I need to edit it. Permissions. No, I think everyone should be able to do it. Invites? Integrations? I don't know. Should work. We haven't had a problem like this before. Oops, don't want to do that.
Somebody who was making stuff up. Well, guess what? This is the gymnasium of the cosmos, baby. Right? You'll be taken down. You'll be taken down by somebody who knows.
Wow, I'm really torn after watching this clip. Because, you know, what do I don't know anything about ancient Greek. In most of my experience of, this is not a knock on Wes in any way. Wes has clearly a very good handling of ancient manuscripts. But when you're talking to like Joe Schmo on the street, Joe Schmo evangelist or anti-evangelist, Joe Schmo on Twitter, he says, well, actually, if you go back to the ancient Greek, and none of these people have any grasp on ancient Greek. So I certainly don't. I have a tenuous grasp on Latin. That's more my tradition. So I don't know. I mean, Ammon might be making an interesting point here, which is, no. This context of the word that we get Christ from is not merely coming from this ancient medical text, but it's also coming from a classic of Western literature, which is Medea by Euripides. And actually, this is the common way to use this word. Now, again, you might say, well, it's the common way to use this word in a certain era or in a certain place or in a certain kind of text.
And it says nothing about how the biblical authors are using it. I mean, it's obvious from the tradition and from the entire context of the Bible that they don't see Jesus as some sort of like deceiver dropping the liquid acid into the eyes of his followers. So when they use the word Kyrie or Christos, they're obviously not using that usage. So if there's any other usage, that's the one they're probably using. And clearly a more broad usage is to rub an ointment on the body, in this case to anoint. He's obviously the anointed one, the King of Kings, you know. So I think it's that's just a funny clip to bring into view again after we talk to Satanists. They kind of all do the same thing. Oh, here you go. Got you, Classic Jin. I accepted your invite, so hopefully you can come onto the stage. Invite to speak. Or I've invited you to speak. So just accept that. Open stage? What does that mean? Let me know if you can accept that. Classic Jin or Sean. However you'd prefer to be referred to as. Should totally work. Come on up. Come on up. Oh, there you are. Welcome, brother. How you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can. Hold on. Let me change my sound settings so that they're in my speaker. There you go. No, that's on me. I've had you playing out of my speaker and my headphones at the same time. Okay, welcome, brother.
That's
So
distracting. Okay, first off, man, you got to quit reading me like a freaking anime character. That's ridiculous.
well, maybe there's something
That is
there. I
insane.
mean, come on, man.
No,
the way you're writing,
no,
I don't
no.
know. was I wrong to interpret you that way?
Well, yeah, clearly I don't speak like an anime character.
Okay,
and,
okay.
You know, you can poison a well, you know, adding the snark to what I'm saying real quick. It's just simple, man. It's just like, I really believe that, yeah, you find objectivity within a subjective framework, and it comes to your decision or whether or not to adopt that framework or not.
Yeah.
And that's the subject, and that's where the subjectivity comes in.
But
and then within there, you find objectivity.
Totally.
And all of you guys do the same thing.
Well, we agree on that basic point before you go any further. And just to defend myself on the reading of your anime character, you realize that the first comments that you left, and which not everyone leaves comments like this, and I interact with people on whatever level they come with me at, or at least I try to. If I've been unfair to you, I do apologize. And I think I was unfair to you in some of my comments, and I apologize for that, and I'm willing to point that out. But
fair. I
look at
wanted
the first
to
comments that
be
you left.
clear.
Your interlocutor has
Hold
a
on.
shit take on morality, granted, but
They
yours
do.
is just as shit. Their philosophy is bullshit, but this insecure desire to hide behind objective morality has handicapped
Mm-hmm.
to like. So you're the one using pejorative words against me first. So of course I'm going to respond however I'm addressed.
No, what I'm saying is the system that you chose to, endear yourself to is shit. And what I'm saying is hers is shit as well. Do better is what I'm saying.
Right, and that's
I'm not
anime.
saying
That's
that you're
literal
shit.
anime
I'm just saying that.
character. No, I get that, and I
No,
don't
I'm
take
saying,
personal offense. I'm just saying that's how anime characters talk. You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Second, I'm also getting your attention because I left you comments on another one of your videos and said, "Hey, I'm up for a debate. I'm in your Discord. Let me know."
And I think I responded to that.
Whooshed right over you.
No, I responded to that
maybe
one.
I missed it.
I'm sure I
Maybe
did.
I missed
You
that
want to check? I can
notification.
check. I know I did because I remember that comment. I said, "Come on up. Let's schedule it for today." Actually,
Okay.
So thank God
My
you're
bad.
here.
I apologies. I must have missed it.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
That's all right, brother. So yeah,
Okay.
that's why you're here. I'm happy to have a debate. So let's get into it then. You think that an objectivist epistemology, or at least an objectivist morality, is a shit take? Let's get into why. And I can.
No, I don't. No. I
Okay.
don't think that's what that is. I don't think objectivist. I think divine command is a shit fucking philosophy. Is a shit moral system.
Okay, divine command is not exactly how I'd phrase it, so we might even agree on that. So let's get to the bottom of it here. So my basic claim, and this was all in the context of abortion, and then it obviously gets to moral claims. When you're saying anything is wrong, then you have to justify, well, what is right and what is wrong. And so my fundamental claim is that any subjectivist system of ethics is self-refuting, self-defeating. Can't work.
How does it self-defeat?
Because if the subjectivist ethic, the grounding for the ethic is my opinion or the opinion of a bunch of different people, so intersubjective, then that that it's weighted, it's easily countered by anybody else who has the subjective opinion of the opposite view, and you can't arbitrate between the two.
So what you've done is I reject your dichotomy of like an either or.
Okay.
It either has to be grounded or it's just what you're feeling, and that's not true either. You have other options. You can ground it in outcomes.
Okay, but we're talking about good and bad. So how do you get an ought from an is? You're saying ground it in outcomes, say survival or evolution or community getting along together or something like that. You still haven't explained why that's good and something else is bad.
So would it be good, even under your framework, for us to just cease to exist as humanity? Don't you think that goes against your biological imperative?
Well, I don't think biological imperative or really biology, those are is statements. So I don't think.
No, I know that. I'm just asking you a question.
Oh, do I think it'd be
I'm
good
asking you
for
a question.
humanity to go extinct?
Yeah.
It depends on the context, but generally, no.
What context? Just curious. What was your options on that one?
Oh,
your option wheel. Like, there's a possibility where humanity goes exist, and that's like, yay, thumbs up. What is that?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you mean by humanity, but humanity as we know it. So obviously, I believe that there will be an end time, an apocalypse, and the nature of humanity and the nature of reality will fundamentally change. And at that point, there really will be no humans as we recognize them today. So in that context,
So you understand why people outside of Christianity label you as a death cult? You realize that for what you just said?
I realize that, but I think it's a straw man.
Why is that a straw man? That's the entire thing. One day we will be wiped out.
It's
and
a life
happened
cult.
before.
No. It's a life cult because one day we will be wiped out. That's true whether you're an atheist or a Christian or something like that. And in our worldview, there's everlasting life after that.
You don't know that it will be outside of a Christian worldview. If you didn't have Christianity to inform you of that, you could do guesswork, but you don't know that.
Oh, well, you don't believe in the heat death of the universe?
I don't know what to believe on that one necessarily. I think there's good evidence to support what that is, but I don't know the outcome because I can't read the future. Neither can you.
Fair enough. I think it's, and I don't want to just appeal to what everyone sort of intuitively believes because I had a problem with another person earlier in this stream about that very thing. But I think it's, okay, even if there isn't a heat death of the universe, we all, you and I, everyone we know will die, right?
And so,
at some point,
my
of course,
at some point, right? And so my worldview is that yes, these mortal bodies, these sort of sinful mortal bodies, will die, but there's everlasting life after that. There's salvation. There's cleansing.
Well, that's what you were promised, at least through your Bible.
Exactly, but
you don't know that.
You're talking about my worldview, so I'm reporting to you what our worldview is.
And I'm pointing out that you're hinging this all on a promise and a claim in a book.
Right, but that would be an external critique. You're saying the book is false or something, but that's why I'm saying it's a straw man to call us a death cult, because if you were
I think that's poor epistemology to base your entire worldview off the writings of a book, and then think that everlasting future and everlasting life comes to you after your physical death. That's insane.
Why is that insane?
Because you wouldn't accept anything else without evidence like you accept this claim, and that is like an incredibly huge thing. I don't think there's a claim bigger.
Well, I accept
that.
lots of things that are huge, that have huge implications based off no evidence, and so do you.
Like what? What do I accept without evidence?
Like the laws of logic, for instance.
I don't accept them. They work. I might presuppose logic, but it works. I see outcomes of it.
So what does it mean to
presuppose? I see how it interacts with the world.
What does it mean to presuppose?
What does it mean to presuppose? Is that you already grant it before proving its application, before proving its existence.
In other words, there's not evidence for it before you have to use it to prove it. So I mean, that's a pretty big one.
I understand that.
The law of identity is a pretty big thing.
But you're not interacting with everlasting life right now. You're just assuming it'll happen.
Well, I mean, there's an argument that
I'm interacting with logic right now.
Well, I mean, not right now, but when I go to a divine liturgy, I mean, you could say that I am interacting with everlasting life. And then that's something, again, it's not like an empirical claim, but again, empiricism is self-defeating. So we can't only accept things that have empirical evidence, as we just showed, by the laws of logic.
How is empiricism self-defeating?
Is empiricism true?
We have no other option but we fail to prove them wrong.
I'm just asking, like, to show that, for the sake of this argument, like, to show that it's self-defeating. Is empiricism true?
I would say yes.
Okay, so what's the sense data? What's the evidence that empiricism is true?
What's the sense data? What do you mean? The ability to interact with it? Is that what you mean by sense data?
Yeah. Just really, because if I'm, or let's clarify the definition. So empiricism is the worldview that all things can be known through sense data or evidence, right?
Yeah.
And I'm asking you the question I'm saying that statement is a universal claim of which there is not evidence. So if empiricism is true, well, then it's not true.
Because we have evidence that science incrementally shines more of a spotlight and reveals our universe and ultimately the cosmos upon a timeline that will eventually get us to that point.
But that has nothing to do with empiricism.
We see evidence of it going. Well, what do you think empiricism is? What do you think empirical data is?
I think empirical data can lead to empirical truths, but the claim that only empirical truths should be believed is explicitly not an empirical claim. It's a philosophical, like meta. It's really
okay. That's fine. Fine. That's a philosophical. That's a meta claim. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So it's
what's wrong with it?
Because if that were true, that only things which we have empirical evidence for should be believed, then the claim itself can't be believed because there's no evidence for it.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'll look into that specific one.
Sure.
But
sure.
You shouldn't, a rational, reasonable individual should not believe things without evidence for them.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll believe for anything, or you'll believe anything.
Again, is that a rational claim?
That is a rational claim.
Do you have evidence for that claim?
Do I have evidence for that claim? Yes, because you were subjected to be lied to, and you were able to be deceived. You were able to be obfuscated upon.
The fact that you can be deceived is the evidence for the fact that only empirical truths should be believed?
Would it not be?
No, I don't think so.
How do you know what you believe is true?
Well, Well,
if
there's
you
lots of
care
different
about
ways.
truth, you
It
should.
depends on what
if
you're
you
talking
care,
about. It depends. So if
well,
you're saying is gravity true, or like is does the things fall to the earth at 9.8 meters per second squared or whatever it is that true? Then yeah, let's use empirical evidence and testing and the scientific method to confirm that fact about the nature of reality. But if you're making a metaphysical claim that only things which can be empirically shown should be true, well, there is no empirical evidence for that, so you can already rule out that claim. That's why it's self-defeating.
in a real wonky way, I guess you have something there, but it still.
I didn't come up with this, brother. I'm not like just tripping and like coming up with shit like New Age, like, you know, oh, I meditated and I found this to be true. Like, this is in the literature. This is in the philosophical discourse, especially when you get into tag and the transcendental arguments. I mean, this is like a core feature of it. So I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. You know, this has been evaluated. I haven't heard a counter. I don't see how you can provide a universal sort of.
Well, let me flip the script on you.
Yeah, sure.
Let me flip the script on you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So you think that you can believe. You think you can believe what you believe because of it is written in a book and it seems to be philosophically sound to you, or I don't know about valid, but at least you find it sound. So my question for you is, if the supernatural has failed to be demonstrated to even exist whatsoever, how can it be a candidate explanation for anything?
Well, again, you're just assuming empiricism in that question.
No, I'm not assuming empiricism. Has the supernatural been demonstrated to exist?
Yes. Through divine
How?
revelation.
Where?
Through prophecy.
Through divine
Well, hold on.
Demonstrate that.
There's something.
Demonstrate
yeah,
that.
sure. Gotcha. So you want to go to Daniel 7?
No, I don't want to go to Daniel. I don't want to refer to the Bible.
then
You should be
how-
able to, independent of the Bible,
is the divine
Bible is
revelation.
claim. No, it's not. It's just claims in a book. It's no
Yeah, but
different than
some of
Harry
those
Potter.
some of those claims are made hundreds of years before the events they predict come true, and they actually come true in history. And it's unexplainable how, other than by supernatural divine revelation.
So you think all the debate upon the claims and the prophecies made in the Bible, all the debate about those, all the people that are anti that claim that no, that's not the case, whatever, that have done exhaustive studies on this, they're just wrong.
Not in all cases are they wrong, but they still have yet to describe. That's why I was going to go to Daniel 7. I mean, I did a lot of research on this because I debated Deconstruction Zone about this very point, and he's one of the people that you're talking about, these historical, critical, biblical scholars who says, oh, you know, Daniel 7 is referring to this and that, and I have specific refutations for each of those points. So,
But I mean, even if the thing is that it's not much of a prophecy if people like lead to it or have the intent of fulfilling it on their own. There's not much to it whatsoever. And if you keep it vague and ambiguous,
how
there's not
could
much
they-
to it there.
who could
The application of cognitive bias, like what? What's this prophecy? Give me Daniel 6. What's
Okay.
this prophecy that
Okay.
you think is just a banger?
Yeah. So actually, sorry, there is Daniel 7 that predicts sort of like features of the life of Christ, which are kind of unexplainable. But let's go to something more numerical and exact. Daniel 9. Okay. Let's go to Daniel 9. Sorry, Bible Gateway, and I can share my screen here on Discord so you can see exactly what I'm looking at.
I'm not going to look at the screen because it'll fuck with the sound. I don't have headphones right now.
Oh, that's all good.
Excuse the language.
No, you're good. You're good. No worries. Okay, Daniel 9. All right. It's called the 70 weeks prophecy. So this is Daniel speaking. This is, I'll give you both perspectives on when this is dated. Either way, it doesn't matter. The Christian perspective is this is about like 600 BC, so 600 years before Christ. The current, what Deconstruction Zone gave me, what the current biblical, historical, critical scholarship says is that, well, no, this isn't from the 600s because of certain writing conventions and stuff like that, but it's actually from the 200s. So at the most liberal take is that this is 200 years before the birth of Christ. This is what atheist scholars, historical, critical scholars will tell you. So now while I was speaking, praying, confessing my sin and the sin of my people Israel, I had a vision, it goes for, but 70 weeks are determined for your people and for your holy city to finish the transgression, to make an end of sins, to make reconciliation for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. Know, therefore, and understand that from the going forth of the command to restore and build Jerusalem, so this is a physical thing that will happen in history if this prophecy is going to come true. there will be a command to restore and build Jerusalem until Messiah the Prince. There shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. The streets shall be built again, and the wall, even in troublesome times. And after the 62 weeks, Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. The end of it shall be with a flood. Until the end of the war, desolations are determined. And then he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. But in the middle of the week, he shall bring an end to sacrifice and offering. And on the wing of abomination shall be one who makes desolate, even until the consummation which is determined is poured out on the desolate. So a lot of confusing words and time. And what is this meant by 70 weeks? We have to make it make sense, right? So it doesn't matter when it's written.
That's where your problem is. You have to make it make sense, and therefore you're massaging this thing.
I don't have to fit anything unnaturally in. I'm just saying you probably, I'm guessing, unless you already are very familiar with this passage, that you don't know what all these events are referring to, and even what the 70
To be honest with you, no, I don't
means.
know exactly
Yeah.
what it's referring to.
Exactly.
I'm not a big biblical scholar.
Right.
Pretty much kind of like rejected it for the highlighted points of other things beforehand. Okay, like some big ones. I haven't really gone into biblical prophecy much. Didn't find much use for it. Okay.
Okay.
But the one you were talking about this, what do you think was popping into my head? Someone not familiar with this prophecy.
You're probably
What do you think was
thinking
popping
of
in my head?
all sorts of ways that it might not be true, I guess. I don't really know.
Would I be perhaps current times with the Zionist kind of shit with Israel and Gaza right now?
Oh, well, I'm not a dispensationalist, so that's irrelevant. I don't think the current nation state of Israel has any bearing on what Israel means.
But you believe in the
New
end times apocalypse. I'm assuming that includes rapture.
No.
The criteria for that needs to be met through the Bethlehem and the holy state of Israel and all that kind of shit.
Absolutely not. Well, I believe
you don't buy that.
I believe in those things. Some of them have already happened. Some of them will happen in a more spiritual way, but Israel in the New Testament is defined as the body of the church. So this whole like state of Israel, the nation state of Israel being relevant to the end times, like we already know that's irrelevant.
And you theists need to get your crap together because there's lots of people that disagree with you on that one.
That's exactly the point. That's why I'm an Orthodox Christian and not a Protestant or a Catholic.
And circling back, well, yeah, no, I get that, but circling back, remember this entire conversation started on objectivity, and you guys can't get your crap straight.
Well, we don't agree with the Protestants.
And yet you're going to claim objectivity, but yet none of you can agree on anything. All of you guys are open to interpretation of what good means, all that. And I'm like, you guys have the audacity to claim objectivity and grounding. What are you, nuts?
Well, we
like just look at your own ilk.
Well,
none of you agree on this.
What about certain people separating themselves from the church and from the grounding, which I agree, there are Protestants and other people who claim to be Christians who are claiming the same grounding that the actual historical apostolic church has. But I disagree with them just as much as you do. So, I mean, I don't see how this affects my position on whether this prophecy is fulfilled or whether God is real, or whether
because clearly you can't demonstrate the efficacy of your position to your own ilk, or you wouldn't have the divisions that you had.
Are you saying because
if you leave something open to interpretation, you've got tons of wiggle room in there?
Well,
yet you claim objectivity.
That's a big problem for your position, because the fact that there are, if that were true, which obviously I reject, but if that were true, which you just said, the fact that I can't convince other Christians to be Orthodox Christians means that my position is false. That would make your position false, because there are people that aren't whatever you are.
No, oh my goodness.
That's what you just said. Am I wrong?
No, that's not what you are claiming objectivity within your moral framework. That your framework is not subjective, it is objective.
No, it's both.
And that everyone else is up to the feelings.
I'm saying we agree.
Well, objective within objective.
I'm a subject, you're a subject. Everything I do is going to be subjective. I understand that. I realize that. I'm with you on that page. I'm saying objectivity must exist. Objectivity does exist.
I do think objectivity exists within a subjective framework.
Great. Then we agree on that point. There's not a disagreement there.
I don't think that morality in and of itself is objective. I think it's a phenomenon of human beings getting together, and that's exactly what happens. It's no different than love. It's no different than hate. It's no different than any of those things. They don't actually really exist concretely. They are descriptive terms about how we interact with one another as human beings.
Okay, got you. And then I would say, if that's the case, then there's no meaningful way in which they exist at all.
There is. You can get meaningful out of the outcomes of them and through their application.
So,
you are existing right now as the benefit, at a minimum, at the benefit of ethics of reciprocity. At a minimum, you're here today because of that.
Totally. Yeah, I can acknowledge that. I'm grateful for that.
That's not divine.
Well, that's an assertion.
There is no ethics of reciprocity within the Bible. That doesn't exist.
Yes, dude. It's literally the
what's the reciprocity?
It's the
you
most
can beat
famous...
people as long as they don't die.
No.
That's your freaking moral system. That's good.
No, that's a straw man.
Come on, son.
You said
that's not a straw man.
Hold on.
Where is in the Bible does it say you can't beat people?
Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
That doesn't mean shit, dude. Come on.
Well, that's just
that's a massage.
You just said there's no
that's interpretation.
Those are the
I
two
love my
great
neighbor
commandments.
as myself. What if you're a masochist? That doesn't make any sense.
Because the first there's two great commandments. The first great commandment is to love the Lord your God with all your heart, your mind, your soul, and your strength. And the second great commandment is to love your neighbor as yourself. Jesus Christ himself gives this to us. This ethos, this ethic is confirmed by the tradition and by the church. And what it means to love, what it means to love God, what it means to love your neighbor, who your neighbor is, these are all laid out by the church, by the tradition, and by the Bible even itself.
By the church, by the tradition,
Yes.
but not by God.
Well, no, God speaks through the church, so you have to take that into account.
Conveniently, he speaks to the truth, yeah, but no one can demonstrate how that works either.
Well, you can just say conveniently.
It's just claimed that he does. You know what? Hey, guys, God told me, give me money every Sunday. Come on, dude.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
I think those guys are demons. I agree with you. I don't like those guys. So I think we agree on
That's
more
what
than
the church
you think.
says to do. It says to tithe.
Well, you should tithe to take care of your community and your church. I mean, I give money to my church because I love them. I want to support my church and allow them to buy more beautiful things and things like that. And that's how it really is. So
I noticed you didn't say to feed your neighbor. You just said to buy beautiful things. That's weird, but okay.
Well, why not? It can be beautiful things. It can feed my neighbor. I give money directly to people who need money for charity and feeding and stuff like that. I give money to my church. They give money to people who need feeding and medical help.
Why don't you just give it to the hungry? Why do you give it through the church?
Porque no los dos.
I don't speak Spanish.
Why
Je
not?
parle français, parle espagnol.
Why not both, my friend? There's no reason not to do both. And so that's why
because you enrich your church and not your fellow human being.
Well,
your church doesn't need beautiful stuff.
Our fellow human beings need spiritual enrichment, and that's what beautiful things help with when you go to the church. So the incense.
So it needs the dressing.
Yes, absolutely.
It needs all the dressing to it. It's not good enough on its own.
It's just better. I mean, it is probably good enough if it didn't have all that stuff, but God is perfect. So he creates things to be beautiful. He loves beauty. He loves imagery and he wants.
He also likes ugliness too. Let's be fair. He likes both of them. He likes good just as much as he likes evil.
No. He has no love for evil. Or where are you getting that from?
Because he created it all, dude, according to you guys. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, who made the serpent? Who made the serpent?
The serpent made himself by falling from grace.
Serpent made himself, so he has a godlike ability to just will himself into existence.
No, he didn't will himself into existence. The implication of your example was, well, why is the serpent evil if God made everything to be good? Well, because one of the goods that God made is free will. So there's nothing.
So animals have free will all of a sudden.
Well, pre-fall, yeah. I mean, we don't know. I don't even know that animals don't have free will now.
But really, you question whether or not animals lost their consciousness before or after the Jesus got on the scene.
Well,
are you serious?
Not Jesus, but
or are you talking about the fruit?
The fruit,
the fall.
Adam and Eve, the fall of creation. Okay. So
sorry, for some reason I was reading that as fulfilling covenant. Okay, got you. You're talking about the fall with the fruit. Okay, got you.
Yeah, I mean we know all.
Okay, so before, so once the fruit is eaten, all of a sudden animals lose consciousness, or not consciousness, conscience. Well, consciousness. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. The ability for sentient thought.
Yeah, whether it was all animals that had that or just the serpent, I mean, we don't really know. That's a bit of a mystery, but Yeah, sure. There's nothing.
You think that that's
inconsistent
possible?
about that? Yeah, of course. What's inconsistent? What's incoherent about that?
I'm just trying to understand the mechanisms in which like something can lose, like a species can lose consciousness. Yeah.
Well,
I'm just trying to like imagine like
yeah.
what that looks like to you, like a fish or an arthropod or a bat or a bird or a worm or whatever. What had that? What did not? This is insane. This like flies in the face of like everything that is verifiably factual.
Well, exactly. And that's where we get back to the self-refuting nature of empiricism itself. You can't just believe things that are verifiably factual, quote unquote, because that's a self-defeating position. If that's your
So tell me exactly why. Okay, no. Then tell me why you're going to believe in the supernatural. How did you determine that werewolves, vampires, the mummy, Loch Ness monster, all of this does not exist? How'd you determine that?
I'm not sure I have determined that all of those don't exist.
So
I mean, I think probably
do
not
any
all
of those on the list
They might. I
not
really
exist?
don't. Do any of them not exist? I mean, so the Loch Ness monster I kind of had heard was like a tourism scam from like the Scottish people in that area, which makes sense to me. But even that, I don't know. I can't say with certainty that any of those things don't exist.
But you don't care about evidence, so what do you care what they're saying?
Well, right. That's why I'm agnostic to whether vampires, mummies, Loch Ness monster, any of those
So
things.
you exist and live in a world amongst me, and you vote believing that it's possible vampires, werewolves, witches, all this stuff exists.
Yes. And what's inconsistent about that? What's incoherent about that?
Because there's no evidence to say that they do. You're just going to accept anything.
Like I said to
you're just going to accept any claim.
So you exist,
any claim whatsoever. You'll accept.
I didn't say accept any of those things. I said I neither know in either direction whether they do or do not exist. But you'll exist and you vote, as you so like smugly put it, in a world where your entire epistemology is self-refuting and you don't even know. You can't have any knowledge according to your
because I disagree with you that it's self-refuting because I have outcomes by which it does.
So what's your
argument? If the ethics that dude, one as a host, you should ask me what my moral and ethical system is, which you haven't. So you don't even know where I'm coming from on that one. Only that I'm against yours.
All I know is that you said that you're critiquing me for believing in things in which I don't have empirical evidence for you, and all I've told you is that if empiricism is true, that's a self-defeating position. So, no, I don't know, but I am interested in what your worldview is. Are you an empiricist?
I kind of go more about the Sam Harris way of doing it, which is the benefiting of well-being versus the detriment thereof. I kind of go more moral landscape. It's kind of, it's informed by, I would say, at least a minimum of two things from a human standpoint. I believe that we are all born into this world with a sense of justice. And by justice, I don't mean God's justice, because that's insane. That's the furthest thing from justice.
What type of justice do you mean? Yeah.
Justice, I mean more in the Rawlsian sense of equality. And it's evidenced by the fact if you've ever been around two little children, give one a piece of candy and watch what happens, and not the other, and watch what happens. And that's not taught to them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's not a problem for my worldview.
Yeah, okay. They understand it. Hey, I did not. You get that. Right off the rip. You don't even have to teach them that.
Nope. Yeah, I agree.
The second one that I'll do is this is what I do with people all the time that are looking around that they like don't want to accept kind of what you guys are proposing, which is just believe in God and leave it up to his hands. And, you know, even though he killed all the Amalekites and he freaking killed people and he just wiped the earth a couple times and he hardened the heart of Pharaoh and all this kind of stuff, he's good, guys, even though like we have to refer to him on every single thing, which is good because there's no definition of it whatsoever. If you had hypothetically, okay, I know. Are you okay with hypotheticals? Yes. I know sometimes theists are not okay with hypotheticals. They like cringe at
hypotheticals. It depends if you're going to propose an impossible one or not, but go for it.
Yeah. I'm not going to propose an impossible one. Let's just say that there's a universe because, and there's another creator.
Yeah.
Giving my kid a hug goodbye. Have a good one. Okay. If you got another universe, and another creator, God would still retain, I am your Lord and Creator because I created you, the natural material world. So this is going to be not an this is just a different one, okay? All right, and the moral system what's that? This is just a hypothetical, okay?
And I'm just trying to understand the hypothetical. So like, there's two.
There's another creator.
Yeah.
And he creates another world. And he creates another species, like God did with us as humans, okay? And you can call them whatever you want.
Okay, wait. Who created him, though, first of all?
Well, yeah, who created God?
Well, that's not relevant to the God that we worship.
Well,
So
that's
in
not
your
relevant to this one either. He just is. Same as yours.
So there's two entities that just are.
Yeah,
Okay,
two entities that
gotcha.
just are.
Just getting clear.
If one's
Just getting
okay,
clear
then
on
two's got to
what's-
be okay
I'm
too.
Just getting clear on what system you got. Okay, cool.
Okay, all right. And then that person, that creator, says that this system I have is good, but it's not. It's not on par with the system that we believe in, right? How do we determine which one of them is actually good? Because we have two of them in conflict with one another.
I would think there is no good in either of those systems. If there are two competing gods, like two necessary beings that are separate from each other, I don't think you could ever arbitrate between them.
But I mean, you can look at one says it's good, and you can look at what the other one says it's good. How would you determine which one is the right one?
I don't think you could, because if they have two different
Well, you
opinions.
could if you have a definition of what is good.
Well, okay, then that would be like a third overarching deity or something above.
That is how we would determine what is good.
Okay, so that you have to add that to the hypothetical then. So in that case,
Well,
then
of
I
course
would
you have.
appeal to
No,
the.
this is the conclusion of the hypothetical. It's to expose the absurdity of your claim.
That doesn't expose anything.
If you've got
That's nothing to do
if
with my
you've got
claim.
a God that says I am good, and then he does two things that he says are good that are in conflict with one another, and yet you're still able to extract or glean good from that, how do you do that?
Wait, so now there's only one God and he does two different things?
Well, I'm reverting back to your belief system. My bad. We're abandoning the hypothetical. This
Okay.
is getting convoluted, so
Yeah.
we'll just abandon that.
Yeah, I mean, the
We'll just go
hypothetical-
back to that.
Yeah, okay.
Your thing, you have a God right now that says, I have revealed good to you.
Mhm.
And I've revealed to you good this way, and I've revealed to you good this way.
Yep.
And those two things are in conflict with each other. They cannot both be good.
Yep.
How do you parse that?
Because, well, is this supposed to apply to my actual worldview now?
Yeah.
Okay, so that hasn't ever happened. So how does that apply?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Are you okay? I can see where you're going. I'm not dumb.
Unjust
I'm not trying
killing.
to play
That's
dumb.
how you define murder, right? You would define murder as the unjust taking of life.
Yes.
God murders.
No, because it's not unjust.
Unjustly.
It's not unjust. Because someone has
How
to
is
decide.
taking all the firstborn of Egypt a just murder because of the actions of the Pharaoh?
Because God can give all those little babies eternal life in heaven, obviously.
No, that's not what we
Are
said.
they
We're
innocent?
not mitigating murder by whether or not we offer up like a consolation prize.
Well,
it's either you don't murder you don't take life unjustly, or you are able to take life unjustly. You can't mitigate it with a consolation prize.
Okay, and who decides what's just and unjust in this view? Because in my view, it's God, and it's not
And
his
what's
decision.
the point of your free will if you cannot tell on your own? If you need to be force-fed all of this information and all of this criteria and the definitions of words and everything like that from day to day to day to day to day, what is the point of your free will? If you can't recognize, hey, whoa, that guy said, don't kill, don't take life unjustly. And then he just turned around and took life unjustly. And I have a system that says whatever this guy says is good. And clearly, he's shown to demonstrate that he is not good because he is doing the thing he said is evil.
No, because his prescription not
And
to
sinful.
His prescription not to murder is for human beings who are not omniscient, omnipotent, all-knowing.
So how is this useful to you?
Because
Oh,
I know,
well, we have
'cause
this
then-
all
'cause
set of
now
rules.
I know whether God can kill certain people, which, by the way, this
But you're
example would just
supposed to
apply
glean your
age.
morality. You're supposed to glean your morality by his image and what he is,
No, by
what he revealed.
No, by his commands. We can't be God. We shouldn't assume to be God. Actually, when you say that I am the arbiter of what is good and bad over anything else, then that is you saying you are the God that decides justice.
No, it's
and
not saying
good
I'm the
and stuff
God
like
because
that.
I'm not the creator. I'm
Okay.
not anything that would resemble a God in
Gotcha.
any way, meaningful way.
Well, I agree. That's
I'm just
good.
saying that I am able to use my brain and
Mhm.
utilize the logic, supposedly that the mechanics of how I can think, which is to utilize logic to do pattern recognition, all those kinds
Uh-huh.
of things. That's how the brain works.
Yep. And do you think
Okay.
if you had all the information in the universe that you might do certain things differently than you are able to do now, justifiably?
Probably, yeah. Why not?
So why can't God do that?
You can. What I'm talking about is your morality of you calling it good. You can't be in conflict with yourself and call that consistent or call it objective. That is like flim-flammy. That's like that's wish-washy. What are you talking about?
You haven't shown this at all. So you said because God does things which he may or may not be justified in doing, because
okay, how about when he orders people to kill the Amalekites?
Yeah, well,
you're sitting there killing people unjustly. Women, children, freaking livestock, the crops, everything like that.
That's the point I'm making. You have no ability, I have no ability to say whether that's just or unjust because I don't have omniscient knowledge. You would need that to make that type of determination about that type of...
This is just convenient, dude. You understand that. What do these guys do? Like, what do these guys do to deserve?
Convenient. You can call anything
Our
that's
children? No, it's not
coherent.
coherent.
It is. What's incoherent
no,
about
it's just
it?
Whenever you're put against a wall, you just do God's mysterious.
I didn't
That's
say he's
insane,
mysterious.
man.
I didn't say he's mysterious. I said
No, I mean that's the nature. That's the theme of what you're saying. I'd have to be divine to understand this kind of stuff, but since I'm not divine, I don't know. But God said it was just, so I'm just going to go along with it, like a sheep led. I mean, what are you doing?
Well, I am a sheep. I'm honored to be a sheep. I'm a slave. So you think
Well,
these are
I mean,
all
good
like
on you, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. You think these are all like gotchas and stuff like that, but the implicit claim that you're making is,
well, I kind of, you know what, when I talk to theists, I would expect, I do, you know what, I do presuppose something when I have conversations with theists, which is that they should be able to have the capacity for shame.
I have the capacity,
and they don't seem to.
I have lots of shame.
What are you shameful of?
My sin.
Don't get too personal.
I sin every day.
Your sin. What's sin? Do you do every day?
Judging my brother almost every day. I have to repent of that almost every day. I break the fast sometimes. I have lustful thoughts.
God, you're a terrible person.
Exactly.
You should jump off a bridge.
What are you talking about, I shouldn't jump off a bridge because that'd be even worse. But yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I have tons of shame. Plenty of shame.
I mean, it's an absolute mystery to me that like how you guys conduct yourselves, pay bills, hold a job down, do anything.
You realize that
this
statistically,
is just wild to me.
Statistically, Christians pay more bills, hold down more jobs, have healthier, bigger, happier families than any other, say, atheist or secular society.
Yeah, I've seen competing studies on that one.
Okay. But so
the two happiest nations and the two happiest nations on the world are largely atheists. So I don't know what you're getting at.
Also, those nations do happen to have the highest suicide rates. So I mean, when happiness is self-reported and you have absolutely no,
they don't have the highest suicide rates.
Fair enough. Whatever. They have very high suicide rates, higher than America. But anyway, so the point of me saying that was wait, I almost forgot where we actually were.
We were talking about like I find it's a mystery that like you guys like you find any cohesion with this because it's like God told us to do this. This is good, and if we disagree with it, we just sit there and go, well, God's mysterious.
Right.
Like I'm going to tell you a little anecdote here.
Wait, can I just make one quick point before your anecdote?
Sure.
Do you understand that it's a fallacy that if you are incredulous personally about any position, like you just say, I can't understand how you guys do it, that says nothing about whether the position is true or false.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
I understand incredulity, but I'm talking about like clearly, obviously, you guys go to work every day and you pay your bills. I'm just like, I am incredulous, like how this is possible with just such broken thinking.
Right.
I'm incredulous.
It's an assertion that the thinking is broken, and your incredulity says nothing about whether it is or not.
I'm not making an intellectual argument. I'm just making a statement.
Gotcha.
That I'm just like, from an emotional aspect. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm doing.
Gotcha, brother.
I'm going to give you an anecdote of what I consider to be broken thinking.
Please.
Okay.
Please.
I've got a friend over 30 years. This is an anecdote. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is hardcore Reformed Presbyterian.
Gotcha.
Okay. I understand that you don't agree with Protestants, but whatever. We're going to talk about him.
Gotcha.
This is who I normally do my debates with. I've been fighting with this guy for 30 years. We're good friends.
Okay. Great.
Okay. Total opposites, yin and yang. It's cool.
Sweet.
It works. We find a way with it. Okay.
Love it.
In one of our conversations, I was saying, what if I was an agent of God and I annihilated your family because God told me to? This is just a hypothetical.
Yep.
How would you feel about that? Because God could command me to annihilate people. He's done it before. Okay?
Okay, I might
He has
disagree with that, but
instructed
go
his
ahead.
followers to go and kill and to annihilate and to perform genocide and all these. Yes, he has done that.
He has, but that was in a different covenant in a different context. So, but
I thought
fine,
you
go
weren't
ahead.
what was it? The episensational. What the
I'm
hell?
not a dispensationalist.
Dispensationalist.
Which
I thought
is
you were a
a
dispensationalist.
Protestant view about like salvation history that it's cut up into different dispensations. But the Orthodox do
I understand
acknowledge that there are two covenants. Or there's like 7 of them.
No,
essentially.
I
There's
get
the
it. This is
covenant
what
between
Doug
Adam and
Wilson
Eve.
talks
Yeah.
about when he's talking about you've got 2 different ways of dispensationalists. You either say that the Old Testament informs the New, and that's what is going on, or the New Testament only acknowledges what's allowed in the Old Testament via the New. There's 2 variations of dispensationalists, or according to him, that's how he described it.
Sure.
Like I get it.
Yeah, we use
At the end of the day,
dispensation in the
though,
real
it's
way,
still
essentially. Yeah,
it's
okay.
still moral relativism. Now, objective morality would be immoral despite time and place and culture. It will always be this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just because it's okay. This is your guys' problem with slavery, which you haven't really covered as like, oh no, God says don't do that. Yeah, I don't really believe that he says that at all in the Bible.
He does.
No, he says things. Certain people say certain things to certain people, but there's no to the church. This is what's allowed. You guys have to pull this and go. Well, this has to
Paul says there's neither
apply
Jew nor
to
Greek.
us. And
Paul says there's
what's that?
Paul says there's neither Jew nor Greek. There's neither slave nor free. That's literally a letter he wrote to the church.
He also said there's also man, no woman.
Yeah, a letter he wrote to the church saying we're all equal in Christ.
So you're cool with trans people then?
I'm cool with them. I pray for that they'll get their
No. But you
right,
agree
but-
because there's neither man nor woman. We're just homogenous.
No, because
we're all the same.
Well, obviously there are
come on.
Jewish people and Greek people.
Yes, because
Obviously
what he's
there are
talking about is not
slaves.
on the confines. Because what he's talking about is not on the confines of earth. What he's talking about is in the eyes of God and in heaven.
Exactly.
He makes
He's
no distinction that way. But on
Exactly.
earth, there definitely is.
Well, yeah, and you can make a matter-of-fact statement about what's
Okay,
on
and
earth.
there are laws. Do you think that the laws on here on earth apply to in heaven? Do you think that they really have to talk about murder in heaven?
No.
Okay, so obviously these laws apply here on earth and what
Yes,
we're supposed to do
exactly.
within our social confines this way, right?
And the law that applies in heaven are the 2 great commandments: to love your neighbor as yourself, being the second commandment, and you wouldn't enslave
You can't
yourself.
help it but to obey. There's no reason for a commandment in heaven because you're made unbroken.
Well, that's a theological
So you just
debate we
think
could get
perfectly
into,
the entire time.
but that's irrelevant. I mean, that's a theological debate we could get into. That's interesting.
Well,
like-
yeah, because none of you
but
guys
can
actually
have-
know. You just
no, we do know.
theorize on this
Well,
shit.
if you want to get into it, we can. But so basically,
Tell me about tell me about all the people that studied heaven.
you can have free will. Well, sure. You want to hear about John of Damascus or John the, who do you
Oh,
want?
yeah,
to
he went to heaven and he
Yeah.
studied it, took notes, brought it back,
You
made a
don't have to-
dissertation.
You don't
What?
have to go
What do
somewhere
you
to study it. Oh, are you saying there's no one that's ever studied Mars because they haven't been there?
We've sent things there to take photographs. We've sent
Oh, but you
machinery
can't
to
study-
interact on our behalf.
Oh, but you
Did you
couldn't
send a
study?
probe into heaven?
Oh,
Come on,
angels,
son.
yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Divine revelation is the probe into heaven. Okay, that's the point. Okay, anyway.
That's not the probe into heaven.
You
That is
can
a
have-
claim made about a promise made to you. You have no experience whatsoever,
According
no
to
interaction
your-
with heaven at all.
According to
The
your
only
worldview,
pathway.
you're switching
No, the only
between
pathway there is
external and internal
death.
critique.
Can
You're
you go to
literally-
heaven and still be alive, physically alive?
Like in the mortal human way? No.
Yeah, can you right now just poof right into heaven without dying?
Elijah was subsumed into heaven, and the Virgin Mary, although I think she may have died first. So yes,
Elijah,
technically it's
one
possible.
dude, supposedly this happened to him.
Yeah, again, you keep switching between external and internal critiques. You're internally critiquing the position, and then I give you the actual Christian response within the paradigm, and then you go, "Oh, but according to my worldview, that's ridiculous." Like, well, duh.
It's not
Otherwise
according to
you'd
my
be in
worldview. What
my
I'm saying is that
worldview.
you're inconsistent. Nah, dude, I'm saying that you're inconsistent. Like you
How?
hold this. Oh my goodness.
That would be the internal critique. So how you haven't shown how I've been inconsistent.
I've said that you're inconsistent because your divine command has a person that is saying what is good, and then he is doing 2 things in conflict with one another.
The command is to people, not to himself.
It doesn't matter. He commands them
Okay,
to do
according to
evil.
whom? According
He
to whom
commands
doesn't
them
matter.
to hold people as property. He tells them to do that.
According to whom is it evil?
According to the Bible, he
No,
does
according
that.
to me is what you're saying.
No, it's not according to me.
That's
when
what
he
he's
says
saying.
take the women who have never known men as your own, what is that?
I don't know. Do you know?
You don't know, or you can't be brain dead. You obviously know what that means. You can interpret, you can figure out how Christianity is not a polytheistic God by the Holy Trinity and the convoluted mess of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You can figure that out, but you can't figure out what it means to take a woman who has never known a man as your own, and you're like, question marks. Are you
Well, I
kidding?
mean, maybe I do know what that means. I mean, maybe that is just to, rape the woman. Hopefully not, but maybe that is what it means.
That's pretty much what that means, and take her as your property. Yeah, that's what that means. And he instructs you to take women and children as property because of the way that he structured slavery with Jubilee and the laws of Exodus and Deuteronomy.
But you realize that all the
You
sin
can
of the
set
world
the man
is not
free, but
due
if
to
you
him.
gave him a wife and she has a child, you can leave, but the wife and the kid have to stay behind because they're the property of the master. He instructs people to take this as property.
So
he instructs slavery.
Yeah, he
And yet
instructs
you're
how to
just
go
got
about
finished
it
telling me
because
that he
people-
said don't do it.
Yeah, he did say don't do it. Again, it's a different context. The Savior of the world has
This
already
is
been sent.
no, this is inconsistent.
It's not inconsistent.
He says on
bro.
one hand take them, on the other hand don't take them. That's inconsistency. That's not my worldview. That's just like that's just broken logic.
For it to be
That's
inconsistent,
contradiction.
it would have to contradict itself it'd have to be the opposite thing at the same time and in the same way. It's two completely different covenants, completely different times. Furthermore, you're just saying these things are evil based on your perspective. That's not an internal critique.
Would you be my slave under the rules of Exodus and Deuteronomy?
Would I be your slave under the rules of Exodus?
Yeah. Sure, we'll keep it biblical.
Like,
I'll only
if I
beat
were
you
your
so far as
slave-
that you don't die.
Sure. I mean, yeah. What choice would I have if I were your slave? I mean,
Well, you could resist me.
maybe I would. Maybe I wouldn't. Yeah. I
You
mean,
could say, well, I mean, and it would be good, right?
I don't know.
It
if
would be good for me to do that.
I'm not well versed on the ancient Levitical laws, so I mean, maybe it would be good, maybe it wouldn't. I'm not sure.
You know about prophecies, but you don't know about the biggest blight on your religion.
It's not really a blight.
Which is owning other people. Slavery is a blight.
Oh,
If
slavery
you don't
is a
understand
blight.
that, you've got problems.
No,
I don't know how to
agree
help
that-
you.
I agree that
Slavery is a
I
problem.
thought you were saying Leviticus was the blight. No, I mean, I agree that slavery is wrong, but I also acknowledge that our religion doesn't promote slavery. It deals with a
It
reality.
does. It specifically instructs you to take. Wait, okay, sure,
Right,
but
can I finish
I'm
the
going to say the same thing.
Okay.
It specifically instructs you to take slaves.
In the situation
And how to do
in
it.
which fallen humanity takes slaves. Okay, humanity is deeply sinful. The entire history of the book. It's like you love to take one little part of the book and ignore the entire point, right? It's like if you read one chapter about how, like, I don't know, Voldemort cast some Crucio spell on someone, and you're like, wow, Harry Potter.
Let's do your
must-
reductio that you say
Harry
all the guys
Potter
do.
must be
What was
evil.
your video you made?
Oh yeah, I love that. Yeah, reductio. I'm not really trying to do a reductio. I'm just giving you an example. But like, it's absurd to read one part of the book, take in none of the rest of the context, and be like, I know what this is talking about.
I'm highlighting one part of the book. I'm just highlighting the biggest freaking
And you're saying
glaring
the
error.
whole thing is false because of that one highlight that you're making, right?
No, it's cognitive dissonance on your part to not see this, to see the inconsistency of it.
I see
And you're
everything
trying to
of
give you're trying to like to dissolve the inconsistency by saying, well, that's a different covenant, even though God's saying that I'm not the author of confusion, and that not one jot or not tittle will be changed, and all these other kind of things that are like exist within the New Testament. But we ignore those things and we just say, well, he fulfilled a covenant.
Okay. I mean, what's
Objective morality would be this is no. Objective, what your God is moral relativism. It's okay here, but not okay there. That is not objectivity. And if you're claiming it's objective, you're wrong.
No, it's more like
That's
it's
not objectivity.
It's more like it's okay when he does something, and it's not necessarily okay for us to do the things that he can do. That's not.
He's
that's not
telling
relative.
you to hold a slave. He's telling you how to do it.
He's telling you how, not to.
And in certain
He's not
instances, he
saying
told
it's
you
good.
to do it.
He's not saying it's good to have slaves, and there's no passage in which he says it is good to have slaves. or
So it's
even
just
applies to them.
amoral. Slavery is amoral.
No, it's immoral, and humanity does all sorts of crazy.
So then
immoral
he's
shit
instructing
from the
you to
very
do,
beginning.
okay, I can't remember which frickin' tribe this was because you guys just glassed everyone that you came across back in the day, like whatever. One of the groups that you guys slaughtered, not the Amalekites, because you slaughtered all of them. You chased them all into the woods, killed them all, and then you came back and then done in all the women and the children and the cattle because, you know, that made sense. That wasn't cruel or barbaric or anything like that because, you know, God's the good guy in this story, whatever.
Well, you have to be familiar
There
with
was another
ancient
tribe
linguistics.
where you slaughtered all the men and then the women that were left over, I can't remember the name of them, and where you took them all, they didn't know a man, as your own. And God told them to do that. He instructed them to do that. He commanded them to take them as slaves and to rape them.
Okay. And
it's what he did.
And so what's inconsistent? You have to show me the inconsistency.
Because are you not supposed to rape?
No, you're not supposed to rape.
Okay. Are you supposed to kill?
No, you're
unjustly,
not
or excuse me. You know what? Let's excuse that one. How are you supposed to have people as slaves?
No, you're not supposed. It's not
okay.
good to have
So if he commands you to have a slave and to also rape, but you're saying he did not, that is inconsistent.
You asked me if it's good for me to kill or for me to rape or for me to have a slave. I said no.
I'm sorry. Did every one of us human beings get a different rule set? I wasn't aware of.
No, but the nature of the world, it was deeply, deeply, deeply mired in sin. I mean, and actually, you gave a good example of the hardening of Pharaoh's heart. Well, why did God harden Pharaoh's heart? Because Pharaoh had hardened
because
his
it wouldn't have gone, because he couldn't have done his apocalypse story, dude. Because he's like, because Pharaoh was going to let him go, and Jesus went, or God went, no, actually, I don't. I have a whole like fireworks show that I'm going to do right now. So I got to harden your heart.
Subjective heuristic, you know.
No, it's not
but
my
according
subjective.
to all
that's
the
what
actual
happens.
church. Oh, that's what happened.
You know what?
That's
How
not
about
an
this? I'll
assertion.
review
That's
that
not
whole
an
thing of
assertion.
Exodus.
Yeah, go for it.
It's not an assertion.
It is. You
Why
just
did he
said
harden
that's
his
what
heart
happened.
if Pharaoh was going to let him go?
Why? Because Pharaoh was never going to let him go, and you also don't understand ancient writing
So
techniques.
then, why would he would he harden his heart?
Why would he harden? Because Pharaoh
Yeah,
hardened.
Pharaoh wasn't going to let him go.
Pharaoh hardened his own heart to the extent that he couldn't have let.
No,
him
it
go.
says that God hardened his heart.
I know, but that's an ancient writing technique because we give God credit. We give God sort of authority over all things, right? And so all these things that you're listing, the go and do this, go and do that, go and do that. It's told to us in the New Testament that for the hardness of the hearts of the ancient Israelites were these laws given. I am the summation of the law and the prophets. What are the two great commandments that is the summation of the law and the prophets? To love the Lord your God with all your heart, your mind, and strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself. So if you have any problem with to love your neighbor as yourself or to love God, then you can go ahead and provide that. But you're talking against a straw man. You're talking against an ancient Israelite religion, which is irrelevant to
I'm
Christians.
talking against your Bible.
Do you think that there are religious nations out there that are raping and pillaging and having slaves on the basis of their Christianity?
On the basis of the Christianity, no.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
currently,
so how is this an argument against Christianity? How is this?
Well, because Christianity and the Enlightenment happen to kind of coincide with one another.
Actually, the Enlightenment arises out of Christian nations and out of Christianity itself.
That's what I mean by that.
Exactly.
That's what I mean by that.
And so there would be no freeing
of slaves
happen if not
in
for
Muslim
Christianity.
countries.
Yeah, exactly, where they do still have slaves.
Yeah.
So if not for Christianity, there would be no freeing of slaves.
To be perfectly clear, we're in the midst of currently debating whether or not to release files of a slave owner. So it's not like it doesn't happen in Christian nations. And the guy that
this isn't a Christian, this is not
Trump,
we're not in a Christian nation.
No, it's really working hard to be one, though.
How so? It's working.
It's really working hard to be one.
There are 1.4 million babies died from abortion, human sacrifice last year alone. So in what sense is this a Christian nation?
Well, I mean, they're ending that, aren't they?
I hope
they already tried to with Roe v. Wade.
I hope they're ending it. I mean, really.
And I disagree with that entire premise. I think it's just a non-starter. But
I'm just saying, you acknowledge.
You have to believe in the soul in order for all of your arguments to make sense.
I have no love for the leaders of our nation. I don't think they're even remotely Christian. In fact, none of them proclaim to be. Like, maybe they'll vaguely sort of be like, oh, yeah, I love God, I love Jesus. And this, like Trump will say that, like, oh, thank God that bullet dodged me or something.
So you're not a MAGA?
No. I mean, I probably would have voted for Trump over Kamala, but I voted for RFK. So,
You voted for RFK. Oh boy.
Have you ever heard him
Okay.
talk?
Yeah, I've heard him talk.
Have you ever heard him talk
He's
about the very
insane.
problems that you're talking about? The deep state, BlackRock owning and buying every single house in America so that young, middle class, working families cannot possibly own houses as an organized assault on the middle class.
I've also seen him
what's wrong
talk
with that?
about getting vaccines.
Yeah, and actually,
I've also heard him talk about getting rid of vaccines.
And what kind of research just came out? Actually, the vaccines are quite deadly. Some of them. I'm not saying they're completely deadly. I'm saying people can die from the vaccines. And guess what? Oh, they don't stop. They don't stop COVID. Oh, weird. You can still get COVID even if you get 4 booster shots. Oh, strange. I guess RFK is a psycho.
Oh my goodness. We're not just talking about the COVID vaccine. We're talking about all vaccines. He wants to get rid of the MMR. He wants to get rid of all of them.
Get rid of all of them. That's false. He wants to get rid of the ones that have heavy metals in them. I'm not really against that. Polio
You're not really against getting rid of them?
I'm not against getting rid of vaccines vaccines for hepatitis C that we give to a baby who's less than a week
so
old.
far adrift right now.
I know we are adrift.
So far
we are
adrift.
adrift. We did get into this, but we are adrift completely.
I'm just talking about Christian nations.
Yep, Christian
look what
nations,
happens
whatever.
when you're talking about a Christian nationalist nation. Look at the problems that are coming up from it, and widely the biggest one that's happening right now, which is the whole love your neighbor bullshit.
Love your enemy too.
With what's happening with ICE. What's that? Do you agree with what ICE is doing? Love thy neighbor guy?
It depends. I mean, if you're also told to render under Caesar what is Caesar, so you have to obey the law of the land that you live in. So if you break the law, I mean, are you saying there should be no prisons? We shouldn't put anyone in jail? We shouldn't deport anybody?
No, what I'm saying is that I don't think that someone coming over illegally and doing a civil infraction should be considered a criminal because it's a civil issue, not a criminal
What does
one.
it mean? What does it make you when you do something illegal, no matter what it is?
Okay, well, let me ask you this one, okay?
So wait, are you
Let me
conceding that point?
rephrase it with a... No, I'm not evading that point. Okay. I'm demonstrating it this way. When Trump was held civilly liable for raping or for sexually assaulting, and what most people would say, even the judge himself, even though the context of the law changes when this was applied to how it is looked at now, because he inserted his fingers into her and not his genitals, which the old law used to say it had to be genitals, and now we say that you could be any body part, in an orifice. Okay. When he did that, and then everyone rewarded him by voting him into all the MAGA guys rewarded him by making him president.
Which I didn't.
He's a civilly liable rapist. Okay.
Okay.
But he's not going to serve any jail time for that.
Yeah.
But in order for the jury of his peers to understand that he is guilty of this, they have to accept that he actually did rape her. But yet he's not going to serve any criminal jail time for that.
Are you asking me if I would like Trump to serve?
No. I'm showing this to demonstrate that is a civil infraction, what he was charged with, and he was set free with a fine. When someone crosses the border illegally, it is also a civil infraction. And yet they are labeled as criminals.
Yeah, I think if Trump was Trump should be labeled a criminal too. I don't have a problem with that. You're arguing against something that I don't have a problem with.
No, I'm not arguing against that. So when we said that, you said they should be here illegally. That's what I'm talking about. They're crime.
Illegal, yeah, go ahead.
It's a civil crime, or a civil infraction.
I'm not sure if that's the case. Then fair enough. I think whatever you should be punished according to the crime that you've committed. If the crime is to illegally enter a country, the logical punishment to me is to be legally deported from the country that you illegally entered. I mean, what's the problem with that?
How about giving them love your neighbor. Why don't you give them a more efficient and brief pathway to citizenship?
We can
love thy neighbor.
100% agree with that. I think there should be much, much, much easier pathways to
what
citizenship.
The hell are you doing knocking on liberals and stuff for in all your other videos? What are you up to?
Well, I don't like a lot
This
of
sounds like a grift, man.
What's the grift, brother? I have nuanced opinions. I'm not a monolith. I'm not a MAGA retard. I mean, what's your problem? You don't want me to have a nuanced political take?
Because I watch your whole videography, your discography, whatever, and you just slam liberals and leftists
Liberals
left and
are
right.
literally retarded. They're more retarded than right people. I agree with that. What have I said that counts?
What is retarded about a liberal?
Usually the communist progressivism stances.
That's not liberalism. Liberalism is liberalism.
Yeah,
Socialism is socialism, and communism is communism.
Sure. Yeah. Well,
No, it is.
Liberalism
That's what it
always
is.
tends towards, so like liberalism in our modern in our American context always means at the very baseline socialism. Usually it tends towards communism, especially if I'm shitting on them on my channel. It's something egregious.
Okay, what is
what example do you have? What example do you have of
What is communism?
where I've been inconsistent?
What is communism?
It's a political theory that I would say promotes collectivization of natural resources to be distributed amongst the populace according to mysterious means that will make everything more equal, essentially. That will make...
No, it is a stateless, classless, moneyless system of co-ownership. That's effectively communism.
I mean, that's exactly what I just said. But it can't be stateless.
It's not exactly what you
classless.
said.
No, there has to be a class of people that distributes the resources. And it's
No,
not stateless
that's
because unless you're going to dissolve the states of every country on Earth, it can't be stateless. There has to be a barrier, a divide between a communist country and a non-communist country.
it's the cooperative is the government.
Oh, so there is a government.
Themselves.
Right. It
Can you
doesn't
be
matter
your
who
own
the
father?
government- It doesn't matter who
Can
the
you be your own
government-
father?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well then you can.
But
that's
you
what
can
I'm
be your
talking
own
about.
government.
Apparently, you can.
Well, yeah, that's why it's
In
retarded.
co-ops,
Yeah,
they do that.
exactly. That's why it's retarded.
I'm not saying it could work because
Yeah.
I'm not a communist.
Exactly. So I don't know
think
why
that
you're
you would
asking
require-
me about communism and stuff like that. You're saying.
No, I'm just saying, but
what-
you need. That's how they define it.
Hold on.
That's
you
how they
made the
define it.
accusation that I grift because I'm inconsistent with my views based on the videos that I post and what I just told you about my stance. on
Politically,
immigration.
I'm not. Whoa. I need to make a quick distinction here.
Yeah.
I'm just talking politically.
Yeah. So
I'm not
what-
thinking
so
you're
what-
grifting religiously.
Fair enough. Whatever. So I wouldn't care if.
Well,
you were
no,
saying it that
I don't
way.
want
Like,
you to level that at me later on and saying that I
Yeah.
think you're grifting on this
Fair
one.
enough. Fine. So
Okay.
I'm still confused about how I'm grifting politically because I've not said anything that's incoherent with my overarching political worldview, and I
Because you
certainly haven't
hold
posted a
liberal
video.
values and you slammed them.
What's the liberal value
on
that I
this
hold?
in this discussion right now? You're holding liberal values, and yet you will
to
turn
make
around and slam them and
citizenship
call them.
easier. That's like MAGA. That's MAGA core. Lots of MAGA people will say that.
That is not MAGA core. It's get rid of all of them. It's go to Home Depots and courthouses and rip families apart.
Okay,
That's
so
MAGA.
Because
what are you
I'm
talking
not
about?
because I'm not the most extreme version of MAGA I can be. Like you have to show me that my other videos are like super extreme MAGA. When have I ever said go to every Home Depot? Although I mean that's probably a good place to start, to be honest. But when have I
No,
ever
because
said?
you attack the people that attack those points of view.
Yeah, and I'm attacking them on their points of view.
Their points of view are to get rid of that stuff. You attack them on that. You say that they have like big words and shit, and they're like, oh, and they're just trying to confuse, and you do all that nonsense with it. I'm not going to go back, dude. I haven't sit there and bookmarked every one of your videos. I'm not going to go and give you 1,000 views and hang out with like 5, 6, 7 more hours to go back
I wouldn't
and sit there
expect
with
you
a fine
to.
pen.
That's why I was surprised when you're like, I've seen all your videos and you're saying the opposite.
I
of
watch
what you
them,
usually
dude.
say,
Pretty
but-
much when they pop up, I watch what you
Well,
have to say.
I
and
appreciate
I see
that.
you like, and I sit you in. No, it's just. It's wildly frustrating, like sometimes like the lazy application of this stuff when you're basically saying, well, it's either this or your feelings. No, it's also that. You can also base it upon outcomes. What kind of system would give us the best kind of outcomes? This system would give us the best kind of outcomes. This is the ethical system that therefore that we should have.
Yeah, Christian,
and you're like, well,
the
no,
Orthodox
it's
Christian-
absurd because it's not grounded in divine objectivity.
Exactly. Yeah.
Who gives a shit? Who cares?
Because that's
Did
what I
it work
actually
or
believe.
not?
That's what I actually believe.
No, did it work or did it not? Your
What?
system doesn't
Divine
work.
Christian. Yes, it does. What are you talking about?
How does it work? How does
I mean,
it work?
worked fabulously in Constantinople. My official
Why is
view-
it?
Someone
Why
asked,
is it leaving? It's growing
coming
in
back.
Africa. Congratulations!
No, it's
and in the
growing-
Western
it's
world, in
growing
the
here,
enlightened
too.
world, it's receding.
It's
No,
growing
it's not. It's
here.
receding.
Dude, do you want to look at the numbers? I have stats about the Orthodox, Catholic, and certain Protestants. Even though I disagree with the Catholics and the Protestants, all the churches are growing, especially the Orthodox Church in America. And it's because there was
In
a
America.
massive recession of it in the 20th century because of the horrors of secularism and communism. So
the horrors of secularism and communism in the United States of America during fucking McCarthyism, and that's where we see the drop off from.
Exactly. Yeah, because McCarthyism was
Okay,
a false
so if
flag.
you're so anti-secularist, okay, and so I'm assuming by contrast you would be a theocrat. Is that what you think we should be?
I think the ideal governance system
What
would
do
be
you
a
do with
righteous
me?
king.
What do you do with me?
Let you live your life,
and
man.
my ilk?
What do you mean? Let you live your life.
Under your law, you expect me to follow your law.
Yes, I would. Yeah.
What do you do with me? Okay, in a secular government, you can still do your.
It depends
your
on what
woo-woo.
laws you're. No, that's not true.
What woo-woo can you not do? What is the oppression of the secular government upon you? What is it? You can't marry a kid? Is that your problem?
Well,
like what?
No, of course not. Although yes, technically that would explain the point that no matter what worldview you take, no matter what political structure you take, we do impose laws.
I'm sorry,
on
I'm not going to
people
cry for you for not having your religion allow you to rape children.
Well, I
I'm
wouldn't
not
expect
cry
you
for
to, but
on that
under
one.
my religion, you wouldn't be allowed to rape children either. So that's why it was kind of a crazy false flag for you to say that to begin with. But
Well, because there's lots of you theistic Christian types that really want to get the kids.
maybe a bunch of Catholic.
You really want to
Christians
marry them young when they're nice and young, like Charlie Kirk and frickin' Michael Knowles that you were just watching, and you're
But
freaking like criticizing and shit.
Oh, are you saying that Michael Knowles is a
He wants
rapist?
14. He wants 12, 13, 14-year-olds to be able to get married. Yeah.
When has he said that?
Damn, dude! If I didn't prepare you for this, bro.
I've never heard him or anyone else say that, and I detest that if anyone has said that.
No, Michael Knowles is a piece of shit, though, bro. I don't know where you haven't heard this if you've been hiding under several rocks.
No, I don't really watch a lot of Michael Knowles, but so maybe he has somewhere, but I've never heard it. So again, I don't know. But to get back to your point of theocracy versus a secular government or something, there's plenty of things that I can't do in more secular nations. Like for one thing, send a private text message to a nurse friend of mine after her boyfriend beat the shit out of me, calling him a faggot. Because I'm angry, because I'm in the hospital, because I have a black eye and a blue lip.
Wait.
And then,
I think he gets done for assault.
Explain that better again. Hold on. Wait. That didn't make sense to what you said. Could you say that again?
Yeah, sure. So I'm a nurse working in a senior care living facility, right?
Okay. Someone attacked you.
I have a friend. Yeah, a big man attacks me, gives me a black eye.
Okay.
And I think she got a concussion too. Sends me to the hospital, right? Now I'm sitting in the hospital. I have my cell phone. I'm texting that man who beat the shit out of me, his girlfriend. I say, your boyfriend's a fucking faggot because he beat the shit out of me. And then that's a word that is commonly used in that region, which this is in England, by the way, to describe men who beat up women. And then I go to jail.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. No,
because he's in England. It wasn't in America.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
England's a secular.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, but hold on.
Yeah.
That's not a word we use to describe people who beat women.
Some people do. It depends on what region you're in. I mean,
some
maybe in
people
Ireland,
use a lot of some things. Like
exactly, but I don't think
so
any
imprecise.
any language should be policed like that ever. I think you should. I believe in free speech. But
what about the words of Satan?
That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous to say that language shouldn't be policed to some degree. What are you talking about?
The only thing
Yeah,
I can
what about the words of Satan? Yelling bomb in a fucking yelling bomb in a fucking thing.
The only thing I can think is like fire in a crowded room where there's one exit, that type of thing. Like where you're
instigating violence, that kind of
stuff.
So
we can get that shit away.
Instigating violence. Depends on what you mean by that.
Go kill these people.
Yeah, go kill these people, instructing them like that kind of shit. Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if
there
you're
are
like
some
a cult
things.
leader and like, and you're like, I mean, you should be prosecuted for that.
Okay, so let's get away with yeah, exactly. Yeah. So let's get rid of that. All free speech should be allowed. Let's get rid of that. It's not true. You don't actually support that. Nobody does.
I support free speech largely. Yeah.
No, I mean, you just want to say that, but like, it's not entirely free speech. Like, we limit it in some way. Now we have to talk about the lines.
Yeah, and
sure.
that's
And
what
I
I've
think
your claim.
I think I've drawn the line pretty clearly. But another
no, you haven't. You've been very vague about it. In fact, we just moved your whole post.
I never said I was an absolutist. I said you should be able to do this.
I know you didn't say you were an
well,
absolutist, but that's not vague.
What about bomb in a movie theater? I said, no, you shouldn't be able to do that either.
But you just said whatever you want, and then we gave you an example, and then you went, okay, actually not that. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so it's not whatever you want. There are limitations.
That's called drawing the line, dummy.
No, that's called accepting one example. That's called accepting one example. Where's the line? A line isn't a dot. Like,
yeah.
It's not one
So you
datum.
think there is no line, or like, because then a bunch of dots, you know?
I feel like I
line.
didn't say that at all. Connecting them.
I don't understand that.
I think there's a line.
More egregiously, in the secular society that I'm forced to live in, I have to watch as 1.4 million babies are murdered every year. So,
well, I mean, as a lot of people on your side of the let's say spectrum say,
yeah,
just leave.
Leave where?
Just leave.
Leave somewhere even worse.
Yeah, sure, just leave, bro.
Go to. I mean,
Fair
Africa,
enough.
from what you've said in other videos, is apparently very, very Christian. You should go there. Be with your ilk.
Go to somewhere as close to a
You're
Christian theocracy as you can think
go
of.
back to Africa.
Why not?
Yeah,
What's wrong with going back to
if
Africa?
that's your solution, fair enough. My solution, I would prefer to change the society that I do live in, which I love for a vast number of other different reasons.
We clearly don't.
I do love it.
It's a secular society. You prefer theocracy.
You guys,
dude, whoever this guy is a banger. He is right.
I knew you
on.
guys would get along. This is too much.
You're
what's up? My name's Infamous, bro.
Too much to deal with both of you guys right now. It's just absolute craziness. You actually think
come on,
that
man. You've got God behind you. You should be able to 2v1, no problem. You've got the divine word in you.
Well, at least
you've got the power of God on your
yeah.
side.
At least you acknowledge that that's true and exists. Okay.
I'm acknowledging your claim. I'm not acknowledging anything else.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Yeah. Fair enough. So you actually think that if I have a problem with the society I live in, I shouldn't advocate for laws and rules to change? You think I should just leave?
No, I think
you just said that you loved it as a whole, and I'm just denying that.
I didn't say I loved it as a whole. I said I love.
You said I love this country.
I love this country. I love many features of
but
it.
But you think secularism is wicked.
Yes, I do think.
And it's a secular country.
Yes.
It's a secular country built.
The parts I don't like about it are the secular
everyone
parts.
in it. It's built to house everyone. It's to give equal representation to all demographics.
Right.
That was the point of it.
And so I'm representing my.
Well, I will disagree with that a little bit.
Well,
because
not
when
on
you
its
say
initial
build,
conception. It morphed into that, but that was the idea behind it. Yeah. Yes, we the people, wealthy landowners. I get that part of it. Didn't extend to black people. I get that part, but eventually it got there because of the fluidity of its documents. It got to that point, and now that's pretty much what we're having now. Pretty much. There's still some
it's a country
there.
for the people, and the people aren't just one type of.
It's not a country for the Christians. It's not a country for the atheists. It's not a Christian for the a country for the Muslims.
For the people. And my genuine belief is that if the people had a Christian ethos and ethic, they would be happier, better off. And a lot of statistics bear that out. So that's why I would support a Christian nation. But you're telling me,
but the Christian nation wouldn't even support that choice because everyone says that. Well, no, it wouldn't, because the Christian nation believes that the country should get its choice, which means there shouldn't be no laws. It's free will. There should be no laws. It's free will. Make your own choices. You can influence people if you believe in your thing.
That's like a libertarian nation.
Do you think?
That's not a Christian nation.
Do you think that free will is one of the most important things that God bestowed upon humanity?
Is free will the most? I mean, it's really important.
One of the most.
Yeah, it's up there. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let's list one thing that's ahead of it. You think?
Probably existence would be ahead of it.
Sure. Existence. I think that goes without saying. You can't gift it to nothing.
Probably like love. Actually, would be number one. Love would be.
Love. Okay. So if it's in the opposition of love, you would say that freedom doesn't matter, right? So the love of a pedophile to a child is okay.
Oh no. Yeah, no. Well, I didn't say any of that, so you're just creating that.
Well, you're saying that love is more important than free will. So if free will takes us, I asked you, what did you think was above it?
Well, love has a specific. Love is the highest form of love is agape, is to will the good of the other. So if a pedophile loves a child,
I thought you thought the highest form of love was the love between God and someone.
That's what God has agapic love for us. That's what it is. So agape is to will the good of the other. The pedophile's quote love for the child is to will the destruction of the child. So that's.
Well, I mean, I didn't say fuck. I said love.
Still, I mean, I think that's just unhealthy and unnatural. It must come from an eros thing. If it's not an eros, I wouldn't put higher than agape, obviously.
Okay, so in a society, you would say that as long as people love a certain thing, it wouldn't matter. We couldn't police their like language. We couldn't police their movements. We couldn't police anything about them as long as it was motivated by love.
When did I say any of that?
Well, because free will is below love.
Okay, and?
So if free will is below love, we would have to imprison people based on love. We would have to move people around based on love. We
do.
do.
Yeah.
Do you think that's
We do
fucking
not
good?
imprison based off love.
Yes, we do.
You really
insane.
don't.
Yeah, it's love for the victim and for the criminal and for the rest of the society for which we imprison people.
Do you think that's agape love or justice?
We do it by
Yeah,
harm.
justice is really important too. It's the same thing.
This is why Christianity would fail in a society, because it's like you don't base it upon that. You don't base it upon harm. We don't largely, a lot of our laws aren't made on
You
moral
realize
value.
that the Justinian Code is a Christian derived thing, which we can trace a lot of our laws back to. I mean, they were putting people in prison.
And you realize a lot of
You think they
Christianity
weren't
is
putting-
Zoroastrianismly derived. Like, what are you talking
You'd
about?
think they
Yeah,
weren't
Christianity is derived from other.
You guys are acting like there's never been any Christian society. Like, you can just look and see.
Name one that's still standing.
Yeah.
None.
If you say the
I
USA,
think the
bro.
world is probably mostly Oh, actually, okay. I think there's it's either Romania. There's some Eastern European country that is
Okay, and when it
technically
falls, what's going to be the argument? Because everybody says this, especially on your side of the fence. I love hearing this argument where it's like, name a socialist society that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not 100% on board with a socialist society, but people are always like, name a socialist society that survived. It's like, can you name a capitalist one that survived?
Well, yeah,
you can name
that's
ones
a
that
bad
currently
argument.
exist.
That's not the argument I was making, though. You guys were.
Oh no, I'm bringing it up.
force
I'm not
that
saying you're
argument.
making it up.
You guys were the one making that argument, saying, "Well, Christian societies
No,
don't exist."
brother, I just said that
Okay.
I'm bringing it up. I'm not pointing on you. I'm just bringing it up.
I know. So why are you asking me? Like, why does it matter?
Because this is a conversation.
Yeah,
I'm
fair
not
enough,
trying to.
fair
This
enough.
isn't a syllogistic
We're asking
argument.
it because you need to recognize the failures of it and the reason why we've moved away from that.
Well, so that's so infamous. You acknowledge that what he just did was making that argument. Oh, we've moved on from.
Well, I mean,
it,
you can
failed.
acknowledge the failures of a Christian
But
theology.
you can acknowledge that we've moved
Yes.
away from it largely.
Yes, and I
Yeah.
can acknowledge that.
Why?
And I'm saying that's a fallacy. It's not relevant to whether that would be a better
No,
society or
it
not.
is relevant
What
because
fallacy is
you're,
it?
Uh,
yeah.
I'm just kind of using that.
Your
term
inability
in the-
to take
in the
into
rhetorical
consideration all the
sense.
motivating factors
But,
for
like-
why we've moved away from Christian nations
So
is
what are
not a
those?
fallacy.
What are those
That's like-
motivating factors?
I'm asking you.
Well, I don't know.
You just.
I don't
What are
know
you
what
going to
they are.
say?
I would say
Just
largely
happened?
an organized scheme of globalist intervention.
Oh, come on, tinfoil hat. What are you doing? Don't do that.
You can say it's
An
tinfoil hat.
organized scheme.
Yeah, I mean that's what a lot of these open borders, sort of like a lot of these policies that you see globally, especially in the West. Yeah, I mean just look at the Klaus Schwab.
I mean, that's how
World Economic
policy is
Forum.
made by a group of people, but they're not all made by the same group of people. They're made by specialists in their sectors. Like, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's better than a theocracy.
I think it's
the
more
Illuminati
centralized.
next. Is that what you're going to
It's
do?
not really called the Illuminati, but it's more like the
Jesus.
globalist, Fabian socialist sort of.
Globalists.
How many members does it have?
What are you, Alex Jones? The globalists? They're making the gays, the frogs gay. What are you doing?
I think you guys would benefit.
No.
from
Okay,
actually watching
hold on, bro.
more conspiracy
Listen,
theories. Otherwise, you're just going to be
listen.
locked into this.
I agree.
worldview.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree that there are rich people that control a large majority of things that they care about on the
Exactly.
planet.
Exactly.
That's not a huge like conspiracy theorist. Do I think that they give a fuck about open borders that would actively degrade their own system?
No, it increases their system because it keeps them in power.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
it would
it does.
degrade their system
No, the
because
more
eventually.
distraction and
Do
confusion
you
there is,
think?
the more they can do
But
behind the
eventually, there
scenes.
won't be any distraction when one of the sides wins.
I agree. I think they're extremely short-sighted. I mean, that's why they're evil.
Okay, so they're at the top of the pinnacle. They're able to
Wait,
they're able
hold
to
on. I
think
have
about
a
all
question.
this shit, right? They're able
Well,
to
I'm
like super
asking you a
smartly do
question
this,
real quick.
but
By the
then
way,
they're so
I
dumb that they don't
genuinely-
realize how to go past their shit.
Just so that we know that I'm not running in 10 minutes, I genuinely have to go in 10 minutes. So
You did say that you did. I have a question for you real quick. Do you think illegal, undocumented migrants can vote in federal elections?
I'm not sure. I have no information about that, and it doesn't matter.
I mean, they can.
No, in federal elections. I'm not talking about state and local. I'm talking about federal.
I'm not sure, and I don't think it matters. I don't think they can.
Wait, hold on. If you're not
Probably
sure
they can.
and you don't think, wait, you're not sure? Isn't that like a
not positive.
huge part of your view?
No,
Like,
the reason I'm against like open borders, undocumented migration, like just rampant migration, is primarily that you have no way of controlling who is coming to the country and from where, and to pretend that foreign actors who are enemies of, like, say, America, like China, certain terrorist organizations in the Middle East, things like that,
aren't going to utilize that to cause discord and chaos in America is just silly. So I think we need to have actual borders that work, that are closed, and have like documentation of who's coming across the borders. And then the reason I'm for, say, deportation of illegal immigrants is that there's a law of the land. You have to follow the law. So if you've done something illegal, there's a
we already covered this one earlier,
exactly.
though,
That's
and
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
why
I'm
it's
perfectly
faulty.
fine.
Well, you
Well,
didn't
I'm
demonstrate why
perfectly
that's faulty.
fine.
You didn't say why
I'm
that's
perfectly fine with getting rid of illegal immigrants that commit an active like violent crime.
No,
right?
I'm
okay with that as long as they go through due process. But if they don't get due process, I have a problem with that.
Coming into the country is the crime.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about active deportation. I'm not talking. I'm talking about looking at them, like I'm talking about investigating them. Like that should only happen if some crime has been committed that's extra from the entering of the country. That's just deportation. If you get found out, you're.
I mean, that seems kind of arbitrary, but fair enough.
Like you should only be actively hunted.
To get rid of them? Why would you want to get rid of them? Like, why would you want to clear out like guys that build homes and landscapers and guys that work on farms and stuff like that? Why would you want to get rid of all of them for a civil infraction?
It's not like I want to get rid of them. I want them to be legal citizens. Is what I want.
To be
in the meantime, I mean, what can you do? You can't just make everyone a legal citizen.
I do want to bring this up.
Billions of dollars. Like, you realize that we now have a budget for ICE that's larger than the military budget of Israel right now, and you could have taken all of that money and you could have put it into judges and clerks and all these other kinds of things. Get all the National Guard to drop the guns and pick up some clipboards and start documenting and vetting people.
So why didn't
you could have put all the money towards that.
So why didn't they do that?
But instead, he chose. Because freaking cruelty, buddy.
Yeah, but I'm saying, why did the people that let in the 6 million migrants not do it that way?
It's one, they didn't let in. They weren't let in.
Do you think people are opening doors for people? Like, no, they're not.
I can pull up. You guys.
If you pull up a clip, if you want to pull up a clip about a guy letting in a person. Fine.
No,
you sound like the January 6ers. The cops let them in the building. What are you talking about? Like, no, dude. Like, they don't let them in. Biden deported a shit ton of people.
They
didn't.
They let in millions of people through the border. They opened the borders and told the.
I hate to tell you, dude, but under the Trump administration, millions of fucking people have come in. It's a huge issue with your borders.
Way less. The doors were open. You could just walk through, and then they would
actually because there's no reason that a rich multi-million dollar there's no reason that a multi-million dollar corporation owner like Trump would want to, influence the media to put down the numbers to make it seem like now people are getting in. But, also the people who are really at the top are controlling everything at the top. But he can't. He's the president of the United States. What the fuck can he do?
Well, I also believe there are people above the president. So I'm not saying it's Biden's fault. I'm saying it's his handlers who are at fault. And I'm saying Trump is also fucked up. I don't support Trump. I'm not
so you don't want it's not about Trump and Biden. It's the handlers of Trump and Biden that we're voting for. Like, what do you mean?
No. Name names. Who's handling? You know that they're being handled. Who's handling?
I mean, Klaus Schwab would be a big
handler.
Klaus Schwab would be a big red flag. You should look him up. He's sort of the front man for this group of globalists. They meet at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, and I'm sure you guys are like, oh, we're super pro that.
And what evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that they have any control over these people?
Well, this is just, you have to get into it, man. I mean, do you want me to try to find something?
Well, I mean, one thing while you're doing that,
if I showed you that the global foreign policy that's being proposed at the World Economic Forum is exactly what the globalist leaders around the world are instituting, would that count as evidence for you, or would you say that's a coincidence?
I mean, I don't quite understand what you mean by, do you mean the globalists are like the rich people in each country? What do you mean by globalists?
It depends on who they are. Usually they're obviously the richest people in the countries, but yeah, it's the people that prioritize their own enrichment and power over the goals of their own nation.
Okay, and what kind of society do you think breeds those people?
Every society, a sinful human society.
What do you think breeds them more? A capitalist one based on your own gain and not the care of others? Or
this is exactly what I was thinking.
A truly capitalist one, a truly free market actually would be much harder for a globalist to manipulate.
No, it wouldn't, because it's about the natural selection of money.
Yeah, it would be
What?
easier.
It'd be easier to do it. Yeah.
No, it'd be much harder because
How would it be harder? What limitations would you have on it?
Great, because you wouldn't have limitations like that. The limitations are what give them power.
No. What limitations would you have on it? None. To the point, like, as in, yeah, exactly. So there's none. So it's just it's the way capitalism works. How does capitalism work?
By consumers making free choices to purchase certain goods made.
Okay, cool. Do you think that that's random, or do you think that there are trends in sales?
No, of course there are trends and things like that.
Okay, there are trends in sales. So the people who get to the top via the trades and sales first can make it so that they can influence the products that get out that people buy. They absolutely can. They absolutely can.
You're right. In a socialist society, you could do that. In a free market,
what do you mean? They do it now, and this isn't a socialist society.
Yes,
what are you talking about?
We have tons of socialism.
Are you talking?
No. You have socialism, and socially, you might have some of that, which is just kind of like safeguards for the people. Socially, this is not socialist. We do not have labor owning the means of production in any way, shape, or form. What are you talking about? Even the unions aren't that strong to do that kind of stuff.
I think the strongest union in America is the post office, and they don't even have that much power.
No, the post office is defunct. Yeah. But you guys are actually saying if the government has more control over the society, then it's harder for the people that are running the government to control the society. I don't understand that argument.
So I'll put it to you like this. No. Hold on. I'll put it to you like this, right? The government has to post exactly their rules for being able to do anything that they do. They have to post it, and then they have to prove that they've done it.
No, that's
the point of a government.
That's a brand.
I'm not saying that everyone does it, Streets. I'm not saying that your government is free of corruption. Nobody's saying this. I'm just saying why one system would be better than the other. They're both hypotheticals. So the first system has a self-regulatory way of checking if someone is abusing power. It's written down. It's logged.
So the
other way of by self I mean the people can check it. That's what I mean.
Unless the government chooses not to tell them, which of course they would.
Right. So if the government chooses not to do them, is it the system I'm talking about?
Yeah, literally. And
no, it's not, because I just said that the system would log it. Like, what do you mean?
Okay, so in your hypothetical utopian socialist society, the government would be perfectly honest about how it's screwed.
I don't even know necessarily if it's just. I don't even know. I'm just talking about government. I'm not talking about socialist society.
And also, he never said perfect. He just said this would be better.
Yeah, like I don't know why you're
to it.
Well, I agree.
Yeah, like there are rules and then there are events. You can view both.
In society where the people who have power don't abuse the power, yeah, your system probably would be better. But that's not the world we live in.
Okay, cool. If that's not the world we live in, then your system doesn't work either.
No, my system regulates abuse of power because everybody is working freely to make decisions about what to buy, what to sell.
Okay.
Except that there are trends.
Tell me about that new Chinese electric vehicle you own.
The trends are based off of the people's desires and their free will, not
correct. And I hate to tell you, but they have a trend of desires from which the people at the top can control you. They can control whether or not you only have access to McDonald's, or you can't walk anywhere because everything is car locked and you have to drive places. So you have to get cars. So you have to get a license. You see how all these things are rules with a free open market? There are no. You don't just become a free god when there's an open market.
Street. So for an example, okay. Take a look at what Mandami is wanting to do about doing like the government-owned grocery stores within New York City.
Yeah.
The reason he's wanting to do those is because there's currently a food desert in New York City because the grocery stores are not very profitable. Right? So people go, okay, so they balance, okay, how expensive would it be to run a grocery store? How expensive would it be to have the security here? How, like, you know what? We're not going to make enough profit, so we're just going to close down. So then New York City becomes completely devoid of grocery stores. They only have those little bodegas, that's it.
Yeah.
But there's no big Kroger, there's no whatever in there.
Yep.
Okay? That's when Badami wants to come in and he goes, okay, I need to close in the food desert. Do you see basically the capitalism of it basically says, okay, you know what? Because there's no market, it's not profitable to be here. I'm going to deprive an entire city of having like access to like grocery stores. This is the biggest city in the freaking country that doesn't have a grocery store in it. You see what I'm saying? That's why. So the socialist comes in, or the democratic socialist, he comes in and says, you know what? We're going to correct that problem of the food desert by putting that in, and everyone laughs at it and says, oh my God, government controlled grocery stores and and hurdy her, socialism bad. What the fuck are you talking about? That's a good thing. So now the people of New York get access to grocery stores because it regulated that out. It basically kept the greed of capitalism, kept them from having that there. Now people are going to have access to food again.
And here's the thing I'm going to say with Streets. I'm going to go for Streets here. Like, I'm going to support him here. The idea against this would be the ma and pa community coming together, building those things, providing for each other, subverting the corporations, and having a local system to be able to feed each other. Except humans don't work like that. Humans don't do it. They just don't, because guess what? The corporations are in place in the capitalist society to make it so that you can't get those. You can't buy off them. You need so many licenses that you can't do it.
Yeah, licenses. Okay, that's your problem. There you go. And that's also
in some ways, it's actually better to have
with zoning in New York. So a lot of New York's problems are because of all the socialist problems that have been there. It's the same with the government housing. But with the grocery store, I can easily see how this was a problem created by New York zoning laws. Well, you can't have a grocery store in the cheap part of town because there's this and this and this and this. Zoning in New York is a nightmare. I think zoning laws should be abolished. We should be able to build what we want where we want, because that's the only way to naturally assure that people actually have the products that they need in a certain place.
So are you not for?
I'm not selling to them. Landowners
landowner just go, I'm not selling to them. Then they have a monopoly. Yeah, but here's the thing. Then they become the people with the monopolies. They become the rich people. They become the people who control the trends. You're just talking about it the same way.
Listen, and guess what happens? So there's no grocery stores because this monopoly guy, it's not profitable for him to run a grocery store, so he shuts them all down. No one can live there. They all move. Suddenly his land's less valuable. Suddenly there's no point.
But they can't move because there's no food anywhere else. What are you talking about? They just move.
They can move anywhere. They can move to New Jersey. They can move to Pennsylvania.
What do you mean they can move anywhere? Are you good?
You know how expensive it is to live in New York?
Paycheck. You expect them to pick up and move into a different state? What are you talking about?
Paycheck to paycheck in New York City, they can certainly
with the job.
Wait, hold on. Can you move right now? No, hold on. Can you move right now to New York? Can you just pick everything up and move now?
Me personally, or someone?
You personally.
It'd be really tough. Probably.
It'd be fucking really tough. Now imagine you have 3 kids and a wife.
I said move out of New York, not to New York.
No. I'm saying to New York.
Do you know how many families? I lived in New York. Do you know?
I hate to tell you, Streets, but moving to somewhere means you're moving out of where you are.
Yeah, moving out of Des Moines, Iowa, to go to New York City is way different. It's the opposite of moving from New York City to Des Moines, Iowa. Do you understand that? You must understand that.
Okay, are you talking? So hold on. So hold on. You're talking about the price difference in like the real estate and like the fucking food and shit. Is that what you're talking about?
Duh.
Yeah. Okay, that's not in your fucking hypothetical. The hypothetical doesn't include that. Why are we bringing it up?
What are you talking about?
The hypothetical of the people moving away from the fucking grocery store to get the other grocery stores. They would have to do it if they wanted to get away from the grocery store.
Exactly.
But here's the thing: they won't want to. Because it's too much of an inconvenience.
No,
they have to if you want them to.
No.
In the hypothetical.
The hypothetical. Remember the hypothetical, and I really, really, really have to go. But you remember the hypothetical was big monopoly man starts running the things, which is apparently the problem that Mamdani is responding to, and the grocery store is not profitable. So therefore, oops, no more grocery store. Okay, what are people going to do? They have to move. And they have to move to somewhere cheaper.
No, they don't. Or they hire in, or they elect in a socialist mayor.
Yeah, they could starve.
No, they could also elect a socialist mayor that's going to come in and do government-run grocery stores and solve the problem.
And have someone else pay for their groceries.
No, it's not giving the groceries away for free.
Do you think they're giving away groceries?
Wait, where do you think the money to run the grocery store comes from?
From selling the groceries.
Where does
and taxes
and selling the groceries?
What about starting
for
a grocery
upkeep
store?
mainly the maintaining?
Yeah. Where? So is this?
Are you saying that people don't want to give their tax? Wait, hold on. Are you saying that people should spend their tax dollars going towards supporting fucking Israel or building fucking grocery stores?
No,
it's like you know what I mean. There's clearly.
I would cancel all payments to Israel as well.
Oh yeah, no, but you hear what I'm saying. There's clearly a disposable amount of tax dollars in the absolutely billions of taxes. Now, don't get me wrong. I think taxes should be reduced, but I also think they should be moved because the amount you spend on fucking military is ridiculous. I'm talking ridiculous, dude.
Now
like it's you don't even use all of it. You don't even use all of it.
I agree with you. I think there's a lot we agree
Cool.
on.
I think it should be replaced to actually making it so that the federal government should be able to provide local places with the means to be able to run their own communities. I'm not saying they should control them. I'm not saying they should be able to lay down the fucking law with them. Just here's a grocery store, dude. Here, all you three people, bro, that are like known by the community and like want to help out. Here you go. Run the place.
Yeah.
Right. At least people are getting food.
Yeah, and I think this is a utopian, beautiful idea. I wish
The federal government
all
can't
the
do
best
that.
with it. I think it's impossible. I think it's been tried.
You think the federal government can't give people a building?
Utopia. It's hardly utopia.
Like, you think the federal government can't give people a building?
I mean,
like,
if you
well, I
guys are
don't know, a fucking
familiar
hospital?
with all the methods that the Soviet Union used to try to justify their communism and socialism and control.
I'm not saying
people,
get rid
i.e.
of free market freaking grocery stores. I'm saying that when capitalism fails a people of a city, then the government should step up and provide.
I'm saying you're delusional
Absolutely.
if you think that New York is a capitalist free market city. It's like the opposite. It's a completely liberal socialist city. I don't know if you know anything about it.
Okay,
or its
okay. What
policies,
are
but-
three liberal? What are,
powerful
wait, hold
city
on. What are three socialist policies that have been passed
Yep.
in New York in the last 5 months?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I don't. Why,
Policies,
why does
not
the last
rules.
5 months matter? You would need the last like 20 years to
Do
explain.
you want 6?
Sure.
How about just any of
Okay,
them
sure.
that
Pass.
are still in
Sure.
effect?
20 years.
I mean,
there you
any of
go.
them that are still in
Give me
effect.
give me 5.
Socialized housing, big problem, huge problem. Part of
Socialized
it is
housing. That's a
zoning.
policy. What's the policy?
Yeah, to build project. Have you ever been to New York? Dude?
No,
Do you know anything
that's
about New
not a
York?
policy.
That
That's
is
a
policy.
idea.
You think that's not a policy that's been enacted?
No,
socialized-
the policy isn't. Do you know what a policy
Dude,
is?
you don't know anything about New York if you think that one of their policies is to set up and support and continue to fund socialized
You're talking about
housing.
an idea. It's not a policy. What's the name of the policy?
Dude, this is like frustrating.
I think what he's
how you're
referring to
equipped-
is subsidized housing.
Yeah, what are you
It's
talking
not
about?
free
Are you
housing.
saying
It's called
not-
subsidized housing.
There are
called
many
it
policies
socialized
about
housing.
subsidized housing.
Socialist.
Subsidized housing is a
Okay,
idea.
so then you're just being bad faith because you know what I'm talking about, dude.
I
You
asked
know-
for policies. I'm not
You
being
want-
bad faith.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
answering
Good
incorrectly.
point. Yeah, you're right, man. Sorry. Subsection 381 of the Housing Code of New York. Like,
There's
are
no
you kidding me?
subsections in policies.
Yeah, exactly. Are you kidding me, dude? You know what I'm talking about.
I
This is
asked
bad
for
faith.
policies. It's not like
All
I
right.
asked you a
This
different
is a
question
good
than I
note.
expected one. Like,
With a bad faith question, I mean, and especially I've been saying
A bad faith
actively for
question?
10 Well, I answer the question. You're like, that's not a policy. That's just
You
an
didn't
idea.
ask a
It's
question.
an
You didn't
i-
answer
it's
the question.
It's an idea that someone had that they then passed as a law, which then becomes a policy.
Okay,
which
that's
is
a
in
law.
effect in New York. And you're saying you didn't answer the question. Haha, I win. Okay, good luck, guys. Thank
Haha, you win. What do you mean?
Thank you for the discussion. I appreciate you all.
Goodbye, dude.
Infamous, you need to stop the sophistry. It's like so frustrating.
Oh my god,
You
here
asked
goes
for
with
a
this
policy,
guy.
Sophistry at
and
all.
you
It's not
asked for-
sophistry.
He loves using this word.
I
He
know,
loves using this word.
it's
Yeah.
because you are a sophist, and it's okay, and I love
I
you
am.
for it.
I don't know what I'm talking
You'll-
about, by the way.
You'll adopt any position that suits your argument in that given moment, which is the definition of sophistry.
What do you mean?
And so
No, it's not the
even-
definition.
even-
Look up the definition of
even-
sophistry right now.
even
Look up
to
the definition of sophistry
even to
right
the
now.
extent.
No. Look up the definition of sophistry right now. You just said it was the definition of sophistry.
All right.
Please look it up. But I don't know what I'm talking about.
Definition. I mean, you don't because you asked for me for
Okay,
a
okay.
policy, and I give.
I asked
one.
you for a policy. You didn't give me a policy, but I don't know what I'm talking
Plausible but fallacious argumentation. A plausible but misleading or fallacious argument.
Oh, would you
The
look about
arts
that?
are
Nothing to
process
do
of
with my
reasoning.
position.
Well, guess what? Yeah,
It's
that's
almost
right.
like you were being a sophist.
Oh wait, no. The meaning of sophistry is
The
subtly
irony.
deceptive reasoning or argumentation.
Yeah.
The reason that you're being
How am I
subtly
being deceptive?
I'll tell you. Can I just get one sentence out? How you're being deceptive?
Sure.
You asked me, name 3 or 5, whatever, socialist policies that New York City has enacted to try to show the
Seems
point
pretty
that
clear.
New York is a socialist city. That's a very clear question.
Mhm.
Not
Seems pretty clear, yeah.
Not sophistic at all. Perfect question. Great
Mhm,
question.
mhm. Yeah,
I go, oh,
yeah.
I'm happy to answer you in good faith, Infamous. Let me think off the top of my head what some of these policies are. And I said socialized housing, as in these subsidized housing projects, which obviously is a policy, but maybe it's not
But it's not.
technically a policy. Oh, but
Oh,
dude,
okay. So now we're getting technical. It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
just
yeah.
that I use the
Jen,
word in the
do you
question.
see my point?
What
here,
do you
dude?
mean?
Jen, can you be intellectually honest with me for 1 second? Do you think that was nitpicky and kind of
Just say you
dishonest
don't know the
for-
policies, but I know the ideas. Like that's all you have to say.
So I have to say,
I
Jen, what do you think about this? Seriously, dude. I don't know the policy, but I know the ideas. As if my answer wasn't valid. I mean, seriously.
I agree when he said just say that you don't know the actual policy. I just know that like the ideas behind it. I agree with him on that one. I also agree to a degree. Yes, it's a little bit like the actual policy by name.
Who cares? Who gives
it's just
a
kind of like
fuck? I mean, what
Hey,
the
dude,
hell?
even if you got it a little wrong, like I wouldn't care. I just want to know.
I
Here's my
did get it
biggest
a
problem,
little
though,
wrong.
is
I
that
gave
this
you the
isn't-
whole
it-
thing
it's
except
not
for the
necess-
exact name, and you're like, you can't answer the question.
But the problem is it's not socialism. What you're talking about is you're talking about
That's
a welfare
that's
system.
That's another. Well, yeah.
You're talking about a welfare
Exactly,
system, which is a
exactly.
different.
He needs to go.
fucking
He
thing.
needs to go. He
EBT,
needs
all
to
that.
go.
I'm literally already gonna be late. Okay, thank you guys. I mean, as frustrating as that just was, you were fun. It was a good time. Appreciate you.
Right.
Classic Gen, please look up the self-refuting nature of empiricism and tell me what you can find. I'm not even getting a dig in. I'm just saying, tell me what you find in the
Once again,
literature.
say it. What is it?
Self-refuting nature of empiricism.
Just ask or read, does empiricism defeat itself as a epistemology?
All right.
Okay. All right.
I'll look it up.
Peace, everybody.
What was your discussion on that, by the way?
It was interesting.
By the way, bye, Streets.
See ya.